"fuck it, we ball" becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into "fuck it, we live." And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, there, bitch. Yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Fucking hell. Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9 to 11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. I know. The asteroid's coming. Can you believe it? I'm fucking live before like midnight. This is a sign of the apocalypse. It was like right next to her son sucking the cock of terrorists live on stream. Yes. This is my white power t-shirt, as you can see. Keith. Are we keeping it Twitch friendly today? No, I've got a long sleeve on today because it's cold. And unfortunately, all my shit's in the washing machine. Because I was taking care of my kid yesterday. Well, not yesterday, this morning, essentially. And she was just vomiting on everything. Not because she was sick or anything. She just discovered that it was incredibly entertaining to put food in her mouth and go at everything around the house. So there's like little splotches of shit on everything. She's fine. She's just discovering shit. That little bastard. She's a little bit too bright for what she's supposed to be. What's up, Keith? How old is she? She's now 20 months old. Right? She is... I'm gonna say this now to anyone who doesn't have a kid. Having a kid is the greatest, most wonderful joy I've ever had in my entire life. And at the same time, it's been so fucking exhausting. This shit is a marathon. Thanks for the follow, just say no to love. My God. This kid is fucking wild, and I love it. So like I've bitched about this before, about how my family is like arrogant enough to believe that they know everything, right? And so they've been complaining about my kid not speaking and shit. She goes to these like social things that kids go to so that they can interact with other children their age, and all the other kids are like these happy little friendly, I want to hug, and they're like run around hugging each other. My daughter has one friend, and she will hug her one friend, and then every other kid who comes near her and like opens their arm for a hug, she just puts her hand on their chest and goes, no, and then walks away. It's the funniest shit to watch. I love this kid. She's already got an attitude. She's already filtering people. And you know what the best part is? I can see she's doing it on purpose. Because some of those kids, like, they stop. They've never had this interaction before where someone said no to them. She puts her hand on their chest and goes, no. And these kids start crying. And then she turns around and she's like, just from like a solid, like, nothing on her face. She just turns around and she goes, and then leaves. It's the funniest shit to watch. Kids are so goddamn honest. I love it. There's no social filter. There's no like, I need to be polite in society. There's just, I'm gonna be a little bastard and no one's gonna stop me. Now I'm gonna try and get something active today. I'm gonna see if like my soldering of the inside of this piece of shit webcam works quick. No, it doesn't work yet. Okay, and then we're gonna get to some Guild Wars 2, because I want to play some of that before we have to watch the OTK cringe fest. See how bad it is. She's 20 months old and is more faithful than the 40-year-old. You have no idea. I also can't believe I'm live this early, Khaldun. It feels weird. I should be asleep in bed right now. Give me a second. Where's this fucking cable? I think it's this one. Okay, that's either permanently broken or it's gonna work now. We're gonna see. If it doesn't, oh well. Then fuck it. Why is there a wheelchair behind you? That's for when I make a really disabled take, I'll get in the wheelchair. It's also because I used it in one of my Guild Wars 2 videos. And I found like an old wheelchair at Goodwill. And then, you know, like it was real cheap. So I got a wheelchair because I thought it would be funny. It's also for my disabled takes.
Dad who asks his daughter's BF what socioeconomic status his family has?
Are you going to be the kind of dad who asks his daughter's BF what socioeconomic status family has? No, right? I'm not. She has to figure that shit out by herself. I will give her as much advice as she wants, but she has to be her own person. My family does have a tradition, though, that I'm going to be holding to. So my family has a tradition when there's women in the family. And unfortunately, the more recent generations of my family have abandoned this tradition. But I don't plan to. So the tradition that comes with my family is that if she has a boyfriend one day and she's all grown up and he decides that he wants to marry her, and he comes to me and he makes the mistake of asking me for her hand in marriage, I'm gonna sit him down and I'm gonna tell him something that's gonna fuck him up a little bit. Hold on. Nope, my shitty little volcano camera's fucked. Right? I'm going to sit him down and I'm going to say to him, my family has a tradition. That tradition is you're going to come with me and we're going to go to a gym, right? My buddy owns a gym, but if I immigrate to the US, I'll figure it out when I'm over there. So you're going to put on some gloves and you're going to get in a ring with me. If you really love her that much, you will be willing to fight for her. And that means fighting me. Because I need to know you're not a pussy. And that you have the balls to fight for her, even if it means against me. He doesn't have to beat me. He just has to show me he's got the fucking testicles to stand 5 minutes in a ring with me. And I know I'm fat, I'm lazy, it might kill me, I might die of a cardiac arrest in that ring, but it will be worth it. For reference, I've done a bunch of martial arts when I was younger, including boxing. If he's a pro boxer, even better. I'll be even happier, Relentless. My God, I got to be in a ring with a pro boxer, and I went 5 rounds. Oh, that'll make me so happy, dude. But when I say get in a ring, I don't mean just boxing. I don't just mean throwing hands. I mean gentleman's rules, right? Gentleman's rules in a fight means no biting, no pinching, no scratching, no eye gouging. The good old dick twist. Yeah, no dick twisting. But everything else goes. And if he can stand... Yeah, elbows as well. Elbows is fine. And if he can stand in there for 5 minutes with me, if he can fuck me up in 5 minutes, even better. That's an old tradition my family had. And the recent generations of my family unfortunately abandoned it. But that's also because I think my daughter is the first girl to be born into my current, like, close family in the last 80 years. No, sorry, 70 years. So it's been a while. So I'm resurrecting that. Does he just have to fight or actually win? He has to fight. He has to show me that if I knock him down, he's going to get the fuck back up. Because it's not about winning. It's about having the balls to actually stand and fight. You have to keep in mind that you're already 45 years old, possibly 63. You won't even be... No, but this is the best part, kid. I'm fat. I'm lazy. I'm still a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I still grapple with people who are fucking in shape, 21-year-olds, and I still beat them. You don't have to be the fastest, but you have to have some technique, right? If he fucks me up, I'll be so happy. I'll be like... You may marry my daughter. And it won't even be you may marry my daughter. It'll be please marry my daughter. That's what I'll do. I'll be happy about it. Because I don't think I want my kid. You called him during a stream. Yeah, that was yesterday. I harassed him yesterday to try and figure out co-streaming. Also, I just wanted to see what the knock feature did, to be honest. I'm glad I caught him as he started streaming, because it would have been real difficult for him to understand what the fuck was going on if he was halfway through his Doom session. We're getting some more co-streaming. So what we're going to be doing today is Twitch's most retarded feature is we're going to be co-streaming the OTK event today. And what that essentially means is I'm just watching the fucking live stream, because it turns out co-streaming isn't so much a feature on Twitch as it's like a thing they're trying to make into a feature that's not actually a feature. It's like when your boss tells you to go to the bathroom to take a dump, and there's just a hole, like just a pipe in an unplastered room that's just concrete walls.
You don't want an empath like I dubs for daughter, what a Chad.
Of course I don't. God damn it, no. Look, I'm gonna say this now, right? And this is gonna sound weird, maybe. And I know I'm gonna sound sexist saying this or whatever the fuck, but I don't care. Think about it this way. Women have the most difficult fucking job in the world. At least the ones that aren't complete psychopaths. Because their entire job in the world, their entire job is to try and take a guy who is essentially a fucking chimpanzee and turn him into a man. Right? That chimpanzee has to be able to protect her. Has to be able to act like a person. Be able to think his way out of situations. Has to have the fucking backbone to be able to protect her. Now, I know this is like real old school and shit, but I well and truly believe that it is men's responsibility to protect women in life. Right? It's not a woman's responsibility to, like you getting mugged on the street, right? It's not a woman's responsibility to step in front of a man and be like, don't worry, baby, I'll protect you. That's fucking crazy. That's insane. That's nuts. Doesn't matter if you're scrawny. Do something. You have no idea how much of a chimpanzee I was before my wife came and fixed me up. She had to pick all the little pieces of me up off the floor from what my ex did to me and turn me back into a person. Don't you dare, Wojciech. Don't you fucking dare judge me. And the only reason I use AI is to make memes and to be full of shit. God damn it. You don't need to fight if you have a gun. You see, that sounds good in theory, but the idea is, right? The idea isn't the gun, right? The idea isn't even the fight. The idea behind that tradition is this guy gonna have the fucking balls to do what is required of him despite any intimidation he faces? Is he gonna have the nutsack to put his dick on the table and do what needs to be done? Right? It's not actually about the fight. Your job, and this is gonna sound real weird, I know, gonna upset anyone who's got a feminist leaning, but your job as a man is to plunge your hand deep into the filth of the world and pull out a fucking diamond. So your wife doesn't have to do it. That's your job. It's your responsibility as a man. And it's going to be upsetting for some people to hear. I know. But it is what it is. I want to know that he has the ball sack on him to want to fight for the person he loves. Because if he can't even fight for the person he loves, what the fuck is he going to fight for? That's supposed to be the single most important thing in life. And you're telling me you're not going to fight for it? Against anyone? Nah. Nah, he can miss me with that shit. He can get the fuck out. Now then, let's play some Guild Wars 2. Before the OTK event goes down. God, I've missed this game. You know, I always miss this game. Hold on. I just got to set up my monitor here so that I know when the OTK event starts. I can't even fight for myself. That's not important, Reckless. That's really not important. If you find someone you really love, it doesn't actually matter if you can't fight for yourself. You will fight 10 times harder for that person that you love and you care about. Doesn't matter if you're skinny, doesn't matter if you're fat. It's about the mental attitude, the mental fortitude. Everything else can be fixed. But you gotta have that core. Now, I spent some time fixing up my bags and prettying it up. I know there's still shit in here. I know I haven't fixed all of it. But at least there's enough space that I can maybe do not even two. One episode of Living World Season 2 before my bags are full. Just one. Because we know that ANET loves flooding our fucking bags with bullshit these days. How do you have 329 gold? Because people kept on giving me shit, that's why. Also, thanks for the sub, Fridge Pioneer. I don't know why you're subbing. How dare you, you animal. But, okay, thank God you at least use your Prime. So it's not real money. You should have probably given that to someone who deserved it. But I appreciate it anyway. It'll make my tax burden harder. I will use this money to get an illegal boat to the U.S. shores. I will get a little dinghy and go to the shores of California. I heard there are a lot of white women who are butt naked on that beach. They don't know the African tradition of rape yet. But I will show them. I will teach them the ways.
Hey, good to see you back in
Honestly,
Wallback.
I think this has become like a mini game all on its own. Is managing your fucking inventory in this game. It's like a mini game within the fucking game itself. And after a while, it kind of becomes like raking a Zen garden, where you get so used to it and the like repetitive task of figuring out what's useful and what's not, that you start to almost enter the state of higher enlightenment. I don't need one of those sand rakes and shit. I've got the inventory in Guild Wars 2 to do that for me.
Hello, old friend. What are you doing here?
Oh
Need to talk to you
no!
about something important.
Let's sit down over here. We can talk in comfort.
Oh fuck! Look at that ass! Oh
Alright,
damn
I can
it!
see by your faces that it's serious. Tell me, what is it?
Oh my god! Look at the way she sits down. Jesus Christ. Sometimes, how goes the cosplay for the wife? I'm still wearing her down emotionally to get her into the state that I can get her to wear this. But I'm gonna get there. I'm not gonna give up on this one. Where VOD? How come this is live? This is live because because of the OTK event. I don't know why I'm live this early, but I need to be ready for that. My God, all I have to say is I am getting my wife to cosplay as this. I don't care how long it takes me. I will get there. She got an ass cheek hanging out. She doesn't understand how pants work. Good God. As to what's to her right here, her left, sorry. You know, it's not too late for an abortion in some states. I believe it's still legal. It can be done. You know, if you're like left-leaning and you believe in the whole abortion stuff and you want to convince someone that abortion should be a thing, make them play Guild Wars 2 and make them interact with Brahim and they'll change their opinion. They'll be like, okay, maybe some of them do need to go. God damn. How did this fall out of that? It makes no sense. Honestly, it makes no sense. If your wife cosplay, who will you cosplay? I don't know. It doesn't matter what I'm cosplaying. I'm turning into a caveman on the spot. It doesn't matter what I'm cosplaying. Ah, goddamn. If mom takes out her teenage son, can it be abortion? Valid question.
Oh, please, interacting with some of my generation makes me wish half of us were aborted.
That's fair. That's fair. My generation's no different. My generation's so fucking stupid that half of them can't even figure out what's between their legs. And I'll tell you this, like, from someone who's, like, done business negotiations with people my age, half the time, I'm able to steamroll people in a negotiation because they're too hypersensitive to everything around them that they can't handle a negotiation. And on one hand, that does make business easier, but on the other hand, that's really fucking depressing that none of them have the ability to fight back. That's really sad. So, you know what, Gen Z, I can't even judge you fucking guys. Because my generation's such a goddamn mess. What am I gonna say to you, huh? Fucking teapot calling the kettle black. Yes, an Elder Dragon. Mordramoth has awakened. It's already attacked 2 major forts, Fort Selma, Concordia. Shut up, Graham. We've come to invite Nut Whitebear. I want a nut too. To a summit to discuss the threat. God damn, she's so fucking... God, imagine having negotiations with a giant 7-foot-tall woman who looks like that. And she's like, come, let us negotiate. And she lies down like that on a fur rug. Tell me you wouldn't have trouble concentrating. My God. She's literally Amaranth. How dare you say that? Don't you fucking insult my ear by calling her that ratchet old ass bitch. Don't you dare say that to me. How dare you? Take it back. Take it back right now. So negotiating cosplay should be easy. No, the problem is my wife is one of the other part of my generation. There's a reason I married her, and it's because she's fucking got a spine of steel. Bitch is tough. She a tough bitch. And let me tell you, that just makes it better. Surely there's something we can say to convince him.
You don't understand. This is bigger than us. Jormag is dangerous, but it's only one member of the pack of Elder Dragons.
Shut
I
up, Brain.
understand more than you think.
No, you don't. If you did, you'd know that Mordremoth's reach is spreading. Its tendrils are showing up all over the place.
The Elder Dragons each behave differently. We're only beginning to learn of Mordremoth's power. I just don't believe White Bear would leave here while Jormag's threat looms.
Wait, so boomers were right about millennials sucking? Yes and no, Cyro. Boomers were right about a lot of millennials being weak and pathetic crybabies that don't do anything for themselves. They were wrong about how to fix it, right? Because boomers have this entire idea of being selfish and burning the world to the ground around them, and then being like, I don't understand why you can't do anything, right? They're incapable of seeing the world outside of their own perspective. But there are a lot of millennials that are so fucking emotionally driven. I mean, think about it. Think about it. Who was the main group who's been in control of shit, in control of the narrative between, I don't know, 2014 and now? It's primarily been millennials online who've been making emotionally manipulative arguments and trying to get you to believe them, not because something's true, but because they feel a certain way. They were doing crybaby shit all the time. Don't forget the apathetic Gen Xers. At least the Gen Xers were smart enough to be like, fuck the system, I'm gonna go do my own thing. My entire generation's like, why won't the government save me? That's an actual thing that I've heard from someone. That's like a legitimate thing I heard someone say to me. That's not even me exaggerating. Furthermore, we're not responsible for all over the place. I'll be all over the place. We're responsible for our people. I just don't think White Bear will leave Holbrack right now. And by the time Mordremoth reaches Holbrack, it'll be too late. And then our people will have 2 dragons attempting to destroy us all. We have to challenge the greatest threat first. Exactly. Right now, Mordremoth is wreaking havoc. Wait, wreaking the most damage upon Tyria. Wait, so Jormag and Mordremoth are both active right now. That's what I'm hearing. Where did I miss Mordremoth coming into this? I missed something important here. By the way, there's a PvP festival going on. I know, but I'm not going to look at it, Tape. I want to get through all of this. Jormag is not, but his minions are. Oh, that's right, because Jormag is the jungle penis, which means he's coming in Heart of Thorns. This is still Living World Season 2, so this is still the build-up. If what you say is true, then this may be worth a discussion at least. So you will speak about it. You will speak to him about it.
I know what would make White Bear more likely to attend your summit.
What's that?
If he had fewer headaches, he'd be more inclined to leave Holbrack. The Sons of Svanir have been even more trouble lately. Killing and corrupting.
What? Where did those voice lines go?
We'll take care of it.
What the fuck? If they were gonna cut voice lines, at least cut Braham's voice lines.
You head straight to Frostgorge and find the totem. Bram and I will make our way there from the other side.
You and me?
We won't be far away. White Bear will be all the more impressed if you deal with this alone. If you're successful, I'll speak to White Bear myself.
God, look at her. Look, the miniature doesn't even do her justice. My God. Ah. Oh, God. Good Lord. Woman with this figure, what's stopping you from dressing like this, huh? What's stopping you? This is me addressing my wife as well. Why not? What is wrong with you? These are the societal standards we need to start living up to. Okay, fine. You know what? You dress like this to own the patriarchy, that might actually work. Looks cold. You mean we get her nipples as hard as diamonds in an ice storm, and I'm supposed to be mad about that? Oh no, how terrible. They're so rock solid they can cut glass. Oh, that's oh, I'm so mad about that. No. Mordremoth is the jungle penis. Homage is the frosty bitch. Aha, okay. Right. He's probably gonna find you. Well, I'm in an instance right now. Thank you for telling me, distressing damsel. I did see your messages in chat. They're just hidden behind me. Alright. Fine. You know what? We'll deal with Braham. We'll see what she needs. I have every confidence that you can handle this challenge alone. I've seen you in action. Braham and I won't be far. We'll keep as many reinforcements coming at you as possible. I'll be coming at you as fast as possible. The Svanir have a base in the high peaks where they're raising a totem to Jormag. Okay, thanks for clearing that up, Faith. Good to Arodin Don Vale. You know when you see a cool fantasy name and you try and say it out loud? And you just sound fucking stupid? That's what's happening here. In Frostgorge Sound, and find a hunter named Cowlin. She'll know how you can best help there. And if I do this, you'll put in a good word with Nut Whitebear. I'll make sure he understands the seriousness of the situation and the need to deal with Mordremoth before it gets too much stronger. I'm ready. I'll see you when it's done. Alright. One for the road. Okay. Good. There we go. Now we can carry on. Before she leaves. Maybe I should go with you. The Sons of Svanir can be cunning and extremely vicious. I think I should go with you. I think he should. I think he should come with us and be used as a human shield. No, go with Air. No, don't go with Air. I don't want people knowing you're related. I want to do this on my own. No, I should have an option to be like, you know what we should do? We should make sure that this guy kills himself. There should be an option to make sure Braham dies and gets replaced with some generic character we don't care about, because that's better than dealing with him. Did you see the good copy pasta from the Guild Wars 2 live stream the other day? I didn't. Come on, boss. What if something happens to you out there? I will be fine, Braham. But I wish you wouldn't be. I'd rather be with you than with her. You know, I'm not someone to advocate for incest, okay? I want to make that clear. But if your mom's that hot, and you say something like that, I am gonna consider him to be at least a little bit gay. That's all I'm saying. Do it for me. Think of her as just another hunter. I'll be fun. Damn, imagine trying to fuck a cat and the cat says no. Whoa, hold on. Hold on, my wife's phoning me. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. One of my dogs is getting uppity downstairs, so I'm gonna go grab her. I'll be right back. Oh. Ugh. All right, this is just going to take me a second. Understand I live in a dangerous country, and that means sometimes bad shit happens. So I just need to make sure bad shit isn't happening. So I'll be right back. Right. Sorry about that. I thought there was something dangerous outside. It was just your average crackhead, like rambling in the streets. Ugh. Not dangerous, just crazy. Ugh. That's better. That's much better. Right. Now, I missed some messages there. What did you say? What was that big one you sent, Bumper Shoot? I'm seriously not understand one important topic from this game. This Timey NPC, it's always follow and talk. She's all the time radio me, yappa, yappa, yappa. Yeah, pretty much. So Timey and Braham are probably the two worst characters in this game. Or at least in the Living World seasons. Developer, please bring the story to an end. Can we talk about balance? But what balance is her rare disease versus her small body? Law makes no sense. Yeah, so this is the thing, is she's obviously someone's favorite. Obviously someone in the game has her as a favorite. And it's not about the story making sense, it's about their fan fiction where they smell her feet at some point being what they focus on. Which is disappointing, but unsurprising at the same time. Now, what's the closest waypoint I have? Probably this one. They just like Jimmy Neutron too much. She's worse than Jimmy Neutron because at least Jimmy Neutron kind of had the thing where he was figuring the shit out by himself. She literally just steals a Sylvari's work and is like, this is mine now, haha. But I mean, I would expect no less from an Asura than to do that. Literal Sylvari, god, second place handlebars, crazy psycho bitch comes up with a bunch of really cool technology, dies, and Timey goes into her bedroom, sniffs her panties, and then goes, oh wow, all of this belongs to me now. Little shit.
Can I have your attention?
Literal second worst character behind Braham. That was the copy pasta from the live stream the other day. Well, I agree with the copy pasta. There are parts of Timey's story that make no sense and they just don't explain it further. Oh my god, she's... Okay, this is another one, but thank god. Thank god all Norn women know how to sit correctly. Oh, excuse me. we can't alert the horde to the fact that she's barefoot. Really, Timey is worse than Logan. I cannot be mad at Logan for being the foot sniffer that he is.
Guest.
He's just a simp. Timey is worse because she's so directly involved in the story, and she's like... How do I put it? She's like the briefcase from Pulp Fiction, right? It doesn't matter what's inside the briefcase. It doesn't matter what the briefcase is. It actually is just like the MacGuffin thing that fixes everything. She's just a plot hole fixer, right? She's just pure plot protection. That little shit should have been dead 10 seconds after we met her. At least Logan had the common decency to not be involved in the story all the time. He's got toes to suck on. Oh fuck, what did she say? I missed what she said. Shit. God damn it. Help the Vigil disrupt the Sons of Svanir presence in Frost Gorge Sound. What a name. What a name. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I nearly forgot something. Not that. I still haven't picked up my money from the Black Lion Trading Company.
And Devs gives us hopes. She will die from some disease, and it never happens.
I wonder, you know, that because you say she's got some kind of disease, right? I sometimes wonder if this was like a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid got to design a character, and that character was Timey, and I'm gonna get cancelled because I'm sitting here shitting on the leukemia kid's creation. Whoop, wrong set. And yes, I know I'm not using my scrapper build. I'm aware. Like I said, we're aiming for Rifle Mechanist first. I stagger step when I'm learning, so I need the dumbest shit imaginable. Whoop. Get me the fuck out of there. It's like Timey is Iron Mouse. No, Iron Mouse at least has skill. There's a video out there of Iron Mouse singing, and she's like a person with actual talent who's been cursed with a disease, which fucking sucks. Timey's got no talent. Timey's just a fucking thief. You know, actually, I'll show you what Timey is now. I'll show you exactly what Timey is. I wish there was a right-click follow button, and I could just follow this NPC.
The crawl around here are nothing but trouble. They hit yet another caravan of supplies headed for Yak's Bend. We can't really spare anyone to go recover them. We could use some help getting those supplies back.
There's auto run, yeah, but I didn't need auto run because I was gonna run into something fucking stupid. Hold on. Okay, now I want you to think of this story that came out of my country. Right? I want this to make sense to you. This is a news story that came out of my country. Now they changed the headline because this used to say invents computer. Right? This 11-year-old kid bought a bunch of PC parts and put them together. And then they made a news story out of it. Now Timey is the 11-year-old kid. And Guild Wars 2 devs are the journalist reporting on the story. That's what's happening here. Literally, this kid just bought some components and put them in a PC. And they decided they were going to write a news article about it. That is who Timey is. It's not her fault she's that retarded. It's the Guild Wars 2 devs hyping her up. We're preparing for our strike, the Sons of Swadia. It shouldn't be long now. Why? What's happening? Hold on, my monitor for OTK just went off. Is it time? No, it's not time yet. They've recently grown more powerful and therefore bolder. Our hope is to knock them onto their backs. Remind them our forces are stronger. Then we can focus on Mordremoth. I see. Thank you.
You must visit more often.
Are we gonna go anywhere, bud? Help Fenris and the Vigil troops assault the Sons of Svanir at Barrowstead and destroy their dragon totem. So, like, do we wait for him to move, or how does this work? Should I try to make the AI do an Asura boy band song? Now or later on another guild? Save it for later, Syra. because I'm gonna turn off the Suno stuff for the OTK thing, so we don't get like interrupted all the time and shit. What's up, Lord Fitner? What did the big black hawk do to the UK? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. What the BBC did. I don't know if you guys have seen that meme where it's like, what's this? A cadaver. A skeleton. That's the same as when you go to Britain and you're like, what does BBC stand for? And they're like, British Broadcasting Network. And you're like, big black cock. Just to make their lives difficult. Those damn Dragon Tribe Grawl are causing more trouble than usual. They recently raided some caravans. Okay, do I have to do this event to get Fenris to move? The camps are east. If you could head over and recover the supplies. Roll to the east. Got it. What's different about these Grawl? Maybe it's the dragon's influence, or maybe the Sons of Svanir got to them. All I know for sure is that they started calling themselves Dragon Tribe, and they've been causing trouble ever since. Thanks for the follow, iHome. I'm a farm points, and what hasn't it done? I suppose, look, you can't blame the British people for loving the BBC. They grew up with the BBC. The BBC was in their homes. It was in their heart. The BBC was in their children's minds. The BBC was all over the TV. Their mom loved the BBC. Their dad loved the BBC. Can you blame them? The BBC is part of British tradition at this point. They couldn't get rid of the BBC if they tried. Yeah, okay, I think I have to do this fucking recover supplies thing. I would assume. Dragon Tribe painting. Time to find a lighter. Oh, that's bullshit. That should work. That should fucking work. That's bullshit. I've got a flamethrower. Me being able to set this on fire with my... Oh, no, that's bullshit. No, no, no. No, no, you're breaking my immersion, Guild Wars 2. You fucking animals. Let me burn things if you've given me the ability to burn things. I suppose.
Might and
God. Ooh, butternut. I'm gonna need some nut in the butt later for what I plan to do to air. Oh my. Okay. We ignite that. I'm just gonna do all the quests here because I'm assuming that's how we get Svanir to cooperate with us. Whoop. Nope. Wrong button. Fat fingered it.
Ah, my favorite pastime with GW2 quests. Collections waiting for decade-old events to spawn.
You know what? I'm actually really curious about this, Syra. I'm actually curious to see how the OTK event goes down now that Thingy isn't part of it.
Might and glory. Smash them!
Right, because Asmongold was the biggest draw that OTK had. And I said this in the last stream, after someone told me that OTK was basically losing out on $600,000 a month by not having Asmongold. I straight up said if I was managing that shit and I discovered that I was not going to be making $600,000 every single month, I would have gone and messaged every single streamer that was a part of that org and been like, I don't give a fuck what you think. You're going to get out there and you're going to defend Asmongold. You're going to get out there and you're going to say, yes, their culture is inferior. Maybe we should nuke them. You'd say whatever racist, horrendous shit you have to say. I'm making my $600,000 this month. You're not taking that from me. I would do whatever filthy shit I had to do to make Asmongold stay. I'd never let that go.
My spirit endures.
I'm pointing people at your channel now. Don't do that. They don't need to be here. This isn't their mental illness, not yet. They can find it naturally on their own. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, I'm just gonna smack this guy with this torch. See how well that does in comparison to my weapon. Not bad, to be honest. Hey, it's not doing bad. Oh, look, they respawn. Thank God. Oh, wait, I've done the hard quest, so this doesn't matter anymore. Now I just need to worry about supplies, right? Stolen explosive.
My spirit endures.
Gruul supplies. No, I want the Gruul supplies. Looks pretty flammable. Okay, so that doesn't matter. Recover supplies stolen by the Gruul and return them to... Okay, so it's just about recovering supplies. None of this other shit matters right now. That's what I'm understanding from this quest. I'm not sure on the specifics, but I thought he still technically is an owner. He just doesn't do public-facing stuff. I don't know what the technicals are. Look, okay. Understand that my current understanding of the situation between him and OTK is borderline retarded. I know the bare minimum. All I know is that he went out and said that a bunch of terrorists have an inferior culture, and then a bunch of people got mad at him and assumed he was talking about all people in the Middle East, right? And then he got he got in trouble with a controversy, and OTK was like, he's not a part of the front-facing shit anymore. And it just went from there. That's as much as I understand. And if we go and look at the earlier messages, so I put this in my Discord, let me show you. So the earlier messages that were being posted in the OTK Games chat where it was going live on YouTube was shit like this. No Asmon. Asmongold being there equals I will not be watching. Surprised the showcase is still happening this year considering OTK's current state. Nonetheless, I always enjoy their showcases, so I can't wait to tune in tomorrow. OTK Game Expo without Asmon? Nah. Asmon lives rent-free in some of your heads, Lamau. What the fuck is this? Someone fill me in. I'll be back in 15. See? Asmongold was quite literally their biggest draw. And now they don't have this man. They do not have him at all. So what the fuck are they gonna do about this now? So I'm actually really curious to see how does this event go down? How many people actually watch this event? Do the indie games get the attention they deserve? Do people care at all?
I need help.
Or does this all fall over? Does this turn into, you know, a trash fire? And if it does, that's pretty entertaining all on its own. You know, some people watch NASCAR not for the race, but for the crashes. When I say some people, I mean me. That shit's hilarious. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's entertaining. All of that just for a few Norn supplies. Get my turret. Get that. There's gonna be a few more here. We'll just hit that button. The I win button. You know, I'm gonna start calling the 0 key on engineer. When you've got all these packs and shit, I'm just gonna start calling it the Zaitan button. Because you hit it once and you just win. Which part of the story are you on? Living World Season 2, Episode 2 or 3? I'll check now. What I'm most curious to discover is where the fuck is the villain? Where is the villain? What? Hold on. Hold on. Dude, fuck off.
Swarm them!
I just noticed that the guy with the quest just left. So this bullshit had nothing to do with what I was doing.
Thanks. I'll make sure these are put to good use. I'm gonna pack up and get these delivered.
That literally had nothing to do with what I was doing. I had to sit around and wait. God damn it. The villain is the hentai tentacles. I want the old villain back. I want that old cranky crazy bitch with the handlebars. Bring her back. I don't care if she's undead. The lettuce isn't bad. It's just been frozen for a while. Now, she's always going to be second place to Air. But you know what?
Sons of Svanir think they hold sway here.
They say second place is first to lose.
You want in?
It might be second place to lose their second place is first to lose their virginity. Scarlet, the handlebarred hotness. That little fucking psycho does something to the part of my male brain that's supposed to have been, like, dead for a very long time ago. It makes me understand why there's still psychotic women in society today. Because men have brain damage. You made it just in time. We've ironed out our strategy. Great, what's the plan? We're taking Coiled Watch to the tower. It'll be our staging point for the raid. Alright, let's roll. Scarlet's face is ugly as fuck. That's nothing that a paper bag can't fix. She's a butterface.
Up for a challenge?
And that's okay. Some dumpy psycho bitches are the best in bed. And some of them, like my ex, fuck like a tranquilized mattress. Okay, it's a roll of the dice. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just how it is. As a solid 2 on a good day, I can say these things.
The Sons of Svanir think they hold sway here. We aim to show them otherwise. You want in?
I haven't started Heart of Thorns yet, no. Let me check where I am. Where is it? Yeah, episode 3. Living World Season 2. You see, if I'm lucky, Ashes of Creation will release in 2100, and then I'll get to Heart of Thorns. Buddy. What's the plan here? Let's go. Jormag's influence is strong here. Creatures, blah, blah, blah. Isn't the pact focused only on... Okay, do I have to talk to this guy? Or is this guy just another dynamic world event? Does he hold any bearing on what happens with Fenris? Okay, so I do have to talk to him. I assume you're talking about the Shadow of the Dragon. Wait, oh, you're talking to him. Living World Season 2 has the most difficulty instances for story. I'm surprised why they made it this hard. I haven't found any of the instances yet, so I wouldn't know how hard it is. The only thing that's hard is my dick whenever I see Air or Scarlet. All I'm saying is, don't be mad at me if I commission an artist to do some scissor action between those two characters. That's all I'm saying. Don't be mad at me.
All right.
I'll share it for free. Gifts like that should be given to the world.
Might and glory.
Yeah, my next video I'm still trying to figure out because I've got several ideas. And, like, I'm wondering if the New World one is too boring of an idea. And whether I should aim at a BDO first impressions. whether I should aim at shitting on Star Citizen, or whether I should just stick with my original plan of taking a dump all over New World again.
Secure the perimeter. Get our defenses in place. I'm sure the sons of Svanir will come calling soon.
Oh yeah, they will.
Facing down the hill
If there's any of them left.
There's no such thing. Move, people.
Get that bitch before he runs away.
I knew they wouldn't wait long to counterattack.
If they ban non-consent AI stuff, would art be banned too? What do you mean non-consent art stuff? Do you mean like if people did like rape art? Like I don't like these terms, right? I don't like this idea that we dodge important terms just to you know, appease some stupid fucking algorithm in the background. I really hate that idea that we have to water down language. I think if you want to talk about something like that, you should fucking talk about it as it is. It's like when
swift and steady.
When they took the World War II veterans and they stopped referring to what was happening to them as shell shock and started calling it like post-traumatic stress disorder. It really watered down the severity of what was happening to those fuckers. I dislike the manipulation of language. They're not an illegal immigrant, they're an undocumented one. But did they break the law? Yes. Absolutely, they broke the fucking law. I really hate the idea of watering down language. That's why I don't put filters on my chat. You want to say some shit, you say it. The only reason it won't pop up is because YouTube or Twitch has decided you're not allowed to have any, you know, degree of being an adult. You're not adult enough to be able to use whatever words you want. Fuck this, I'm using the flamethrower.
This isn't worth it.
This whole idea of people being triggered by words. Oh, you can't say that. That's very triggering to a person. Well, maybe it fucking should be. Maybe if you're talking about something vicious like that, they should have either toughen the fuck up or get the fuck out of the conversation. Maybe it's important.
Too easy.
Let's drop my Zaitan button. Oh, I don't like that. That guy's at a distance. He's casting magic and shit. I feel like I'm getting a little bit smoother with the rifle. Like something clicked recently with using the rifle that makes a lot more sense. And I think it's because I stopped trying to play Guild Wars 2 as if it's a pure tab targeting game. If that makes sense. I've like understood that the abilities function more as action combat than actual tab targeting. And that's made all the difference. And I really needed to be retarded for this long for that to make sense to me. I feel a lot better about the way I play the game now. My WoW brain is dying. It's like, you know how League of Legends players can't play any other game? Because when they try, the controls don't make sense. Because the controls are functional and they're used to such a shitty system.
We have to hold this tower.
Then if they get more than 4 abilities, they start stroking out. Yeah, I had the same problem, except it was based on WoW. Because on WoW, you can be like hiding behind a mountain, and you can shoot something down on the other side of the mountain, and it'll just travel through the fucking mountain. That don't work in Guild Wars 2. What word should I have said? You still got the point. Rape sex. I don't know. I don't know what word you should have used. You should use whatever word you feel like. I don't think it's up to me, but at the same time, I'm just making a point that I think conditioning our language is probably a really bad idea. I don't know, language is gigafucked right now anyway. Even severe language has no meaning now, with everyone calling everything Nazi and accusing every nation of genocide. Absolutely. I think we need a hard reset. I think, on one hand, we try to be sensitive about certain topics, and then on the other hand, we overuse incredibly important words in the absolute wrong way. Everyone you don't like is a racist, or a Nazi, or this, or that. And the only thing you can really say to them when they call you that is thank you. I appreciate that you noticed. I tried so hard. You know, I was really bummed out when Hassan took my gamer title. But the fact that you went out of your way to notice really motivated me today, so thank you. It really upset them by doing that. Fuck out of the way, dear.
Over already?
I heard they're introducing WASD movement to League of Legends soon. God, it's about fucking time. You know what's really fucked about League? Is I've been playing Spellforce, the original Spellforce, because I want to make like a 4-hour-long video on the entire Spellforce series as a review for my main channel. And the controls in Spellforce are probably more innovative than what's in League currently. Which is not... that's not a good sign.
Might and glory. Hurts, doesn't it?
Wearing those badges like labels. Well, think about it. If an insane person calls you something bad, is it not a badge of honor to wear? Is it not important? Does it not hold value? That there's someone who's fucking ballistically insane is screeching at you and disagrees with you. Doesn't that make you feel like you're on the right path in life? What if a Karen came to you and started screeching all the worst things in the world at you? Now compare that to the situation where a Karen doesn't come screeching at you. She treats you like you're her best friend, and you know this person's a fucking psycho. That, I don't know about you, but that second scenario is a lot scarier to me than the first one. That's a hell of a lot scarier. Some psychotic, rule-manipulating bitch is like, you're my best friend, and I love you very much. And everything you do has been wonderful, and I agree with it. I'd be like, okay, I'm on the wrong path. I need Jesus right now. I need to go to church and repent. If this person's agreeing with me, yeah, I gotta fix my life. It's like getting banned from a subreddit. Exactly. There's a certain badge of honor that comes with that.
That's valuable.
Damn.
Hiding behind walls won't save you now. Time to have some fun.
Where's this guy? Jesus, he takes forever to get here. You're telling me an explosive that small...
You get in there and bust some heads.
You're telling me an explosive that small could get through that fucking door? Where did they buy the doors? Off of Temu? Did Braham construct those doors? Fuck, man. What's up, Jester? How you doing?
I've been waiting for you.
Man, I'm feeling so much more comfortable with rifle.
This is not over.
Think about this. I've been playing Rifle Engineer from level 1, and only now do I feel somewhat comfortable with it. That's disgusting. That's how slow I am to learn things. Scrapper, the elite spec for NG is actually really good for events like this. You can give the NPC super speed. Yeah, but that's, like, I need it to be slower, super sploof. Think about it this way. I understand from, like, a normal person's perspective.
You have much to learn about Jorman.
Someone who's, like, you know, capable of things.
Might and glory.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get it. But think about me sitting here with my extra chromosome, trying to understand 2 + 2. This fucking guy something with his shield.
Swift and steady.
Why do I feel like I'm not supposed to be here?
It's not like I needed that thing anyway.
I don't think I'm supposed to be here. This is the dynamic event. I kind of got caught up in it. This keeps happening. Dynamic events keep on, like, stealing my soul. You've been playing Rifle NG, but you're about to learn why that doesn't work. I suppose. Maybe I am, Faith. Maybe I fucking am. Great, what's the plan? On my way. This fucking guy is still here. Okay, fuck it. Let's do the dynamic event. Why not? Why not? Why not?
Ready to fight. My pain is easy.
There we go. Okay, and there's the last one. Oh, fuck off, dude. Get away from me. Only non-women are allowed to approach me. Only something with exceptional breastfeeding powers. Like air. Maybe in my presence. Maybe the Blizzard devs had a point when they wanted all that breast milk.
I bet your dragon will eat raven's eyes and gnaw on snow leopard's bones. Why can't you just stick to the plan?
Let's just go over here. Okay, he's no longer a threat.
Glory. Swift and steady.
Oh, we gotta kill the frost chairmans here.
Dragon grants me power greater than you can imagine. I will not falter. Strike me down. There are others just waiting to take my place.
Cool. I still don't know what this had to do with the other event. Defeat the dragon shamans to destroy their totems before Svanir reinforcements arrive. I still have no idea what this does for me.
I've been waiting for you.
What should I name my mech? I don't know, I gotta think of something disgusting, but that won't get me, like, reported. You know what, I actually don't know how tolerant Guild Wars 2 players are. Because when I look at World of Warcraft, all I had to do was name one character Riled Chapist, and every fucking time I logged in, I almost immediately got reported. And the character became unplayable. So I don't know, like, do Guild Wars 2, like, players tend to have a sense of humor? I mean, I have gotten death threats from them before. For calling, for calling their game pay to win. That was fun. This guy's still here.
The spirits of the wild welcome you.
God damn it. Oh, there's the other shaman I probably had to kill.
Dragon's strength will crush you. Your end is nigh. Dragon, aid me against your enemies!
Man, these guys go down fast. And I can't tell if it's because I'm getting better, or whether this is just super easy. Though I'm willing to bet it's probably the latter.
Freezing.
Get out the circle. And there's one more.
Might and glory.
Dodge, dodge, dodge. Get out the way. I don't feel that same sense of panic I used to playing playing rifle anymore, because like I think like AoEs kind of feel optional, if I'm being honest. A lot of the AoEs don't feel that important to dodge, and I think I've overvalued the idea.
That'll teach those dragon kissers a thing or two.
You can go with good old Mike
Nice
Oxlong.
warm campfire
Maybe.
waiting for us. Let's
I
move.
think I'd want something that's more like a robot euphemism. Like maybe Amaranth's dildo or something like that. Amaranth's dildo, in brackets, size small. Elon's sex robot. AI is coming for you, except instead of saying coming normally, it's got a C-U-M in it. I'll figure it out.
Reporting in, tactician. The mission was
It's hard to say. It seems like half the Guild Wars 2 fan base has a good sense of humor, while the other half are lame gay Tumblrites. Yeah, I've kind of got that sense as well.
Handled it on our own. We did receive some extra help.
Good to know
I
we
will
can
say
still
this.
count on heroes these days. Let's get back to camp. I think a celebration is in order.
I will say this, right? For the most part, most Guild Wars 2 players, more often than not, seem to have a decent sense of humor. And, like, even if they dislike your sense of humor, they're not gonna, like, ruin your fucking life over it. Did these people just disappear into a fucking wall? What the fuck? Is this the train station from Harry Potter? Am I a fucking muggle? That was sloppy. That was sloppy, Guild Wars 2. I expected better of you than to just have evaporating characters. God damn it. Sneaky fuckers. They didn't expect you to do that. They didn't expect you to take your character and watch these guys disappear into here. Little shits. Lots of Guild Wars 2 players think of themselves as virtuous. I'm willing to bet, Faith, that you feel that way, not because you're wrong, but because the ones who feel themselves to be virtuous are the loudest, most obnoxious people in the world, and the normal-ass 90% of people don't give a fuck. They just shrug their shoulders and have a good time.
Safe from
for fuck's sakes.
furious.
There we go. Join up with Air and Brahim. I'll join up with Air, but not Brahim. Are you planning to cover the new PvP game mode beta test in the video? It will be open for like 3 days. No. And I'll tell you why, Euro. I do not have the technical expertise currently in Guild Wars 2 to make a fundamental analysis of something like that.
I'd almost forgotten what it was like to
I need to be way better at this game before I do that.
Well done, Bram. That was impressive.
Thanks.
There are much better people for that.
Fight. I guess the legends are true.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Brahim.
So.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, I was running low.
Starving.
I could eat a whole Doliac and its harness.
Let's head back to Holbrook and we can celebrate with a feast. What do you say?
I'm not kidding when I say this. My wife has this exact body type. Except her hips are better. And let me tell you, it's not a bad experience. Being a midget and climbing a mountain every night. God. It's like playing Shadow of the Colossus, except the ending is much better. At least for me it is. I was right. You could handle it on your own. Now I can relay the new legendary feat to White Bear, and he'll be more inclined to agree with your summit. You've eased his burden.
Come on, Rose. Think of this as bonding
but
with
I have
your
to
new
say no to your
stepson.
feast. I'm disappointed. Oh, she just offered to let us eat her out, and we said no. I might actually be playing a gay character. This is devastating. Is this how we find out that our character's gay? Think of this as bonding with your new stepson. The only thing that Brahim should be bonding with is the bottom of a fucking lake. I'm disappointed, but we'll do it some other time. I'm going to guess that you have something more important to do. Come on, Air, give us a shot. We'll give you a child to be proud of. Brahim can watch. But it's got to be a one-way mirror. I don't want to see his face. It'll turn me off. Yes, I'm meeting a friend near the Black Citadel. Brahim's friend rocks. I hear she's a good companion. Yes, she is, but Braham's still not getting any pussy from the pussy.
Destroying the totem.
We're always
you mean
happy
once a
to
month?
send the Spawnier home
No,
flying.
Wojciech.
That's exactly how I feel.
No.
Yeah.
I have to go now. May you always walk with Wolf at your side.
You too.
I soloed all of the deer. Oh, wait, hold on. I can only say this. It gets worse, much worse. What do you mean? Brahim gets worse? I mean, we already know where he ends up. He ends up being like the gay lover of a dragon or something. According to Mukluk's accurate lore description. Mukluk told me this was his favorite character. I don't understand why, though. Mukluk said, like, this is his favorite character, and he respects him a lot, and he loves him, and he's got, like, a plushie of Brahim and a body pillow. And, like, his whole bedroom is, like, Brahim-themed. But I just don't see it. I don't see it. You should definitely go and tell him that. You know Air a long time, right? Is she always like that? You mean strong and confident? Yes, I guess. I mean, I've heard stories, but I've never connected the Air in the legends to the Air who is my mother. Until today. She's an avalanche. She has to be. She's walking around with 2 mountains on her chest. I see that now. I'm starting to understand why she left. I'd also, yeah, I mean, one look in the mirror and you'll understand. It's like Down syndrome Tyler 1. This guy. You can't move mountains with a child on your back. Or a disappointment in your mind. If anyone can convince Nut Whitebear to attend the summit, it's her. We Norn have been loners for too many winters. I don't see how we can continue to hunt alone, not with the Elder Dragons awake. Getting Whitebeard as the summit will be the first step.
That's valuable.
He was lying. You might be thinking of Loranity. I don't know anything about Loranity. I gotta say, I do have a very high respect for Loranity, though, because they did the footpad jumping puzzle, and they made sure their feet weren't the main attraction of the show. And I've got to respect that. They knew they had to dodge the horde, or they had a very different career from then on. Muck is the admin to the I Stand Braham Club. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I heard that, like, he had his own fan club. Like, that he had personally contacted Elon Musk and said that when he gets his Tesla robot in his house, he wants him to make it a one-to-one copy of, whatchamacallit? Braham? I remember he said if Braham was real, he'd divorce his wife and abandon his children. And I believe I'm quoting here, right? But I'm also abbreviating, so I might be misquoting him when he says, when Mukluk said, "I've never seen breasts so supple and luscious as Braham's." I believe that was what he said. Poor Loranity, though, if she's a fangirl of him. Hey, look, I suppose, you know, every now and then, you find a naive girl out there who truly thinks they can fix the fucking dustbin fire. Every now and then, you see that, like, absolute -2 out of 10 with, like, a normal human being, and you can see she's trying to fix him, and it's not working. But she's in too deep, and the denial has set in. Is that a hero point? What? Bodia and Modia. Okay, no, these guys don't matter. I need to be down here. It's so fucking cool that they make these things. That they make these little tunnels in the ice and shit. Please don't come back here. Leave me the fuck alone. Wait, what am I worried about? These are level 12s. You found my brewery. Care for a frosty mug of cold-filtered worm brew. He's pissing in the beer, isn't he? It's powerful, good for powerful thirst. Think you can handle it. I can handle it. Give me the drinky before the dynamic quest starts. What am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to kill the fucking frostworm? Or is it in my inventory, like, that one flower that I left there for, like, an eternity? It's in your inventory. Oh, okay. Thank God. Let's just kill the ice penis, see if we get anything out of it. No, worthless. Okay, let's go back to Frosty Man. Where is the alcohol he gave us? Oh, for God's sakes. There's so many worms in here, it looks like a fucking P. Diddy party. Okay. Pick up. That's not it, obviously.
I feel furious.
Inventory. Now that things aren't attacking me. Where is it? I feel like I've been misled here. Oh, there it is. Double click. I didn't read the effect. But hey, we got a hero point. That's what matters. Look at all these points I wasted in Scrapper before I realized that Mechanist is the one true Jesus. A whole 15 points wasted. Also, yes, I'm gonna make hero point hunting a thing I do separately from the story and the expansions. But if I happen to stumble across a few along the way, I'm not gonna say no. I know that in the expansions, like, you don't get, like, 1 hero point at a time, you get 10. Which I'm very much looking forward to. Or was it 5? I'm sure you'll love it. Oh, wait, hold on. Grey mug, I think on the second. Okay, that's just you telling me. Because I'm fucking blind and I couldn't see a mug in my inventory. How long until you realize that profession is shitty? What, rifle engineer? I would give it until probably Secrets of the Obscure. When I get to Soto, maybe then I'll be you know, my single-digit IQ will kick in and register that this is a bad idea. About then. Give me until about then. I just registered how to play rifle engineer, okay? I'm glad you're here. I was dreading having to do this without backup. I sent Tribune Brimstone to a mail asking... Wait. Tribune Brimstone a mail asking if he would forward our summit invitation. I'm sorry, okay? For reference, why I'm reading like shit, I'm not dyslexic. I am retarded, yes, but I'm not dyslexic. The issue is... Oh, wow. That camera's broken. Great. Amazing. Thank you, very cool. Let me just fix that quick. There's nothing more that I love than an untempered, shittily color-balanced camera where the software fucks itself up. But for reference, right, my entire life I've been playing off of a cheap Chinese gaming monitor, right, that's had, like, so little saturation that now looking at colors hurts my eyes. That's... like, the screen literally fucks me up sometimes because I'm so used to living in black and white that my first nice screen that I've ever gotten destroys my eyes. I'm glad you're here. I was dreading... Okay, let's try this again. I was dreading having to do this without backup. I sent Tribune Brimstone a mail asking if he would forward our summit invitation to Smoder. I did it.
When you get to Hearththorn Super, and I are going to kidnap you, strip you naked and do all the hero points on the first map.
You get to Hearts of Thorn Super and I are going to kidnap you, strip you naked, and do all the hero points on the first map. Maybe I will allow that to happen. Maybe I'll allow that to happen. And yes, Engineer does suck if you don't know how to build it, but guess what? Just like any good porno, sucking is part of the episode. sucking at something is you have to suck before you get to the fuck, okay? No one fucks before they suck. That's how it is. All right? So yes, I'm gonna suck, and that's okay. That's okay. It's part of the journey. Think of it this way. These streams are to help you feel better about yourself, because no matter how retarded and fucking stupid you feel, you'll never play this game as badly as I do. Yeah, no way around it now. This is too important. A cause. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. I don't want to see his disappointment in me. He has nothing to be disappointed about. Well, you did what you had to do. And I'd do it again to save Braham. Rocks. You need to let Braham go. We both know we both know that the pussy ain't giving up the pussy to Braham. And he deserves to die a virgin. Do not let him smash. Or any of you. No one is dispensable. No one is dispensable. Okay. Not even for the glory of taking down Scarlet. Hey, I'd go down on Scarlet again. It's really unfortunate that when Scarlet died, they wouldn't let me drag the body out of the instance. A little bit of taxidermy. A few minutes in the microwave any day, like every day, and she would have been good to go. I know him. He'll understand that. He's lost people too. Thanks. I need to hear that. Let's get this over with. Let's do it. You know what? I kind of like Rox as a character. She's not full of shit. She's not retarded. And she's trying to do the best for her people.
Well, Rox, you're actually showing your
She's
face.
She's actually a good...
Considering what you're here for.
Tribune?
I'll say it
You
now.
want me to talk the Imperator into attending your summit, and yet you disobeyed my order to end Scarlet.
I had to make a battlefield decision, Tribune.
If it hadn't been for our friend here, Scarlet would still be out there murdering people and ruining Tyria one city at a time.
Yes, Tribune.
At ease, soldier. Excuse me while I discuss this with someone I know I can rely on.
You know what? Braham doesn't even deserve to have his dick wet, Dubba. It's not about kids. It's about the fall from grace. The fact that he fell out of air and was immediately a problem. She's cute, but she's only into Oklahoman cock. Who cares? Who cares? She's a good character. I kind of like the fact that Rox is almost like an apprentice to Ritlock. In the fact that they both give a shit about their people and the bigger picture of things. I like Ritlock as a character. I like Rox as a character. Traherne is a whiny bitch. Asura aren't people, so I don't really think about them. Logan's the toe sucker. And then there's Air. So you got Air and you've got Ritlock. That's about it. I want to hear your opinion on why Guild Wars 2 is not as popular as WoW. Final Fantasy, what's the issue? Can it be one of the... It can never be as popular as any of those, unfortunately. Guild Wars 2 is too similar to WoW. It's past its heyday in the fact that it's an old game now. It's an everything game with everything in it. And even if its population keeps growing, it will never be as large as WoW ever was. There's very little statistical chance that there's ever an MMORPG that's ever going to be as large as WoW was, right? They don't have the marketing, they don't have the backing, they don't have the money. These guys are still making good, solid fucking content, and I think personally that's a good thing. And I'll tell you why. I think that Guild Wars 2 may never be as big as World of Warcraft, but I think that Guild Wars 2 has the opportunity to outlast World of Warcraft. Right? I think 10 years from now, people will still be talking about how good Guild Wars 2 is. There will be new kids who come and play Guild Wars 2 and enjoy the story and like what's happening around them. But I don't think anyone else is going to go back to vanilla WoW. I mean, not vanilla WoW, to retail WoW and be saying, man, remember retail WoW and how good it was? No, they're going to be like, man, remember what a pile of shit WoW turned into? I think Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2 will outlast WoW. They don't have to be as big. They'll never be as big. But I think they will last longer than them. And I think that's okay. Remember the Terrier taxi. Yeah, I remember the bang bus. I remember the Guild Wars 2 bang bus. Guild Wars 2 needs to hire guys from Path of Exile to make teaser trailer videos. You know what, Guild Wars 2, if Guild Wars... You know, if ArenaNet actually wants to make an MMO that's going to be... or have the opportunity to be as big and as impressive as World of Warcraft, they need to start from scratch. They have the skills, they have the ability, they have the history, they have the experience, they have every single system on their side that if they started with a new IP and built it up from nothing, they could actually make something incredible as long as they work under the condition of keeping all the pay-to-win dog shit out of whatever new IP they build. Which I don't know if, what's its face? Their sugar daddy will allow that. That's the issue. But like, whatever you think of Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy, and World of Warcraft, I think of those three, Final Fantasy outlasts WoW, and so does Guild Wars 2. Never be as big, but they will outlast them. I know that look. You don't have to defend rocks, you know. Well, sure. You haven't lost any of your drill sergeant charm. I know I'm rough on her, but somebody has to be. She's too soft inside. She'd have been dead long ago if I hadn't toughened her up. You're going to punish her for not killing Scarlet. Nah, I understand why she did it. Besides, she's a free agent now. She and I don't need to see eye to eye anymore. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm not going to give her grief when she needs it. Aww. He's like a father figure. Aww. That's very uncommon for darker shades of Char to stick around to be a dad. Usually they only care about alcohol and gambling. What does that mean exactly? Ask her. All I can say is that I'm not responsible for her anymore. Anything she screws up doesn't reflect on me. She's on her own. Got it. So she told you why we're here. Not much. In a mail, she mentioned something about how you wanted Imperator Smodil to attend some strategic gathering. We need you to talk to him for us.
Tribune, we also have information that will interest you and Imperator Smoder. It's about the Elder Dragons.
I know. Words reached me that Mordremoth is active.
That's an understatement. It's been destroying entire forts. We're not sure how far it can reach. The Black Citadel
has enough to worry about with branded and Ascalonian ghosts.
Hold on 1 second. My alerts just went off for the OTK thing. Is it starting? Has it begun? Let me check Twitter quick. Just to double check what time the event's starting, because they may have delayed. May 25th, 12 p.m. PT. That's not what they said before. What a great night we raided, shared the love, blah, blah, blah. Tomorrow I will be co-streaming OTK Games Expo. Less than 1 hour, live at 11:58 PDT. Look at all these people plugging their shit. What professionals. And here I am putting S-Fan in the fuck room. Glad to announce, blah, blah, blah. VTuber. Where is it? Just as excited as we are. 12 p.m. PT. PT to SAST. That's not what they told me in the fucking brief. They didn't say 12. They didn't say 12. Okay, so it's in 30 minutes from now. No, that does make sense. Okay, that does make sense why my alerts are going off. Celebrate by co-streaming with your buddy and very family-friendly streamer. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this poor man. I am like a syphilis bubble on the underside of Mukluk's balls at this moment. That poor man. Yeah, you know, I kind of fucked up yesterday because I had like an autism moment, right? My autism moment was I was getting so upset by how stupid the co-streaming system was that I that I said whip my cock out and helicopter it around while I knocked on Mukluk's stream. And he like DM'd me afterwards to shit on me. He was like, what the fuck? You can't say that on my stream. There are children watching. That poor man. I'm either going to ruin his career or I'm going to change his audience to something much worse. This might be an okay time to stop. Nah, we got some time. Plus, you know what? I'm kind of getting invested in this. I gotta say this. I wouldn't say that the Guild Wars 2 story for Living World Season 2 is good, but I would say it's such a big fucking step up from what I saw in the base game. It's so much better. Holy shit, it's so much better. Even with Timey and Braham in it. And if that's not enough, it takes everything else. We've got to keep the Flame Legion off our ramps. Before you know it, you'll be adding Mordramoth to that list. Tribune, the branded are contained to one region. Mordramoth is quickly spreading across all of Tyria. It has already reached as far as Timberline Falls and Kessex Hills. Mordramoth's reached Char Lands. I fought against its minions on the Iron Marches. That changes things. How bad is the situation? Bad enough that no one in Tyria can afford to ignore it any longer. You know, if Fandrel's in here, I've got to go harass Fandrel at some point as well. I go fuck up his community as well. That's right, what happens to us if everyone else's armies are destroyed because we Char keep to ourselves. We have to stand together. And we have to take on the greatest threat first. That's Mordramoth. You don't have to tell me how dangerous the Elder Dragons are, but convincing me and convincing Imperator Smoder are two different things entirely. Why can't we just kill Imperator Smoder? And just make Ritlock do all the admin. Use some Africa tactics. Oh, you don't like the current dictator? Well, murder him and replace him with a better one. There must be something we can do to convince him.
As a matter of fact, that's why I asked you to come in person. I carry Sohothan, my blade. It's said to have the power to reverse the foe fire.
Is that true, or just a myth?
I plan to test it. After years of research, I finally found the proper combination of elements to unlock the sword's powers.
You could rid us of all the ghosts?
That's the idea. We do that and Smoder will have less to worry about. Then we can convince him to attend the summit.
Okay. Cool. Got a little bit of dialogue. I like the fact that I'm not being pulled into the "how doth thine child do" kind of theater act where you've got two characters and a PNG in the background. Much better that it's done this way in-game. I've researched the ritual, and I learned a lot about Ascalonian history. This is the story began over 1,000 years ago, when this ritual was first formulated by the human gods, the Six. Please go on. The Six gave them magic. At the same time, they also gave one of them a magical crown and 2 magical swords to protect the kingdom. So, Hothan these hoes so thin, and Magda. And King Adelburn had inherited the crown. Exactly, the crown was designed to break into 4 parts. Wait, was this the king that we killed? Who was like, I can't believe these fucking cats killed me. And then got mad and came back as a ghost? Is that the same guy? The guy in the Char dungeon? Damn, I'm remembering shit. I'm learning about Guild Wars 2 lore and I'm remembering shit. The crown was designed to break into 4 parts. When the fragments are separated, they're hard to see. This was a safeguard to keep this powerful item from falling into the wrong hands. And the crown is required for the ritual. It is. When Adelburn enacted the ritual with Magda, he became a ghost. But the crown was preserved and found by a Char who entered the area later. They toyed with it. The fragments were lost. And you found them? I found 1. I'm asking you to find the others. The fragments work like magnets to each other. Once you have one, you'll feel the pull towards the others. Even after all this time, you're sure they're there. I'm hopeful. We need the crown to perform the ritual. Might as well assume they're there. You, Ritlock Brimstone, are going to perform the ritual. If it means I succeed at breaking the faux fire curse, I'll put on a robe and call myself Shaman Brimstone. I'd actually like to see him do that, to be honest. There's a lot at stake here, my friend. Point taken. I'll go find the crown fragments. Rox, can you help me get set up? Thank God. A questline that doesn't involve Braham. I'm not even gonna just dodge out of the instance. I'm gonna go all the way here and click that button. What would a slur for Chars be?
Okay.
That would be a difficult one, actually.
If you have any more,
because you know what, Fuckboy Saber? You might have actually caught me in a trap there. Also, thanks for the follow, Nasty B. I didn't mean to miss that. That's my bad. I don't know. Because I don't think they care. I think you could call them the N-word to their face, and I don't think they would give a shit. I mean, if you're that drunk all the time, and you're just an alcoholic cat, I don't think much can hurt you. I think every day is a blessing that you haven't died, or turned your liver into a fucking raisin. So I don't think they care that much. Most of what you can call Khajiit. I mean, that's fair, I suppose. Except for the fact that Shah actually have this thing called honor. And the closest thing Khajiit have to honor is thievery. I mean, in Elder Scrolls lore, there's only 3 things really that Khajiit are not good at. Right? If you read the lore, Khajiit fail only in 3 areas. Right? They're incapable of getting a job, maintaining a job, and not taking infinite amounts of fucking skooma. The Char, at bare minimum, can get a job. And some of the ones are okay. You know, not all Char. But you know, like Ritlock is one of the good ones. He's one of the ones you can let into the gated community. Wait, hold on. Why should I not just be fucking teleporting like a madman? Where's that point? It's somewhere. There's a green dot somewhere on this map. The crown fragment pulls towards the old gate in the Diessa Plateau. Retrieve the first crown fragment from ruins of the old gate. And where the fuck would that be? Okay, my character's looking in the correct direction. Oh, there it is. Cool. A char with the hard R. What, are you gonna walk around calling them chiggers? Catnip fiends? I see the faint glow of a crown fragment shines through the rubble. I take it. And then I leave. Wait, it's gonna send me somewhere else. And I'm gonna do that stupid fucking mistake of instead of using the waypoints. Oh, okay, it's time. I think it's just about time. I'm gonna stop there with the Guild Wars 2 stream. And we're gonna switch over to the OTK stuff now. I'm actually really glad I got to play some Guild Wars 2 today. I'm starting to actually really enjoy the story. And even more terrifyingly, I'm starting to remember the story. That's a hell of a thing to say.
If it means anything, it's shown in End of Dragons that Char hate being called cats, despite loving catnip.
The Char hate being called cats despite loving catnip. Now that's a wild one. Okay, now let's set this up. Right. I need to take a look at this. See what these fuckers want. Download the extension. We've got the extension. Activated on overlay 1. Social post if posting. Done that already. Please pin the following message to your chat. Okay, so now we have to go into chat and shit on all of you by saying, guys, please support this massage. So you're just going to do that quick? Man, don't you love it that Twitch freezes all the streams? So just do that. We pin this shit. Manually unpinned. So now you can vote for your favorite thing. And I think I'm supposed to change the category to that. As far as I'm aware. And I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. Let's just play some music in the background while I figure this out. Stream title. OTK Games Expo in the stream title. Do we have that shit? Gay. Wait, oh, you're talking to Syro. Alright, I'm off to mooch on Muckluck's giveaways. You go do that shit. I just got one question. I gotta ask all of you. Something I need to ask every single one of you. Before we react to a live stream and Twitch calls it a feature. Right? I've got to ask every single one of you. Do I look like a fucking clown to you? Because this is some fucking clown world shit. Twitch is calling co-streaming a feature. Doesn't seem like a goddamn feature to me, motherfucker. This seems like bullshit. Now let's watch some goddamn cringe together. OTK Games Expo. Where's it? There it is. Let's tune into whatever garbage they got here. How am I the bad guy when they immediately show us their cock? I'm the bad guy for talking about it with Mukluk. But their cock's right there. Disgusting. How dare they? Sickening.
When a threat looms over the world, what path will you choose? Will you fight, cutting down countless enemies to eliminate the danger? Will you seize this new power and wield it?
To be honest with you, I'm actually going to use this to see if there are any worthwhile things. There are any worthwhile indie games to play. Because if I'm going to be streaming more consistently, I'd like to play some indie games and shit. I think some of them might be cool because, you know what, anything's better than a AAA game these days. Setting your nuts on fire after spraying them with deodorant is probably a better, more fun time than playing a AAA game.
These will lead you to victory. Only you can unravel the schemes of your foes. Only you can claim your desires, your ultimate dream.
Is this the event?
When power finally rests.
Is it literally just going to be fucking trailers?
What will you decide?
Get ready to experience a new kind of surfing game.
Is there a button I'm supposed to push for co-streaming, or is this just it?
Justin the Tube. Wow. And leave Vingaland on the greatest surf adventure of all time. The mysteries of the islands unravel.
This looks like
and surfing is just
this looks like a AAA game. I'm gonna be honest with you, this looks like a AAA game.
Coins which spread all about these islands. If you return it to us, we can get the energy source and replace fossil fuels.
Okay, so it's 11 minutes from now. Okay, so it hasn't started. They're just like shitting out trailers of stuff. I do have to say, for this game in the background, it's pretty impressive that they put a black guy in the water. So obviously they're going for the fantasy setting. It's like putting a white guy on a running track. You know that it's a fantasy game at that point. Actually, a white guy on a basketball court would be more accurate, I suppose. Careful, community managers might be lurking to check here. Can you imagine, Scourge Fist, some community manager comes in here and I'm just making race jokes. He'll probably laugh before he bans me. Black guys hate water. No, they just can't swim in it. Can you imagine some poor fucking... some community manager trying to put up with the shit I say? They're like issuing a public apology for some white African, and I'm just gonna be like, you did this to me because I'm black. And I just keep making it worse for them. Oh god, those poor guys. I'd feel bad for anyone who's trying to be a professional and they see my stream. Those poor bastards. Sorry, mate, you're blacklisted from this feature. I'd be like, why am I blacklisted? That's racist. Whitelist me. They say shit that makes no sense. You could wear blackface makeup for the co-stream. I suppose I could. Now, as far as I understand this co-stream, I'm gonna start looking through like the rules of it and shit to see if there's any instructions on anything else I'm supposed to do. But from what I can tell, Please include OTK Games Expo. Stream category, OTK Games Expo, and not under special events. 11:15 a.m. PDT, which was a lie. It starts at 12. Where to watch? YouTube and Twitch. Okay, I think we should watch it on YouTube, purely because I think the comments are going to be much worse on YouTube, but also because it's going to have a higher quality. So we're gonna use YouTube instead of Twitch, because let's be honest, Twitch has a bitrate of 5, and that's on a good day. YouTube stream moderation is dog shit. That's why we gotta be here. I think YouTube doesn't care about live streaming, so I think their moderation is worse a lot of the time, and they let a lot of shit go. And I think that's always better, because it leads to a more entertaining chat to read. And I think I like that a lot more. I think less moderation is better and makes for a more fun time for people. But as far as I can tell, let's actually, you know what, let's look what other streamers are doing right now. The ones that are doing the OTK stuff. We'll start with the OTK network. Just mute this. Okay, so these guys are OTK network with S-Fand, Bruce Green, no idea who that is, and Oliver May. So a VTuber. So these guys are all streaming the thing at once. They're doing like the co-streaming thing. If we take a look at Quinn, what is Quinn doing right now? Oh, Quinn's doing a Hassan stream. He's not even there. I'm gonna move the chat so because I can see this is gonna get in the way. I'm gonna move this over here. Bro, try not to ban them on YouTube because YouTube is punishing after streams. Yes, that's what makes it better. Is YouTube is slower to ban people so people can get their message through. So Quinn's not paying attention to shit right now. Quinn right now he's watching violin shit go down. Who else? S-Fand? What's S-Fand doing? Okay, so these guys are using the stream together feature with the OTK network so that they're all like broadcasting the same thing. Fandral right now. What's Fandral doing? Okay, he's doing high-level content. Good night, sweet prince. Who else is doing the OTK stuff? I bet Asmongold's doing it.
And so intelligence is not necessarily... Well, isn't this Secret of Mana? Isn't this the same layout of Secret of Mana?
Looks like it.
That's the exact same layout of Secret of Mana.
I'm such a big streamer right now.
I remember that.
I'm co-streaming with Asmongold.
From a long time ago.
All I did was click on the link and that accounts as co-streaming according to,
I appreciate it, man.
Twitch.
Thank you. IQ tests are all about logic, pretty much. I think you score pretty decently. I don't know. I don't think about it.
What a dumbass.
To me, if I literally don't even care or think about it at all. It doesn't matter to me in one way or another. But yes.
Yeah, it's pretty weird that Asmongold's doing this when he's such a political streamer these days. Right? Is it not odd that the political streamer is here in the game setting? What is he doing here? He doesn't play video games. To be honest, what's really funny, right, is I actually know a group of people who have no idea what he looks like, but they've seen so many of his videos, and it's only when they hear his voice do they recognize him. This is pretty funny to hear. Who the fuck is this? And then they hear his voice. Oh, he's that guy. Man, Asmongold's really living the life, huh? does whatever the fuck he wants, jerks off all day, falls asleep at unreasonable times, wakes up, clears the rats off his face, streams, goes back to bed, does it all again tomorrow. What a lad. What an actual lad. He actually does play video games at the end of his stream, but he... no, I'm being facetious, Dubba. I'm being facetious. I know he plays games. I'm just being full of shit. Don't expect me to take anything seriously. Especially not the OTK Games Expo. I'm here for the cringe, and you best be as well. He plays games on stream, but it's impossible for him to play any multiplayer game. Yeah, obviously it's become impossible because every single person is going to stream snipe the shit out of him. Right, he doesn't have the opportunity to play any games like that. Let's see what else we're working with here. We got the OTK network. Okay, they're in the stream together thing. Playing the same thing. Alright. Dan's Gaming. Goddamn. Goddamn Timu Turtle Biscuit here. What the fuck? This is your stream. What are you talking about? I'm co-streaming with everyone right now. This is a Twitch feature, Keith. This is a Twitch feature. Don't you understand? This is how Twitch decide. Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, Devilis. God damn it. I don't know whether it's more insulting that you said I looked like him, or that you're saying he looks like me. I don't know who should be offended in that equation, to be honest. Hopefully they show Silk Song. I hope so as well. Ditech Gaming? I damn well hope so. Alright, so they should be starting within the next 2 minutes. Which is just enough time for me to take a quick piss, so I'm going to be right back. You know what I should have set up for this is I should have actually had like a clip of Hassan's stream just playing on loop so that when I disappear it just looks like this is Hassan's stream and it's just an empty chair. And there's just terrorist propaganda playing in the background. I'll never clean my hands. Never. Never in a million years. What a bad idea. Be right back.
OTK Games Expo, the biggest indie game showcase on Twitch, and your one-stop shop for finding all of the coolest upcoming games.
That's right, we are coming for your title, Keeley. Get ready.
Be on the lookout. I'm Lily, and joining me is my wonderful co-host, Bruce Green. It's so fantastic to have you, man.
Understand.
Thank you so much for having me. I very much appreciate it. I'm very excited to be joining.
Understand right now, EXO, I needed to take a piss so I can maintain shitting on their Games Expo, okay?
Gaming?
We're here for number twos, not number ones.
I wear it as a badge of honor.
Well, Wonderful. Well, we've got a fun show planned for today with over 60 games to show you, and 33 of those are going to be competing for 2 very important prizes that our chat is going to play a big part in.
That's right, chat. I'm actually looking at you all the time throughout the entire show. This year, we are bringing back the Chat's Choice Developer Grant Award. At the end of our show, you will be able to vote
the chat is
for your
integrated.
favorite games at vote.otk.
The chat is integrated. That means they can see your messages. Time to say the most racist things imaginable.
Games development.
Now, in addition to Chat's Choice, we are also bringing back our Starforge Art Star Award that will be given to the game with your favorite art style.
All right.
Last year, Saundering Emily won the award with her game Lily's World XD. Let's take a look at the finished product.
Lily's World XD.
Bruce, look how cool this is.
It's so cool. I actually really love the pink. I'm a big fan of the pink.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who didn't catch last year's show, Lily's World XD is about opening up a high school girl's laptop and trying to find clues within it to solve the mystery of what happened to Lily. So while you do have some of those cute custom pink little designs and decals, it's also very terrifying.
Can I have the computer?
No.
I have it?
Maybe, you know what? Create a game and maybe we'll get you one of your own in the future. Now listen, everyone, before we jump into the show and share our first game with you, we wanted to give you a quick tutorial on how our OTK Games Expo extension works, since it'll be very important for wishlisting games throughout the show. During and after each of our trailers, you'll see a little window pop up in the bottom right corner of your screen if you're watching at your computer. You can click on that button to take you to the games page on Steam to wishlist. Here's a test with Mad Mushroom's most recently launched game, Conquest Dark, that you can wishlist or purchase today.
Oh, shit.
So go ahead, click it.
Right.
Please.
The overlay only works.
And if it's not there, yell at your co-streamer to put it there.
Conquest Dark is really good. All right, I think they get how it works, so let's get the show actually started.
It only works if you're watching a stream on Twitch.
Bruce, and what better way to start the Expo off than with one of our totally unbiased favorite Expo publishers, Mad Mushroom. Last year, they announced Conquest Dark and have already sold...
YouTube viewers get fucked. No, God, no, don't... Twitch. You can only click on stuff. You only get the overlays if you're on Twitch. This doesn't look bad. 3D, whatchamacallit? I'd play it. PoE but gay. Hey look, gays at least have a fashion sense. I mean, look at all the Germans in World War II. They were gay as fuck. But they looked sharp as fuck as well. To kill a god. Yeah, it's 2D Path of Exile, basically.
God's not dead.
Not bad looking.
You haven't killed him yet. Escape from the Death Spiral as a young acolyte in the new action roguelike where your skill tree is your map that you must fight through. The demo's available, download and play on Steam right now, and we'll be playing it during our post-show with S-Fan, so please be sure to stick around.
All right.
All right, up next, get ready to fight with allies and slay monsters as you delve through a dungeon of deities in a quest for retribution. In ad mortem. In a quest for...
damn it. Timu Dark Souls. This actually doesn't look bad. Let's be honest, this doesn't look bad. The question is, was this programmed with AI? Chivalry plus Dark Souls. Yeah, it kind of looks... You know what? You know what? Not bad. Not bad. What's this called? No, don't. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. I appreciate it. Hold on, I'm gonna use a different browser. Maybe that fixes my problem. Fucking dog shit ass website, piece of shit trash. God, Twitch could be so good if it wasn't such a pile of shit.
Starter campaign when it launches later this year. We have another world reveal coming up for you next. So if you're feeling adventurous, pack your bags for Hole on Island and get ready to take on the Critter Club Challenge.
That actually looked pretty decent. Thanks for telling me, Devilus. Combat feels a bit off. Yeah, well, it's like an indie game, right? Oh, shit. It's Get Sued by Nintendo version 2. Remember, it's okay to make a Pokemon game, but no balls. You're not allowed to have balls. That's the rule. Oh my god, listen to the music. Seriously? Listen to the music? This... Oh my god. If Nintendo is suing Palworld, they're gonna gang rape this game. Nintendo's gonna fuck these guys hard.
In Critteruptors, you can catch monsters by... What is this?
Cease and desist.
What do you mean from the patent office?
Yeah, there we go. Nintendo.
Capture new critters and personalize your own team to become the greatest critter trainer around. The Critteruptors, available wishlist on Steam today. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Fight to survive and uncover the secrets of a failed deep space experiment in this sci-fi FPS roguelite, Moros Protocol.
I'm wishlisting Ad Mortem. That looked good. This shit looked good. Okay, Pixel Art Doom / Ultra Kill. This is Ultra Kill. Clitteruptor. You know what? That wouldn't. Clitteruptor wouldn't be a bad name for a video game. I'm gonna be honest with you, Keldon. I would play Clitteruptor. I'd play that on stream under YouTube Kids. Cause irreparable damage to a 5-year-old. You played Ultra Kill. No, but I watched a bunch of guys. Hello. No, go back. Okay, maybe this game does have something. I didn't play Ultra Kill, but I watched a lot of gameplay of it, and it looked interesting. I just... You know, there's nothing better than a... There's nothing better than a fucking
Protocol now on Steam,
and
keep an eye out for the demo coming to Steam's June Next Fest.
Oh, I will.
You should.
Oh, I will.
We all saw that. Now, Bruce, you've been on the internet for longer than I have. What was your first experience with the Backrooms?
Oh, yeah. Well, the year was 2009. I just discovered a little website called Craigslist.
Nope. Not those rooms, Bruce. Not those rooms. I want you to imagine a more colorful, but just as terrifying version of the Backrooms in our next game.
What do you rate the cringe factor at right now? Out of 10. No, actually, give me a percentage. What do you guys feel the cringe factor of this game, of this expo is? It doesn't seem as high as it was in previous years. 72%. Based on what I've seen from previous years, feels like it's at 30% right now. No OTK members on stage. Exactly, New Gash. I think once the OTK members are on stage, it's gonna get worse. That's one of the problems. I agree with you, Dubba. This looks like every other pixel art game that's ever been released ever, so, you know. Undertale ass-looking motherfucker. But... Yeah, I would say the cringe is low because it's too boring right now.
Where danger awaits at every turn in the back world, not the back rooms, like I said before. Up next, we're hitting you with yet another world reveal. Break out your magical weapons and get ready to dive deep into the world of Undermire.
Undertale. Undermire. Undertale. Okay. Please don't be this. Okay, it's not. It's first person. Oh, it's, Scott Pilgrim graphics. They cut the bullshit. It was way too long in the last few years. That's probably a good thing. I like that they're actually rushing through the games. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Only Ad Mortem has held my attention so far. Under Aya. Now that's a game I would play all day long, Daedalus. You damn right I'll play that game. I wish listed that the day I hit puberty. Goddamn. Yeah, you see, this is the... What you don't understand, Saber, is that this is the, when Newgrounds shut down, those people making those games had to go somewhere, and this is where they went. The Pixel Booba. Yeah, you play that game for the ass scene. That's about it. Get creative with
friends or crafty playing solo in Undermire, which you can wishlist on Steam today. Last year, we showcased Broken Lore Unfollow, where you live out every streamer's worst nightmare, falling off. Now they're back with a new trailer and a new title to share with you. Play Broken Lore Don't Watch on Steam and wishlist Broken Lore Unfollow today to face unspeakable horrors.
If this is a literal game about streaming, I will play it. Right? Oh, look, okay, it's just Asmongold's room. Yeah, this is just the room of Asmongold. This one's already out. They probably pay, so Sasha, they probably paid them a lot of money to be a part of the OTK Games Expo, and that's why they're here. I'm pretty sure you have to be paid, like you pay them to feature your game here. So that's why they would do it. Oh, thanks, Twitch. Fucking Twitch.
What was the price you paid to be perfect?
You know, it doesn't look bad.
Humans are scared, and they call this fear evolution.
It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't give, like, fear vibes. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Our next game comes from our youngest developer in the showcase.
Khaldun, you just described like 99% of all games.
Working on their very first game, Pigeon's Mission, and can't wait to share it with you.
Oh, Christ. You know what this game is? This game is this game right here. They just remade this game. That's all they did was remake this game. God damn it. They just remade Command & Key, that's all they did. This is like, I expect this on every Nintendo Switch system imaginable. It's the same as that one game about climbing the mountain with that girl who's got a mental illness or some shit. The music sounds kind of off, yeah. It's either done on purpose or it's because the AI they use to generate their music fucked up. Yeah, if they release it before they remotely brick your console. All you have to do to not get your console bricked, Caligulov, is wait until week 2 to show your cock on the multiplayer screen.
Pigeon's mission. I have got John and, of course, our main developer and creator, the mastermind behind it all, Logan, with us here today. Logan, what is it like being a 7-year-old accomplished game developer?
It feels great.
As I understand it, you were the one who created the entire idea behind this game and all of the characters. And I know that
we can shit on them all they want, right? We could be bad people about this. But if he's 7 years old and he's making a game that's at the same quality as every other indie, maybe in the future he'll be actually making something good. God, I hope so.
Runs after Archie and bites him, but he's pretty fast for a snail. Bushy bushes is like, if you want to slide under something like a really long way, but some bushes can be there.
I hope that the internet encourages him instead of takes a shit on him and says racist things to him, but we know that's gonna happen. But I hope he keeps going, because if he's making this kind of stuff now, it might be generic, it might be samey, but maybe by the time he's like 15 or 16, he's going to be the next Todd Howard. Except with less releases of Skyrim.
I just made them up.
You made them up? What made you want to make a game?
Waiting for the dad comments. Oh yeah, no, that's going to be there. Hold on.
A 7 or 8 year old made it, and I wanted to do the same thing.
Have you told any of your school friends about the game that you're making?
They're excited to play the game.
Also, to add on, didn't you say they didn't believe you at first?
Yeah, they didn't believe me at first.
They were like, "You're not making a game."
Have you had them try to play test it at all?
Yeah, we're going on next Friday to the school to show them all the game, let them play test, bring some goodie bags with some like Archie and Pigeon's mission goodies. So he's excited. We're preparing now. We got to get the presentation and good stuff in there, but it's gonna be a lot of fun.
My final question for you, Logan, is Pigeon's Mission the only game that you're gonna make, or are we getting Pigeon Mission 2?
Hold on, I'm looking for some comments here.
Are we getting Pigeon Mission 3? Where do you see your career, buddy?
I mean, the only way we're gonna make Pigeon Mission 2 is if we sell enough copies.
That's a good answer.
He's got his mind on his
John,
money.
I have to ask you then, how proud are you as a, well, listen, I was going to say father, but I think you're the assistant in this case. How proud are you as the father assistant of Logan?
You see?
Oh, I'm so proud. You know, this all started where Logan was like, I want to make like my own
They just need their dad to stay home.
I had the camera set up and he made like this own film with his little Mario action figures.
I just had to get that one out.
Shortly after that, he was like, I want to make a game. And so just seeing his ideas and all these things flourish.
Why is the TV on a chair?
And just coming
because
up with
they're trying to be fun and quirky
Logan
on
had so many
stage.
ideas that he wanted to do.
So the presenter's trying to be fun and quirky on stage, but they're not allowed to do anything interesting or enjoyable, so they have to do the dumbest shit imaginable to keep the sponsors happy, but try and keep people interested. That's why. It's not their fault.
And you should wishlist my game, A Pigeon Mission.
I hope he keeps going. If he's making shit like that, give him 5-10 years.
He's right.
Maybe this guy's making the next Oblivion.
I'll tell you what I wasn't doing. Bullying children on Steam. I see you, soda poppin'.
Well, when I was around 7, I was breaking out my Atari and I was playing classic games.
Saber, I wouldn't say that caused the cringe to jump to 75%. I still think we're in the low regions, but that did take it from like a 10 to a 45.
Who needs dense bones here? I'm still a child at heart. Ow!
God. Okay. Question for you. Is this DEI the game? I just saw that character and like a sense went off in the back of my head. And I don't know if I've been conditioned to have a knee-jerk response to seeing brown women on screens.
Ow, my bone.
I think I'm probably preconditioned, and it's probably got nothing to do with
Get ready to
DEI.
relive that good old Atari nostalgia. Up next in Fellbound, you explore the abyss of an ancient temple with weapons, spells, and ephemeral blessings. Save your friends and become a powerful god of destruction, but not necessarily in that order. Take a look.
I gotta say, the presentation is much better than last year. They know to keep it short and not suck themselves off on stage anymore. Very impressive so far. Oh, I've seen that porno before. This looks like Enter the Gungeon, kinda. This reminds me of Dragon Ball Z Game Boy games that I used to play back in the day. It also reminds me of Moonlighter. I never played Enter the Gungeon, but I kind of get the feeling like a lot of indie games are not new games. It's us. Okay, this is Moonlighter. This is straight up fucking Moonlighter. No, this is Moonlighter. That's literally Moonlighter with a different skin.
Download
I
the
feel
new
like we're
demo
playing
for
the same
Fellbound
game
today
with different
to try the
skins
game
these
out
days.
for
What the
yourself
fuck happened to
after the
innovation?
show. Chess is a game that you either understand and master or continuously lose to 8-year-old second screening online matches between Fortnite Darth Vader slur runs. That's why, for some of us to enjoy the game, you have to search beyond the board. Nope.
Innovation costs money. No, innovation costs something much worse, Doc. Innovation costs passion, and everyone is fucking bankrupt these days. I think these indie games are just stepping stone types of games for devs. Probably. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've got an idea for a video game that I've always wanted to execute on. But it's so fucking weird, I don't even know how to get it done. It's been one of my lifelong dreams to dev out a video game, but I think I need like another 10 to 15 years of figuring out how to do it before I, you know, find a way to get other people to do it for me. Also, that trailer told us nothing.
Beyond the Boards demo is out now for you to play after the show. Our next few games are made by some of the biggest
thanks for the
creators out
follow,
there, so what
Spanter.
better way to introduce them than to bring out our own star creator. Hey, welcome out. S-Fan, get out here. This is now
Here
your
we
show.
go. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
The cringe ball was sitting at about a 10%. It's going to go to about a 30 to 45 now standard.
Led games publisher in the industry. Over the past few years, you've seen a lot of different creators support the indie game scene, and that's why we're so excited
Cringe will jump.
to bring you guys the Off-Brand Games Publisher Showcase. So take a look at the games that our friends Ludwig and Pirate Software have been working on for years.
Fraud? I don't know. I don't know anything about
By the way,
S-Fan.
you might hear a very handsome voice in one of these trailers.
Literally, my only information about S-Fan is that he used to play a paladin in WoW, which makes me immediately not respect him. So, Super Smash Brothers. Why do they have Hogger in the game? He tried playing Shaman, he kept dying from random shit. Yeah, of course he did. Because you gotta think a little bit when you play Shaman. Not much, but you do have to think a little bit. This is just Super Smash Brothers for furries. Hey, what's up, Benji? Yeah, first, this is just Super Smash Brothers for furries. Wait, it's Rivals of Aether. Ludwig invested into this game. Wait, Ludwig is behind Off-Brand Games, right? The 7-year-old black kid and his father made a better looking game than Off-Brand Games did. I told you that kid.
I will take over your world. Where do you think you're
That 7-year-old in the future is probably going to be making bangers better than these fucking guys.
My style, but I never know what they mean by that. Hi, you think you can defeat a star player like me? Bring it on. I'm one of the Oracle star players.
Of course.
Stand a chance, dude.
There it is.
Beautiful blow moves.
So cringe factor just jumped from 10% to 30 to 45%, like I said. Hold on, let me just. We're sitting about here on the cringeometer right now. Not the worst, not as bad as last year's, but we're about there. Let's see if it gets worse. This is just the old Final Fantasy games. Literally just the old Final Fantasy games. Or Dragon Quest, I think it was.
All of the off-brand games are available to wishlist on Steam now. You can also check out the available demos for Bonnie Bear Saves Frog Time and Aethermancer. Now, growing up, I played a lot of point-and-click adventure games like Nancy Drew, Monkey Island, Detective Barbie 1 and 2.
These are 2, Larry 3, Passionate Patty, and the Pursuit of the Pulsating Pectorials, right?
Those are definitely...
The complete compilation? You played that one?
We're gonna have to go through your browser search history, Bruce. But listen, I haven't seen anything like our next game, Neo Junk City. What were you playing as?
That took it up a bit. That definitely took it up a bit. Ugh, that brought it up to about 50%. What do you think it is with games these days and like obsessing over putting furry shit in games? Whether it's pixel art or 3D, it's like they can't help themselves. Why? Surely some people can come up with a more original art style than something that's been done 100,000 times. Space Jam caused it. I suppose Lola Bunny is to blame. You know what, maybe devs just realized that just like the furry porn that's out there, all the furries have an insane amount of money for some reason. And so they know that the right move is to cater to these motherfuckers because they're gonna make so much goddamn cash off of it. Yeah, okay. Only Ad Mortem has got my attention.
Blends many games with murder mystery. Will you be able to uncover the truth? Will you? Up next, recently there's been a massive uptick in party-based horror games like Phasmophobia, Lethal Company, and Repo. Our next game looks to join those ranks with a new concept to make your friends scream like babies because they saw a shadow. Reveal for the upcoming, here's the world reveal for the upcoming co-op horror game, Breach Signal.
Is this going to be another clone? Okay, so this is... Okay, is this going to be a clone or an original idea of this? Eldritch Horror. Might be good. This is going to be one of those games that's going to be fun if you have a group of friends to play it with, but if you don't, it's going to be so fucking boring. Phasmophobia Among Us. Yeah, pretty much. But it looks like it's more targeted towards kids because look at the graphics and stuff. It's not nearly as scary. It's definitely targeted towards you between the ages of 11 and 15, which is not a bad idea.
Join the special unit under the agency and lead expeditions to investigate mysterious anomalies that threaten our reality in Breach Signal. Next up, the Guards 2 Chaos and Hell demo is live! Play 2 hellish biomes now, and don't you worry, because your save carries over to the launch. Download the game for free on Steam now and check out their new trailer.
Oh, hello. This doesn't look too bad. It's kind of like Battle Block Theater a little bit. What do you think? What do you think? Shit? Well, am I delusional or does this look okay? AI ass fucking art over here.
All right, now for our next game and trailer, Bruce, what are you doing?
I'm being a gamer. Roll that Morgenstern trailer.
We're past the 50% mark.
There is no place.
Past the 50% mark on cringe. Is this Darkest Dungeon? Oh shit, you can play as Frogan. That's a smart idea, is including streamers in your game. That way you know they'll play it. Okay. Okay, maybe. Maybe there's hope. This looks interesting. Morgenstern. Put that on the list.
Rock solo or with your friends in this roguelike hack and slash that is Morgenstern. Their demo's available on Steam right now for you to jump in after the show. Up next,
Vampire
our next title is
yeah, pretty much.
Brings us back to outer space with nothing but a crowbar, a dream, and a chicken. Duct tape your way through the void like cosmic MacGyver in Breath Edge 2.
Which you didn't know he was carrying Asmon's baby? Why do you think he's so mad? He's not getting child support. Yeah, this is just Saturday afternoon for me. What the fuck? Okay, this is just the homeless people outside my house on a Saturday afternoon. Stealing all the copper. I mean, I suppose this is better than your average Bethesda game, right? You're not wrong there. No, it's not Subnautica. Not at all, it's Space Nautica. Completely different game.
Jackass!
Hey! It's got some breath edge. We've got some cheeks on that one.
Breath Edge 2's demo is available now for you to try out after the show. Or you can play a little of Breath Edge 1 after wishlisting. We've got one more game in space for you. Starbirds is a relaxing asteroid base building and resource management game. Discover and mine countless asteroids, create production networks, and guide your flock of spacefaring birds to new interstellar horizons. Wishlist today.
Wait, are these the fucking guys who do those, like, infographic things? They're making a fucking game now? This is why weed is bad for you. And then they just tell you why you should smoke weed and be a loser.
Now we have got a real special announcement next, especially for
propaganda
for those of you who have been following this game since it released on itch.io.
So it's
In our
okay.
next
So it's a
game,
Rick and
you play
Morty
as
game,
the
Sasha.
final boss, defending the defeating the puny hero, trying to fulfill his quest. But of course, they failed.
No,
Roll the trailer.
Oh, I've heard about this game before. This game I've heard about. This one actually looks solid because you play as the boss. Right? It's Pixel Souls, but imagine you're the boss and the player keeps fucking coming back. And just keeps trying to fucking butcher you. The Dark Queen of Morth Home. That one actually seems like it might be good. Because you play the boss. You literally play the boss.
You can wishlist the Dark Queen of Morth. Oh!
The Dark Queen of Mordhome is coming to Steam August 15th of this year with controller support, multiple endings, and much, much more. Wishlist to defeat the Queen
dangerously
today.
Close to fucking
Survival
Giga Cringe,
situations
yeah.
often come down to pairing yourselves with the strongest companions to watch your back in a zombie outbreak, which is why I am obviously screwed.
Help! I'm in so much pain.
Good. Hopefully your friends are more reliable because you're gonna need them in our next game. Here's Whisper Mountain Outbreak.
This is Victim Alpha from Sector 9. We found something. Better see this. Spread out. I need some ammo. Run! On my way. Get in the car.
God damn it. I'm trying to do something here in the background so that I can actually wishlist these games. This one might be good. This one doesn't look bad. Reminds me a little bit of Zero Seavert. At least it's got like an interesting angle. It's not the most cringe. It could be much worse. I actually might play this. This is like Resident Evil 2D with a really, really old one. But what I really want to know is when do they add the mods where they give the girl really, really fat tits?
Escape Room
Yeah, we're
means
gonna
co-op
wishlist
survival
that
horror
shit.
in Whisper Mountain Outbreak. Gather your friends and see how long you can last in the demo that's live on Steam today.
For fuck's sake.
Our next game comes from the publisher Critical Reflex, who has been an Expo regular at this point. Get ready to blow stuff up strategically with their auto-battler roguelike Deadlock Station, which has open playtests now and will be launching later this year. Check it out.
Deadlock Station needs its hero.
Okay, something's playing in the background somewhere.
Position your squad
that's
wisely and stay frosty. The battle
I was wondering what the fuck was going on here.
Since soldiers have game-changing abilities, charge
Steam
them
is really fucking me here with its autoplay feature.
Opportune moments. Explore the wasteland with your squad. Unlock exclusive missions, legendary loot, and uncover their stories. Lots of heroes to command. Get the sword.
God damn it, we missed the last one, so I'm gonna have to go back and figure out which ones I wanted to wishlist there.
Rearm, re-engage.
This doesn't look that interesting to me.
Improve the ultimates, upgrade the gear, while other factions squabble
Turn
over
off autoplay. I will. I didn't think to because I never opened Steam in a browser tab. I just use the app, right? But this shit like links to the browser tab instead of the app, which is really irritating. Thinking back, maybe it's a bit that way. Breath Edge 1 has a craft crap imposed by the developers, which is just a dick made of scrap. Yeah, not surprised.
Unravel the alien
it gives Rick and Morty vibes.
Reclaim New Earth's future.
This doesn't look that interesting.
Up next, the RTS genre is about to get turned upside down, and by that I actually mean sideways. A fight on land, ocean, and the sky against hordes of enemies trying to lay siege to your castle in realms of madness.
Of course, I'm using an ad block.
In order to get gold, we need to build a treasury, sire.
This is a Newgrounds game. I'm pretty sure I've seen this on Newgrounds. Also, a few porn websites. So if this is just the porn game without the sex, what's the point? Don't worry, being facetious. This does actually have some interest. If Twitch would ever load.
Witness me, Wombat.
Have you noticed that the further we move forward with video games, the more we move backwards? And we try to recapture the old magic of what happened in the 90s? What's up, Techno-Will? Yes, you made it. Probably to the most boring one of all, because I'm just watching the OTK Games Expo. You know, I'm gonna wishlist that one. That one I might actually play. For like exactly one stream and then never touch it again. Depends.
Wishlist
might be good, might not.
Madness today in preparation for their upcoming launch later this year. Classic Doom is great, but low-res hell can get depressing. Fortunately, I can now shotgun things in a pretty forest, courtesy of the new boomer shooter, Project Amica.
It's like Overkill released and everyone copied it. And just gave it a unique twist. Why? Like, people realized they really wanted old Doom again. I really loved the last presentation as second monitor material, to be honest. Well, what, the last game? What do you mean, my last video? Who really wants these games? I don't think it's about people wanting these games. I think it's the indie devs wanted to make this game. They didn't care about the audience. They wanted to make a game, and so they made it. And now they're trying to figure out who's their market, right? They did what's known as reverse development.
It kind of looks like if Sonic had a gun a little bit.
Yeah,
it's not always the worst thing to do, but you need passion to push it through and make it work.
Amica demo that's available on Steam now. All right, it's time for another publisher showcase, and this time we're getting a little spooky.
We've already had some spooky games, okay? I'm scared, but Fearademic is a publisher that takes pride in bringing you horror games that will haunt you for days.
Okay.
They've brought 3 games just for us today, so prepare yourself. Here's Fearademic.
We're hitting 60 to 75% here.
Bonzi? Where are you? remember this part of the house. That must be Momsy. What a scary, scary nightmare.
Why do they keep putting Frogan in games these days?
Spider legs. Maybe I'll hang around the house and answer will come.
How did they get away with this? I think Disney's coming after those guys. No, Papa Meat. You know what, Sasha? If Meat Canyon actually made a game, that might actually be funny enough to play. You'd make it like Escape from Epstein Island or something like that. Nah, no interest there. Isn't this the old game where you play as Mac in the boxing game? Just redone? This is definitely a Newgrounds game. God damn, I miss Newgrounds. Survival White Farm. Yeah, I don't think it's the artichokes they have to worry about on those farms. You guys notice how the mid-aged white guy always needs to be the most cringe? Yes, I have. I think it's because he didn't get enough validation from his mother when he was a child.
Cheese, Dark Fracture, and Leftovers KO on Steam right now. And try the Bad Cheese demo and Leftovers KO full game.
I've noticed this is like a trend, both like mostly in Western media, right? Where they make any like middle-aged white guy into a big dumb retard, and that's just the brand of him. It's like a competent guy past the age of 25 is illegal or something in the media landscape, and it's really fucking annoying. It's really stupid. So I'm not surprised they leaned into that. Or too much. No, I think any mother who saw that behavior would probably beat it out of their child. Otherwise, that's a tacit admission that they don't actually enjoy their child. They're trying to fuck them up just to see what would happen. Doing it on purpose. This doesn't look bad. This looks like Discount Black, if anyone's played that game. Just with sci-fi elements. Or an upgrade of Trashfall. Or a downgrade of Stalker. Discount Black. No. Black is a game, okay? Black was a really fun shooter game back in the day.
Drop into the vast, grim world of Pioneer, where survival hinges on exploration, crafting, and smart resource management. Wishlist on Steam to be the first notified of their open beta when it's revealed.
It hurts that you're right about that.
We've got our first cozy game of the expo coming up.
No, cozy. We're not doing cozy.
Bruce, it has fishing.
I'll get my fishing gear.
See, every single year, games in the cozy category get flack, but I think that people really undermine how great it can be to just sit back, relax, and enjoy the calm. And
I can see where this is going. Oh.
Well, let's go fishing.
Oh. Jesus fucking Christ. We're at 100%.
Fishing can be a total snooze fest, right? But not this one.
Got it!
Oh, never mind. I thought it was better than previous years. Turns out, no. Turns out I was wrong. I'm fucking stupid. Don't listen to me. Christ, I hate those presentations.
In Fish Hunters, you ain't got time to get bored. You grab quests, search for the right fish in different bodies of water,
like 100% all the time every time Graham's on the screen.
Whoa, brother. Not cool. We love fish, man.
Yeah, you're right.
And the main thing here, you're always progressing. Level up.
Of course. You need the dopamine bar.
And they level up too.
Because, you know, kiddies don't play the game if you don't have a dopamine bar.
Fish collection. If you love fish, then this is exactly the right place for you, my man. Welcome to Fish Hunters. Hunting fish has never been this fun. Demos up on Steam. Go grab it and bring your buddies with you.
Gather your friends and pack your tackle box with grenades because in Fish Hunters, you're catching fish at any cost. The demo launches today, so see how many you can catch after the show. For our next game, you're not just watching a reveal, you're watching the doors swing wide open. Season 4 of Dwarven Realms launches now, so get ready to dive in.
Centuries ago, the dwarves were thought lost to Archeon's fury, erased from history.
Sorry about that.
To survive,
Ooh, this looks interesting.
Forces
I just convinced my wife that she said maybe she'll do an air cosplay.
Bound by power that bends life
that made my day.
To their will. They command.
This might be interesting.
Was never meant to be
I'm wishlisting this one. Oh shit, you can buy it already. I'll keep that for later. Save 30. Oh. Ooh. Does she even know who A is? No, but she's seen the pictures, Tigress, and that's all that matters. Okay? I've ground her down slowly. I swear to God, she wears that shit. I'm gonna go from having 1 kid to having 4 kids. Overnight. You ever see Witchfire? I haven't actually seen Witchfire. It kind of reminds... That one kind of reminded me of Valheim, though. You're taller than a dwarf. You'll never know. You'll never know, Keith. Is this just Hearthstone? This is Cyberpunk Hearthstone, right? Wait, what?
Jimmy sucked my dick to tell you this. Can you tell Rose I said that dumb bitch host is gonna get shit for talking shit about gamers with those jabs she threw in, while I get the enjoy shish kebab steak shrimp and not incur internet wrath?
Pick up, but only the sharpest minds can climb the ranks. Think you've got what it takes?
You're wrong.
Log in, play your first match, and let the deep...
Do you know why she won't get backlash? It's because number 1, she's not hot enough. And number 2... people, like, she leaves the screen and people forget she exists. She's not memorable enough.
Can you tell what I'm thinking?
I think that right now you're contemplating the future of the gaming industry after seeing millions of dollars being pumped into projects that no one asked for, besides 3 AAA executives, while indie games continue to be the only ones to innovate and continue to push video games as an art forward?
No, I was thinking it's time for another world reveal.
Oh.
Here's the first look at the Devil's Due.
Why are they so cringe?
Jackpot's a gambler, bold and sly, stacking his stacks under the Texas sky.
Okay, Asmongold in the west. Dark Asmongold in the west.
Jack, I see you think you're hot. Let's toss your soul here in the pot. If you win, you claim a treasury, but if you lose, you're coming with. Jack soon found all he says is
I respect indie devs, but claiming that they're innovating. So here's the thing, Heldy. I need to, like, draw you a diagram. Yeah, I'll do this now because this seems uninteresting to me. This is just a music video. This isn't actually telling me anything. It's showing me gameplay, but I'm not interested in card games like that. If I'm going to play a card game, it's going to be physical. Okay, so I'm going to... this here is the AAA gaming industry, right? This here is the indie dev studio, like industry. These here are the actual innovative indie devs, right? And this circle encompasses all innovations in video games. Now, this circle here is how many indie devs claim that they're innovators based off of the actual innovative devs out there, right? Also, no crossover. That's just how it is. Sorry, I don't make the rules. That's how it works. So there is innovation from indie devs. It's just the amount claiming that they're innovating is not the actual amount where innovation is occurring. The problem is I'm even speaking at this from like a project manager's perspective, because I've seen the inside of a few gaming studios and stuff, and a few like adjacent stuff I've done for them. Man, they really suck their own cock over doing the same thing everyone else has done. They fucking circle jerk themselves so hard inside those offices. One exception, Hideo Kojima. I got a hot take for you, Techno. I don't consider Hideo Kojima games AAA games. Not because they're bad, but because I wouldn't want to insult his games like that. This is just low poly Resident Evil. Why is everyone making Resident Evil 1 again? I like Hideo Kojima games. A lot of innovation coming in Unreal Engine 5.6. Isn't Unreal Engine gonna be, like, almost fully AI by the time it hits 5.6?
Coming up, we've got 2 back-to-back world reveals for you. Our first one is fantasy, loot, and danger at every corner. A bold indie take on one of the hottest genres right now. It's a third-person extraction shooter with Battle Royale DNA. Introducing Gravebound.
Okay, what is this? Okay, interesting graphical style. Oh, it's another extraction shooter. It's just another fucking extraction shooter. I should have known. PS1 Games making a comeback. They never left. They never left Angry Dog. They just went to sleep for a little while because they're old and Grandpa needs his rest. PS1 games are fucking bangers, dude. PS1 and PS2 were the golden age, and we didn't even know that we lived through it until it was over. Okay, Hearthstone, again. Surely this expo will show Kenshi too. Fuck, I hope so, Kelvin. Fuck, I hope so. God, I would hardcore wishlist that game instantly. Nah, I don't want to play Hearthstone again. I had my fun back in the day.
Doomspire is a roguelike deck builder where you can descend a cursed spire, forge powerful decks, and try not to lose your mind. It's kind of like if Hearthstone and Slay the Spire met in a dark alley and things got weird. Be sure to add both Gravebound and Doomspire to your wish lists today. Now, speaking of things getting weird, did you ever watch that old Seth Rogen movie, Sausage Party?
That's the one with the talking hot dogs making dick jokes?
Yeah, it was my favorite movie as a kid growing up. Well, our next game is like if Little Nightmares took place in the world of talking hot dogs and food.
It's not a kid's movie.
Well, I think it looks pretty good. Let's take a look at Melted Time. No, watch what happens.
Every time they speak. Well, think about it this way, Saber, right? AAA studios don't chase innovation or creativity, they chase profit, right? So if they see a battle royale game pop off, like the way the first one did, I can't remember its name. Fuck, I can't remember its name right now. The one Winner Chicken Dinner, and then Fortnite came and all of that shit, and Tarkov, and similar games. PUBG, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Unreal Engine. I can't believe I said thank you to Unreal Engine. I take that back. But PUBG popped the fuck off, and then everyone copied PUBG, and AAA devs and shit always copy stuff that makes money. They don't give a fuck about innovation. They just give a thought to how much money can we make by making the same thing but just a little bit different.
You play as a candle, slowly melting in real time as you explore a series of eerie locations while solving puzzles along the way in melted time.
Oh, crap. Sorry. Hydrating. Hydrating. Sorry about that.
I feel like I've seen that guy before. He's at the last couple of expos, yeah?
Yeah, that's Case. Case has been great. I think so far he's been a lawyer. We met at G4 TV together. That's kind of where we met. But yeah, he's been like a lawyer. He's been a wizard, a handyman, and I think last year he was even Santa.
I remember Santa.
Yeah,
that's
Santa.
What does he do when the expo is not going on?
That's a tough question.
Do you see the problem with sponsored content? Do you see the problem with sponsored content that Oh shit! Hello! Holy shit, this was my life for a little bit after my mom died. Okay, except no guitar. I don't know if I want to relive this period of my life. Send a job application. Where's the part where you blow your fucking brains out? Okay, so this is essentially 2D Stanley Parable. This might actually be interesting. But, right, do you see the problem with sponsored content, right? The presenters are incredibly fucking cringe because they can't do anything interesting and fun. Because if they did, then they would be in trouble.
Boredom in everyday mundane tasks,
and the sponsors would pull their fucking money.
2018. I actually once had a roommate that never cleaned his toilet because he thought that the flush would be the thing to get all the poop stains out of the bowl.
Was this esports?
It was esports.
It just keeps going up.
Hit a nerve for some of this is gross. For some of you,
it just
maybe
keeps
our next
going
game
up.
will help fill that void.
That was a little bit more cringe,
my
but just...
lord is hiring.
Holy Jesus. I don't need a simulator. It's fine, most of us don't anyway. We play the Depression Simulator. Oh, okay, oh, for fuck's sakes, it's an isekai. It's an isekai. It's a shitty isekai. Let me guess, you become overpowered as a main character and get to fuck a bunch of bitches who look a little bit too young to be fucked. I just described every single fucking isekai. Overpowered and pork bitches. What the fuck? I love isekai now. That's literally every single isekai anime. It's the same fucking story. They have video game status windows. They fuck a bunch of bitches and they become overpowered immediately, despite the fact that they were incompetent fuckwits in their previous life.
Hire, reject, and fire townspeople to train the perfect army in order to protect your kingdom from invading monsters today by downloading the demo for My Lord is Hiring on Steam. We have another returning game to the OTK Games Expo from last year.
Male host sounds
Shadow
like Jerry.
of the Road is a story-driven turn-based RPG.
I never made that connection, but you might be right. I'll have to hear his voice.
Assemble your team from a diverse set of characters and test your skills against yokai and steampunk contraptions. Wishlist Shadow of the Road on Steam today, but before you do, take a new look at the game.
The damage that DEI has done to everything is you hear the word diverse and you immediately link it to race horse shit. It's become like a venomous word to use. Hold on. Hold on, let's stop. I can't play this game. It's not historically accurate, right? Now, if I wanted to play a historically accurate Japanese game, I wanna play a Japanese game where the samurai look like this. That would, I mean, come on. What the fuck are they doing? Stick to history at least, come on. We all know this is the true history of Japan. Fuck's sakes.
Give me my coffee, you jerk!
This is just Disco Elysium.
Still with me?
Discount Elysium.
Can I help you?
Yeah, this is Discount Elysium.
Still with me, Sister Harry? Sister Harry? Sister Harry?
Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you?
Still with me?
Is it just me, or does is there a theme to all these indie games where it's just about depression and emotions and feelings and shit?
Rue Valley is a narrative RPG about a man trapped in a time loop, surrounded by a colorful cast with complex emotional stories and unexpected secrets. Wishlist Rue Valley on Steam today. It's a known fact that all dogs go to heaven. It's true, but what happens when they get there before us? Find out in our next game, My Little Puppy.
Holy shit, he does sound like Jerry from Rick and Morty. Holy fuck. Shit. He actually sounds just like him. You were right, Sasha. This is gonna be one of those games that doesn't actually have gameplay and you just walk. I can tell already. Unemployed devs making slop about their lives. Devless, there's no need to be that honest, okay? There's your Japanese anime waifu GF. You're playing as the dog, so you do get to fuck her. Why does the black dog run faster? What did they mean by this?
My Little Puppy's come to consoles as well as PC, so even more people can follow Bongu on Corgi's journey through doggy heaven to reunite with his owner.
Every single fucking time they're on the
screen. I
screen.
watch that trailer without sobbing.
We were crying yesterday.
It was bad.
This is all. That's all
Why
cute.
are they like
Let's
this?
not talk about that anymore. I want to get back to murdering things. Okay? You don't need to cry anymore. We're gonna move on. Get ready for some good old zombie horde killing action with Ravenous Horde.
If you're faster than light, does that make you black? I mean, by race standards, I suppose so, because, you know, white people are left in the dust whenever it comes to a foot race. I was wondering why a lot of games were trying to play on nostalgia by making everything sound like it came out of a Game Boy. And then it just hit me that my 10-plus-year-old notebook speakers might be dying. Yeah, that might not be the game's problem. Don't get me wrong, these guys are not audio geniuses by any measure. Is this not just is this not just COD Zombies? This is COD Zombies, isn't it? I'm sorry, I played House of the Dead in an arcade, and nothing's gonna ever beat that fucking game when it comes to zombie shooters for me. So all of this can fuck off. Honestly, is it just me, or is it like shooters have become so standardized that you could make a new shooter game in like a week by yourself?
Team up with up to 64 players to fight off hordes of zombies in a post-apocalyptic FPS. Or die and join the zombies to tear your old teammates apart. I know which one I'm choosing. A new demo is out for you to try on Steam today. And this is just a reminder for everyone to sign up to vote through vote.otkgamesexpo.com, because at the end of the show, we will be opening up the voting and you will be able to vote for your 5 favorite games, as well as which game you think has the best art style for our Star Forge Art Store Award. Wizardry Variants Daphne is a 3D dungeon RPG and a completely new addition to the Wizardry series. Get stronger and resupply in towns for your battles as you progress deeper through the dungeons.
Yeah, had it on
Take
PlayStation.
a look at their newest installment and play Wizardry on Steam and mobile
I didn't have it,
today.
but a friend did, and I went over to his house and used to play it. Okay, standardized RPG anime game. Are we looking at turn-based combat? This Wizardry game is the only phone game. This is a phone game? Well, that's not good news. Because it looks better than a lot of the indie PC games. That's definitely not good news. Oh, look, it's Vampire Survivors. But it's mixed in with Has Been Hotel. What's up, Bomb? It's probably a sign that you were approaching some level of mental stability that you forgot that I existed. But I'm sorry for your relapse. It happens to the best of us. Don't worry about it. This is just Vampire Survivors mixed in with Has Been Hotel. That's okay. Yeah, when indie devs want to talk about innovation, they need to shut the fuck up about it, because you know what? There's like one guy who innovates and then a million indie devs who just copy-paste his work.
Trapped in the underworld, you must carve out your legend by jamming to the music while fending off endless hordes of enemies. Your ultimate goal? To defeat the greatest metal singer of all time, Death, and claim your place as an immortal, legendary musician. Wishlist Devil Jam on Steam today.
I will.
Okay, good. Now, before we introduce our next game, I want to show you something very special to me. Are you ready?
Yeah, what do you got? Oh my gosh, what's that?
This is Gundozer. He's an Archaeopteryx from Shonen Garbage 3.8. He uses his penis as a weapon.
We didn't put that in the script for a reason, Bruce.
Yeah.
You can't say that, but you know what? It's fine, because I actually also brought my favorite minifigure.
That's the riskiest joke they're gonna tell this entire thing.
And she has 2 very special powers, but you don't need to worry about those. Is it this great?
Well, this is against TOS, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, let me give you some advice, Killeggy Love. Play whatever the fuck you feel like it. If you see something that feels good, play it. Even if I say it's shit, if it works for you, then it works for you, and what I say is irrelevant. That's the closest they're ever gonna get. Is this Schedule 1? Oh no, tabletops. Okay. Isn't this game out already? I thought I saw Webby playing this. I definitely saw Webby playing this. This is Schedule 1. Another simulator game. Honestly, I don't know why people do this in a game when you can just do this in real life. Like, it's very confusing to me a lot of the time. Has our world become so dystopian that individuals can no longer even open up small businesses to run by themselves and can only dream of such a wondrous environment where they can wake up every day and sell Pokemon cards to people? God, do we live in a dystopia? And thanks for the raid bucket of gluttony. I just went existential on you and the people you brought in here. My bad.
With the cost of living continuing to skyrocket and showing no signs of slowing down, a lot of us are finding ourselves broke little kitties. Well, if you're tired of the expensive city life, come visit Snacko Island, where your world is what you make it.
Snacko Island. This is this just Animal Crossing? Or is there something more here? Okay, there's something more here. It's Animal Crossing Plus. The only good shop simulator game is Recettear. I disagree with you, Sasha. I can't remember its name, but there's this one shop simulator game that I downloaded from a site I can't remember the name of. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Where what happens is you have to pay off your debt. And the way you do that is by kidnapping women and getting dudes to fuck them for money.
Officially launched into 1.0 and is available for you to play on Steam now. So start building a home for you and your furry friends.
I was thinking of playing it for my speedrun, my next speedrun ban.
Because I think the Standards and Practices and FCC Commission has to talk to him about something. Bruce? Bruce? Oh, look at him. Oh, he's in sleepy bite. Okay, he's out cold. All right.
Do you see the damage that advertising has done to creativity, both in and outside of games?
Mr. Sleepy Man sleeps all day and night. Mr. Sleepy Man dreams of a better life.
Kind of reminds me of Spyro a little bit.
Things happen differently if he was working hard rather than sleeping.
What do we think? Is the music AI or is it not?
But it's mostly because he's a mean man. Mr. Sleepy Man sleeps all day and night.
Psycho, no. That's much better. That's much more accurate. Simpsons Hit and Run, yeah. I think even if this expo had the freedom to do whatever they want, the jokes would be just as cringy. To be honest, Khaldun, with the things that I've seen the people in OTK say in clips and shit, I don't actually think so. I think if they were given the freedom to express themselves fully, maybe it would still be cringe as fuck, but every now and then they would say something interesting. Or have a unique joke. They don't have the budget for AI.
Man, it's such a banger.
All you have to do is go to Suno and type in some lyrics, and you can get an AI to sing whatever the fuck you want for like $5, dude.
Mr. Sleepy Man, after staying up way past your bedtime, like I literally always do.
Yeah, no, you were conked out.
You'll notice that AI music in particular is never something that's... it's got a catchy tune to it. It's always better than anything you'll see from a SoundCloud rapper, but it's never going to approach the area of true artistic expression that you'll see in actual music. So it's always this middle of the road Better than shit.
A game starring a clown called Poco.
Did somebody say clown? What
the hell is that supposed to be? What is that?
Thick.
Case signed up for clown school after unemployment. Look, what do you got?
Fuck my clown nose. Now this is just cringe.
You make me feel sad. Case.
Oh, well, you know, maybe the little clown from our next game, Poco, can cheer you up, Bruce. Oh, gosh. Oh, no, honey.
That kind of felt like a Quinn cameo, to be honest, with all the times he got the clown thing put on him. Fuck you, Sasha. God damn it. You motherfucker. God damn it. These games are ugly. You're right, Benji. These games are These games are like... They're lacking the kind of artistic flair you used to see from, like, when the Blizzard devs used to create World of Warcraft back in the day when they made vanilla. And, like, they used to sketch out, like, super hardcore art. Like, a lot of this is missing artistic flair. Just show us the fucking games. Yeah, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that, Jimmy. Is the cringe meter cumulative, or can it be lowered? I am here with the
team behind Poco, and oh man.
I will lower the cringe meter when it deserves to be lowered. Right now, it fucking doesn't. And this just made it 25,000 times worse.
Hey, I'm Asher Camilleri. I was the producer and story lead on Poco.
Hi, I'm Giselle Yang. I'm the lead modeler on Poco.
Hi, I'm Max.
1, 2, 3, 4 out of 6. That's all I'm gonna say.
And I am the biz dev lead for Poco.
Why are all of you guys in caps and gowns right now?
Today is graduation day for us here at SJSU, San Jose State University. We're all in the animation illustration department. So we're a group of students
the
came together
theater
to make this
kids.
game, and today
That explains
we're
it.
graduating a day after release.
Well, congratulations. Let's go ahead and dive straight in about the game. What was the inspiration behind Poco?
Here's the thing, right? Indie game, like, you got to think about it this way, Jimmy. Indie games are a giant pile of shit. And if you reach your hand into the pile of shit, every now and then you might find a diamond. Right? Right now, there's about 2 or 3 diamonds that maybe be diamonds and not cubit zirconias that we've pulled out of this. Okay? Most of this is going to be shit, because most video games are a pile of shit. But every now and then there's something super interesting or good, or something that you personally are going to like. Right? That's just how it is.
The story of Poco.
People think AI music is good because modern radio music is trash.
The world's smallest clown.
There's a
He's
reason
like 2
for it being
inches tall,
trash. Roadblock.
And they get banished from the circus after an unsatisfactory performance by this huge council of clowns who look down on our little Poco, and so they are banished to the below world, which is a dreadful place where everything lost, broken, or unwanted ends up. And along the way,
this is an allegory for how one of them got touched as a kid. I can tell already.
The inhabitants of the below world, including this family of homunculi who they befriend and work together and just form bonds in this strange world and make things better along the way by using their clown tricks and proving their clownhood.
Okay, well, I hope that you all have a fantastic time. I'm not going to keep you any longer because this is a big day for you all. So go out, experience it,
you gotta go
love
out
it,
into
and
the world and be a
congratulations
rapist.
again.
You can't just sit at home.
Of course. Bye, everyone.
Live your dreams.
Bye now.
All it takes is a gun. Or if you're big enough, a knife.
Up next, Toland Survivors is a new kind of horde survivors game combining the best from ARPG, roguelite, and Souls-like genres. Fight through the hordes of orcs and bosses to cleanse Toland Peak when you play the game at Toland.
I can't get rid of it now that Sasha said it. I can't get it up my head. He really does sound like Jerry from Rick and Morty. Oh, fucking holy shit. Yeah, but Jimmy, then you gotta go in whiteface. Break the stereotype. You gotta be the ghost-faced rapist. This again feels like Moonlighter, crossed with Vampire. Okay, this is just Vampire Survivors. Never mind. I take back what I said. There's no Moonlighter here. This is literally reskinned Vampire Survivors. Come on.
Industry isn't just big. It's a colossal $240 billion universe where millions log in, play, and interact daily. And we are going to revolutionize that universe forever with Raijin. Raijin is rewarding gamers for doing what they love most, playing video games. The most popular, most adopted, and most fun games. Raijin will integrate with every Steam account, opening the door to over 100 million gamers to join the Raijin ecosystem. And the best part is, Raijin will let you convert your Steam achievements into real-world rewards. It's time to reward gamers for gaming.
Huh?
Link, play, earn.
This is a
Raijin.
scam. You know how I know that that's a scam? I know that's a scam because that's what every single crypto tried to do in 2018. That's scamware. They're collecting your data. Do not install that dog shit. They were like, in crypto, you're going to play video games and you're going to get rewarded with real world money. That's a scam. That shit's a scam.
And dive into dungeons to steal as much treasure as you can from unsuspecting monsters. But whatever you do, make sure that you don't wake
Holy
the
shit.
beast. Do you not have a volume button?
I can't hear you.
For years, we've been gathering.
This sounds like an easy way to get your Steam account stolen. Absolutely, Jimmy. Hey, what's up, Oronel? Thanks for the resub. I'm glad you used your Prime and not your real money. Though you should have probably given it to someone who actually deserved it instead of me. But I promise to use your money irresponsibly, don't worry.
I'm giving them away.
I'll hire a hooker and make her mow my lawn, and from the top room of my streaming room, I'll look out of my garden and I'll place a webcam so you can watch a hooker mow a lawn. How's that sound? There's your content for the day. Thanks for the follow, Roadblock.
We had no choice.
Some consider me a thief, but others, not so much. In the end, not all heroes wear capes. Or do they?
The Marvel movie lines and quips have done irreversible damage to all forms of media.
Who says a hero can't be a little sneaky?
See what I mean?
Wishlist, don't wake the beast to start collecting your treasure when it releases. What do you want this time, Ace the Clown?
Oh, I thought that was going to say something else. Based on the Gypsy Crusader streams I've seen, I thought that gun was going to say something else.
I feel like you might be homeless. I'm kind of worried about it. Is there any way I can help you out? Maybe get some... What? That's fair.
Thought it would be funny to drink every time I see pick 3 cards, debuff. Oh wait, buffs each character. Oh, you're gonna die, dude. Okay, another simulator game.
Special delivery!
Is this just Space Station 13 but solo player? Oh Jesus, look at the tits on that guy. The cream pie simulator. No, that's a different game. That one's actually got players. This will get boring fast, I can see. I can see that'll get boring fast.
Pie and prank the people around you this fall in Clown Around on Steam. Now, OG esports fans are in for a real treat here, because our next game comes from Dota 2 personalities Jenkins and Sunsfan. This dream duo has created a free-to-play, fast-paced auto battler, where legendary figures from history clash in the afterlife using relics of power.
Oh, that sounds good. Tell me we get to kill Harriet Tubman.
Introducing a free-to-play auto battler
like
from the unhinged
Civilization.
minds of Dota legends Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Oh, Christ, I don't want to see that
arenas
face.
of great significance. Play as leaders that had profound impact throughout history. Such as
you've got my attention.
Abraham Lincoln.
4 and I'm gonna f you up.
Cleopatra.
Bow to me, or come closer and whisper your surrender.
Harambe.
Okay, you got my attention.
Don't buy
Where's
units
Hitler?
like in other
Good question,
garbage
Keith.
auto battlers. You get them for free. Instead, purchase from many historic relics to equip on your
Where's
heroes.
Carmelo Anthony, though?
Oh, that's a little too much cleavage for this trailer.
Hey.
Change that assassin into a tank. Much better. Now let's equip him with some historic relics. Go ahead and try a Trojan shield. And perhaps boxing gloves. And maybe a Kevlar vest. Now we need something truly remarkable. Wait, is there seriously a toilet in this game? Purchase more of the same relic to get upgrade paths. Max
You know
it
what?
out to get a juicy power spike.
I could shit on this,
Like the F1
but they just
rocket
showed more
engine, which summons
creativity
the
than most people ever.
moon. Build your own heroes. Create
How am I gonna
countless
be mad at this game for trying?
Defeat your opponents. Mock your enemies.
You suck ass.
Relic Arena. Taking auto battlers to the next level.
You know
Wishlist
what?
on Steam now.
I can't be mad at them. I'll
Be
wishlist
sure to
that.
wishlist Relic Arena on Steam now. For more information and
They
to
showed-
join their Discord, visit
They literally showed more creativity in their shitty little trailer than like 90% of what we've seen so far, so how can I be mad at them? They actually got some giggles there.
Challenges you to get creative with your tongue. I'm talking about the frog-based.
They killed another
puzzle
fucking
platformer.
gorilla. This time they gave
Really
him
sorry about
COVID
what I said
vaccine.
earlier, too. You'll
Oh,
get it.
Jesus.
It's time to get creative with our next game. Big hops. Big hops. It's about frogs.
God's gonna punish us for that one, Jimmy. This is exactly what I mean, Caligula. When I said that every now and then there's a diamond in these piles of shit, right? So we've dug through the pile of shit and we may have found a diamond. Maybe. Maybe it's not a diamond. Maybe it is still shit. But there's a chance it's not. We just play as Pepe the Frog, except without all the racism, which makes it boring. Why do men in games not get the jiggle physics enabled too? I think it's because video games are inherently sexist. I want to see a dude with a fat cock wobbling around. I want to see dudes battling to put their pants on. That's the true equality we need. But the world isn't ready to hear that shit. They talk about all this equality shit in the offices, but you know, they're not brave enough to follow through on their promises.
I'm waiting.
Hey, find out what that tongue do in Big Hops when it launches on Steam.
Dear God. Listen, we're getting closer to the end of our show, so here's your friendly reminder that you will get a chance to vote on your favorite games after the show to win $25,000 in developer grants, as well as a custom Starforge PC to the game with the best artistic style.
Our next game pulls off something really impressive, making the plague fun. Oh, here's a new look at the dark survival crafting game, Nested Land.
You don't get to vote for your game. oh, my vote didn't count? Oh, it was rigged? Who would have ever seen that coming? Oh, what a coincidence that the game studio that paid us the most of the money won. Wow, I never would have expected that. Fucking
you
rigged.
never know when the plague will take its toll. Now, we have twice the work to do.
Oh, look, it's the COVID pandemic.
Ravaged by plague. Your word is law. Save and rule over the abandoned peasants. Find a way to survive in this
is just life is feudal.
Place.
This is literally just life is feudal.
Or perish for good. Swords cut deep. But the plague
Bots will vote for your favorite game. Yeah.
Swords.
Yeah, Roadblock.
We muster the courage to live another day. Lord,
Hey, there we go, it loaded.
have mercy on us.
Oh, fuck off. Give them a shitty email address. You have to do a checklist to have
demo
vote
drops
tokens.
today, so
Seriously?
gather your friends and try to survive
Let's
in
find
a
out.
ruthless medieval world. Next up, after the moon shattered, humanity fell and ice took over. Permafrost is an unforgiving open world survival game where you can go solo or team up with
you are
three
fucking
others
kidding
in
me.
multiplayer. This is a survival game where your decisions will actually impact
This is
the
starting
outcome
to
of the
sound
story.
like more of a
and
scam.
Permafrost waits for no one. So wishlist.
Oh,
on
you're
Steam
fucking
now.
kidding me. Fine, I will do your scam. Just so others don't have to. God damn it, now I have to multitask again. I have to watch this Project Winter ripoff while I'm fucking multitasking this fucking scam. Jesus Christ. I'm too lazy to do it. I do not blame anyone for not wanting to put all their information into this fucking bullshit site. I am not gonna sit here and pretend like if you don't do this, you're a bad person. They dug their own grave by not just giving people the ability to vote flat out. They're not gonna get an honest answer. They're gonna get a bullshit answer, and it makes me think this is rigged. But fine, I will do all the dog shit that no one else will do. Just so you can see what it's like if you don't want to do it yourself, right? The day after the day before. This reminds me of, this looks like a slower version. Fuck, what's the name of the game? There's a game where you play as like an insurance agency who sends in these agents to fuck up this robot AI factory, and you go through different levels. This looks like that, except slower paced. I've forgotten the name of the game. That or Discount Core Punk. I'm gonna give all my tokens to the depressive game. Synthetic, that's
Riftstorm joins
God
Steam
damn, how do you
Next
people
Fest
know
this
these
June
things so
2025,
goddamn well?
so be sure
Grunt
to
owner?
wishlist now.
Jesus,
Our next game actually
that was
started
fast,
as a
dude.
survival horror Doom mod before exploding in popularity, and now it's become a full-fledged game of its own. So prepare yourselves for the rotting remains of Fort Oasis in total control.
been isolated in this place. It has been suffocating.
Alright. With 10 million online. Trick is to not leave the house. That's a good trick. I wish I never had to leave the house. Alright. I've signed up and I've done all their dancing horse shit. I don't care about this game in the background. Right, so we'll see how this works. Voting page.
You'll learn to live with it too.
So add Morton. Definitely giving that one 5 votes. That one was interesting. Fuck all of that. Morgan Stern.
For you.
I'll give that one 4 votes because I don't think it was as good. I'll give this one 4 votes because I feel like these two were in about the same place.
Buried beneath it all lies an answer.
Unemployment Simulator gets 3 votes.
Wishlist Total Chaos, Avali.
That was the last game on the list.
It happens today to wet your pants in the future.
All right.
You're about to share our final game of the show with you right now. And of course, we have to end it on a world reveal. Let's close out the trailers right. The new cyber fantasy Metroidvania, Shade Protocol.
Metroidvania game. Copy paste, fuck that. I have no interest in that last one. There we go. No synth song. They scammed you, Keat. 25 art star ones. Shit, I didn't notice that actually. Oh well, oh well, I submitted my votes. Get fucked. Get fucked, art star. Reload the page. Hold on. I want to see. Okay, so if I reload the page, it just says thanks for voting. Let's see. Unlock more. Do I pay them money to unlock more? Watch the live show. That's what I'm doing right now. How come I don't get a +1? This feels like racism. Now you're fucked. Yep. I'm fucked. Hold on, my dog needs a dub, so I'm just gonna open the door for her.
Shade Protocol is available to wishlist on Steam now, like the rest of the games we've showcased here today.
And with that, you have now seen all of the games participating in the OTK Games Expo, which means that it is time to vote for your favorite games.
Okay,
if you don't want to vote, I don't blame you.
Was it maybe over there?
It was like, I think it's kind of up in this corner.
I'll show you now.
Go to the website.
Okay, yeah. Go to vote.otkgamesexpo.com to cast your vote.
Like I said, with most indie games, it's a pile of shit, and every now and then there might be a diamond somewhere in there, right? So, add Mortem seemed pretty good. 7-year-old kid, as good as he did, I'm not going to vote for him because he's a 7-year-old kid. Right, I think he's got a future ahead of him if he keeps going as a game dev. He might be the next Todd Howard. But he's not there yet. And he needs honest feedback, not fucking coddling. Unemployment Simulator might be entertaining.
Made by the 7-year-old dev that Soda Poppin was bullying. We have the VOD of that.
Soda Poppin was right to bully him. Let's see, which other ones? So we had Unemployment Simulator.
But then also, I love Poco.
Where are the other ones?
Because one, the game is completely free to play.
The Dark Queen of Morthome. seems pretty interesting as a concept. Morgenstern seemed okay. And Ad Mortem. The rest of it, not so fucking much.
Well, listen, while you are all voting from home, we have a few more trailers and special announcements to share
What
with you
games
all.
do you prefer?
Now, directly
MMORPGs,
developers with
RTS
stuff
games,
like
and
grants
anything
is
with
my
an
favorite
interesting
part of these
artistic
expos.
conceptual
Past
basis
OTK Games Expo
or
grant
story
winners
basis
have used the
behind
money
it, right?
to hire
So
translators
like,
for localizations, create additional marketing assets,
let me
or
give you an
just
example.
to pay their bills
Disco
so they can
Elysium's
work more
okay,
and stress less.
though it does have its
2 years
issues.
ago, Creature Keeper won the OTK Choice Developer Grant and recently
God, I
launched their
can't think
game
of a
this
good one
month.
right now.
For a look inside
Well,
their
that's
journey,
got like good
here's the
story,
Creature Keeper
artistic
Dead
expression.
Diary.
I'm gonna need to look through my Steam's list to give you an idea. So mostly MMORPGs, but I do like Dark Souls. I do like RTS games, so you got your Command and Conquers, you've got your Command and Conquer ripoffs, you've got your old school 2D pixel games that are still strategy games, Darkest Dungeon, so RPG kind of games. I'm trying to think of one that's got an artistically interesting story. I'm only thinking of Disco Elysium right now, but that's not the best example. Maybe the Stanley Parable would be a good example. That can be interesting, though some people find it boring. Space Station 13. I suppose that's you crafting the story as you fuck with other people. Anything that's essentially not afraid of controversy or doing something unique or interesting. Hotline Miami. There you go. That's a great one. Thank you. I don't want to say your name because I feel like I'm saying thank you to Unreal Engine. Hotline Miami is a solid
We're
one.
excited just to be in OTK when they announced the host pick. Wait, Creature Keeper? Like, what?
Them using old footage of Asmongold over
Give
here.
me some validation that people are resonating with the game.
Look at that. They know that Asmongold's such a draw that the first thing they'll do is use footage of him.
And then all of a sudden, chat exploded into.
And 5,000 plus in Discovery Queue and also very selective. Now you got to play what you find interesting because then you can talk about the things that are interesting about something that other people don't know about. Right?
My favorite creature
this whole
is
idea
the
of
block.
chase the big
The
games is such a
little
dumbass
bunny,
idea.
what I did
Because
was
if you
the
have
hat
no
bounces
personal interest in
while
it,
this
you're
thing
not
is
going to be
rolling.
interesting
And it
while
just
playing that
looks
game. You're going to be
stupid
sitting
and
there
it
thinking to
works
yourself,
and
how the
it's
fuck
beautiful and
do I get out of
thank
this
you
situation?
to the OTK crew and community for supporting me. I'm glad to have had you join me on this journey. Check out Creature Keeper on Steam. My name is Fergie.
Does it have a good story or can you chill to good game mechanics or feel like Mario 64? So if something's got good game mechanics and it's got fuck all story, I can still enjoy the shit out of it.
At last year's Expo, Mad Mushroom announced their new roguelike ARPG Hellclock to many excited fans, including me. I played
Psychonauts is a good one with an interesting story, I would probably
now
say.
they're ready to show you
now that I
a
think
more
about it.
in-depth look at the game. Take a look.
But I'll also play a game like Mechabellum, right? Where Mechabellum has like zero fucking story, but it's like I'll open it on my second monitor, and while I'm doing my job, I'm also playing the game because it's like it calms me down. It calms down the autism in my soul.
And blasting through dungeons as fast as you can.
This is the worst thing I ever watched. Chance, you need to go back and watch the other OTK Games Expos because this is just the top layer of shit right here. It was much worse in the past.
That you can heavily modify. You can also purchase or loot blast gear that permanently improves your base stats. The Great Bell of Canudos is your first skill tree, letting you add more stats and unlock new features. Most importantly, there's a reliquary, where you equip relics found during runs. Unique relics can get really wild and completely change how your skills work. As you
think about it
descend
this
into
way, right?
hell, your clock will give you 7 minutes to journey as far as you can. Although we believe the playing around the clock mechanic is very fun, we also don't try to force you to play the game
This is Path
our
of
way.
Exile, isn't it?
If you hate timers and want to disable this feature, simply toggle on relax mode. This is your game, so you decide what is fun.
Oh, they've got game journalist mode.
Let's talk more about character progression, because you have plenty of choices to make mid-run. When you level up, you can choose one of several blessings of proficiency for your chosen skills. These blessings can be extremely powerful and also roll with color-coded rarities. The real meat of character customization comes from our constellation system. You start with access to just the center of the map, but as you complete constellations, you earn devotion path points to unlock new ones.
Hey, they stole the Skyrim tree, look at that.
So we plan to have 52 unique constellations available in Endgame. I hope you like this brief overview of Hellclock. We'll launch on June 18th with a full free ad campaign, but after the credits roll, we hope a lot of you will be wanting more. Soon after release, a free update will add Ascension, our endgame system. Stay tuned for more information about Ascension soon. Thanks for your support, join our Discord, and check out our demo on Steam.
So this was just an ad?
Hellclock officially releases June 18th on Steam.
I'm out of the loop
but if
on
you
that
can't
one.
wait, you can jump into the demo right now to start playing. And just as a reminder to all indie
Hellcock.
devs who are currently watching, if you're creating an amazing passion project and want to speak with a publisher who can connect you to creators, check out Mad Mushroom. Legends of Illumia is a next-generation MMORPG.
Are you
where
fucking
players
kidding
have
me?
full
Here we go.
ownership of their characters and equipment with fun opportunities to battle
An
other
MMO,
players, explore
finally.
dungeons, and loot treasure. Here's a look at Illumia.
Is this just Maple Story? Was that a phone game? Yeah, well, these games don't matter because these are the guys who funded the event, right? They got their game. Oh, of course, it's a fucking mobile trash piece of shit. So, these are the guys that, you know, they're not a part of the event, but they paid a bunch of money so that OTK can do this kind of stuff and ride the backs of their cash cow into the dirt, right? And I can respect that. Personally, I can respect them extracting money out of mobile games because, hey, if they're going to get a piece of the pie, they might as well get it from the worst place imaginable, right? Nothing wrong with that. Legitimately, Fantasy Life 1 was really refreshing to me for an RPG game. I don't even know about that. Each job had a purpose. Crafting jobs were actually fun. You know what? There's an old MMO called Rose Online that had surprisingly good profession systems in it. Everything else sucked, but it was pretty good at that.
Play.battlerise.com and follow them on Twitter at Triumph Games and BattleRise Game for more info. Critical Shift is a hardcore turn-based tactical game with RPG elements and a profound dramatic story. But what's even more hardcore is the fact that you can wishlist the game on Steam right after their trailer.
You're right, Roadblock. This all started when people copied Dark Souls, and now everything else is just a copy of everything else. That line from Fight Club, everything's just a copy of a copy of a copy. Is he gonna fuck the robot now? Oh, the robot's gonna fuck him. Okay. Rose being sponsored. Yeah, that's never happening. Hey, do you think if OTK finds my comments, they'll still give me a green card to America?
Combat droid signatures.
This is the cleanup team.
Do you think I can still make it into the country? Or do you think I'm fucked?
The database is toast. It's been tampered with.
It figures. We'll have to hunt down answers the hard way.
It reminds me Everything I see just reminds me of her. Oh, it's XCOM. It's XCOM with zombies.
Holy shit! Fall back!
Go, go, go!
Close call, but it was worth it.
This will come in handy.
It knows our weaknesses. We need to act fast.
Contact!
thought we had it all figured out. We were prepared for anything. But this place rewrites the rules.
Yeah, this is just XCOM. XCOM EU and 2 were fantastic. They worked. I love the XCOM games. Oh my god, they were good. I played both, like I played every XCOM game except the last one.
Well, the votes are officially in, so it's now time to announce the winners of the OTK Chat's Choice and Starforge Art Star Reward. Now, there were billions of votes split across the 33 games that we showcased here today. Don't fact check me on that.
Quadrillion!
And while we wish that we could give everyone a stack of fat cash for the amazing game that they brought, Chat has chosen a very special few to win. The winners, please!
Oh, here's the winners.
Where's your clown outfit?
Yeah, what happened to that?
Here's the winners.
Around.
All right.
I'll put it back on now.
Yeah, I saw him
Oh,
naked
fuck
earlier.
off with this cringe. Tell
Let's
me
start
the
off
winners.
with the Starforge Art Star Award, which is awarded the game that
Oh,
Chat
that's the one I
believes
forgot
has
to
the best
vote for.
art style.
So this
And the
doesn't
winner
matter.
Is Ad Mortem, which is a fantastic choice.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh,
I
yeah.
care
And
again.
the thing is, that's also one of the
And
first
Morton did
games
look
that
like
we
a
had
banger.
showcased today. So
So
for
good.
people to have, remembered the game.
yeah.
And it looks so polished and clean, too.
Looks great. Looks great.
All right,
I
well,
can agree with that.
congratulations to Ad
I bet
Mortem
people are
for
mad about
winning
that, though.
the Starforge Art Star Award. As you saw earlier on in the show, they will be receiving a custom Starforge PC decked out in their
Can I
games
tell you?
art,
Can I
which
tell you why Ad Mortem won? It's not because it's artistically unique. It's because it's got good graphics, and people confuse the two.
our 5 Chat's Choice Developer Grant winners.
Here we go.
And the first winner of the Chat Choice Developer Grant is, well, wouldn't you know it, Ad Mortem.
Again.
Hey, there we go.
I wonder if this is my fault for mentioning it. But
I think it might
get
be your
fucked.
fault.
I'm very sorry.
You biased.
But also, it's
Shut
a
up,
great
Jerry.
game.
Absolutely.
At number 2,
Looks like a banger.
Unemployment Simulator 2018, which is
Hey,
amazing.
look at that.
And this game
It's
looks
almost
so
like
much
I'm
fun. I
in
can't wait to
touch
play.
with
I can't wait.
gaming
I was
because I'm
watching
a
through
fat
some of our
piece of
streamers'
shit.
chats earlier on, and
God
when that game was
damn.
showed, people were saying like, "Oh, it's Soda. Oh, is this S-Fan? Oh," and just naming every single OTK member. So I don't know if I'm gonna get a
You
talking
know how I
to
found your
after
stream?
that.
I was like, who in this
Our
list looks like
third
someone that
Chat's
says it's straight,
Choice
even if it's a
winner
7-year-old?
is
Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss.
Chaos.
Chaos,
I'm a
right?
piece of shit,
Chaos,
that's
chaos,
why.
yes. Congratulations to
Total
them.
Chaos.
And again,
Which
what
one
an
was that?
amazing story. It started as a Doom mod, and now all of a sudden it
That's
is
that-
a standalone
Is
game
that the
of
boomer
its
shooter
own.
one?
So congratulations to them.
It's amazing. All right.
That's
fourth
fair.
For
That's
the chat.
fair.
Can I say
Okay.
this one?
That's
yeah,
fair.
you could say it. Go right ahead. Everybody already knows it, but go
I want
ahead.
to say it. All right, and our 4th winner goes to 7-year-old developer Logan and Pigeon's
Oh, come on.
Mission. Okay, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if you were to give a 7-year-old,
I'm going to be honest with you. His game wasn't unique or interesting. It was a fucking platformer. The same platformer that's been made for the last 25 fucking years. You wanted a good platformer, you go look at Sulk Song, go look at Owlboy, go look at Ori and the Blind Forest. But give that 7-year-old 10 years and he's probably doing something more interesting.
To get
Also, that's
creative.
bullshit.
Congratulations to
This
all
is
5
bullshit.
of our winners. And again,
Fucking
to all of the
trash.
different games that participated here today. I really hope
Terrible
that they're
two
able to
choices
either
there.
put that money towards
I can
bills
understand
or to
the other three
developing their
here.
game even
Also,
further,
thanks for the
Bruce.
sub.
It'll be all of those things, and it's
It'll
going to
tell
help
me your
them
name
make
now.
a better game in
YouTube's
general,
slow on this.
which is one of the main reasons I love doing the show.
Absolutely.
Because of what you guys do for the developers. So
It's
thank
because
you.
only the
That is
30-year-olds had
my
enough
favorite
attention to
part of
complete
the
the questionnaire,
OTK Games Expo
probably.
as well. And I just want to do a
That or it's rigged from the beginning and your votes mean nothing.
different Twitch streamers who signed up for our first ever co-streamer program. Thank you all so much for sharing these games with your audiences, and hopefully we got plenty of wish lists across the board.
Yeah, it always
so I
says
want to give a
undefined,
huge
and then
shout
it
out
says
to
the name
everyone who
later.
is watching, as well as everyone behind the scenes, our production partners with WePlay, and all of our amazing partners for helping make this show.
There's no second Mirror's Edge. Jacob, there's no second Mirror's Edge. Don't lie to yourself. Come on. Come on, there's no second Mirror's Edge. Let's be
S-Fan, you're
real.
up, bud!
Oh, here comes the cringe.
Yo, what's up, guys? Hello. Oh, I had these on still. Yo, I don't wear glasses. I wear contacts.
Oh man, so we're gonna start with we're gonna play some games today with me and all my friends. I've invited every single person that I'm friends with to come join me today, and it's gonna be great. We're gonna play some Hell Clock. We're gonna play some To Kill a God, which we just announced today, our newest Mad Mushroom game. That's gonna be very exciting, and we're gonna play some Tolan as well. So it's gonna be really good. I think I think other people are coming. I don't know.
Ignore me.
This is pretty much how most of
Just
my life goes.
watch the
where
thing.
I'm sitting around and invite everyone. But Bruce is here.
Supposed to join you. I don't want to sit on your glasses.
Oh no, you're good. You can sit on my glasses. It's fine.
Man. Wow. Thank you very much for doing the post show, because now I'm just going to hang out and do nothing. We just did all the hard work, so now it's you.
Nice. So you guys do what I do every day now.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Did you resonate with Unemployment Simulator 2018?
I mean, that's pretty much what I deserve. Yeah.
Calling you out immediately.
All right, well, listen, post-show, we're going to be doing a lot of gameplay. More specifically, the first game that we're going to show off is our new Mad Mushroom World Reveal trailer, by the way, that dropped today for To Kill a God.
You know, I love that we call it a World Reveal because it's our own game. So we can just be like, yes, world reveal of our own game.
But it is a world reveal of your own game because no one else has seen it in the world.
It is. That's true. So I mean, it works, but like you have the you can say that, and that's kind of sick.
Yeah, it is.
So
Gips just told me that for every world reveal I put in the show, I get a cookie. So
wait, really?
Like seven cookies?
I'm getting
Can we afford that?
You didn't know that?
We definitely can't afford that. we definitely cannot afford that.
I just let my negotiation slip through. But S-Fan, do you want to hop on the sticks and
I'm
start
down.
jumping in?
You playing To Kill a God?
Yes.
All right, I played this last night. Have you played it, right?
Oh, I've played it.
Oh, okay, all right. Apparently he's played hours and hours and hours.
Yes.
All right.
I'm so excited.
I've played so many hours of this game. It's fantastic.
I'm so glad, though, that we have you, because I was playing through the demo, and listen, I think it's pretty clear. I kind of suck at these types of games. I'll be very
I bet
vulnerable
you swallow
with
at these kinds of games,
so I'm glad
too.
that we have you two to kind of walk us through, because as we know, the skill tree is the map that you're fighting through.
Right.
I got confused. I couldn't read, but still, watching you two play a little bit over your shoulder, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is how it should be done.
To be honest, it's not necessarily
I want
easy.
her
I don't think
shirt.
it's an
Her shirt
easy
is pretty
game,
cool. I'll give you
but
that.
I think S-Fan will take us through, and it'll be not
I think
that
those are
hard
the
for
tigers from
Once you played
Aladdin.
it an hour or two, I think you
It's
get
the
it.
scene just before they have anal
but to
sex
start,
on
it's
the
not
magic
it's not that
carpet.
easy. It really isn't.
If
All right,
I remember correctly.
with that intro, I mean, S-Fan, you can't die immediately.
He's not
Why
going
is
to
it always
die
like when you
immediately?
remove background with an AI image, when it's a
after.
black dude, it
No,
removes their
that
eye?
won't
Yeah,
happen.
instead of me
What is this,
immediately.
the fucking King Leopold of Belgium
Ooh,
AI?
cinematic. Hit the cinematic. Go, go, go. Cinematic.
Yeah. Gassan says yes. Quijano says, great. Should I do voices for these guys?
You absolutely should.
You're a professional voice
No,
actor.
don't.
Oh, I am a voice actor.
Yeah, you're
now.
professional.
You're right. Okay. Well, okay. Now I got to come up with voices. What are they going to sound like? Okay.
One deep, one high.
Yeah, I mean, you're the professional voice actor. Give us the, what's his name? Boom something?
Mr. Boom Blaster. Yes. Speak the words. It's not rotten world, tethered by thy blade, hand of death, halted by thy
This actually
hand.
looks like
Why does
an
the
interesting
script
game, by the
move
way.
so fast? I
What
cannot
Aladdin did you
actually
watch?
say what I want to
That's
say.
the same Aladdin as
in
everyone
this
else.
voice.
It's the one where the genie comes out, and like,
I
but
think what
he
they're doing
gets
is they're
stuck,
getting the
so
weapon
Aladdin
to
has to
kill
jack
God.
him off
Yes.
Oh, is that what
to
it
lube
was?
him up
That's
enough
what's
that he
happening
can
right
slip
now.
the
They're,
rest
like,
of his
basically
body out,
summoning,
because only his dick comes out.
The way to
And
kill
then when he's
God.
out
The
the
state of this product does
the
not
lamp.
No, you're not
represent
supposed to
the
read that. That's not
final
part of the
tries to have
version
sex
of
with
the
Aladdin,
game.
but
That's not part of
Aladdin
the
keeps on saying, no,
Placing
stop it, I'm
notable
straight.
passive
No, that's just
utility
development.
Everyone
node.
watched
That's a
that
video
one.
game thing.
Placing notable passive
do you
defense
mean?
No, you don't need to.
node.
Yeah,
It's a
That's
classic.
for the lore. That's the lore of the game.
Placing skill enhancer node.
He plays video games, right? He plays video games? I thought he did.
Yeah, no, he does. Do you want to enable the
Do
tutorial?
you want to enable?
You don't need to read everything.
I don't need a tutorial. I'm a pro. Wait, can I play the other character?
You could
Is
do
that the
whatever
one where
you
the
want,
genie
man.
lives
I
in
didn't know
some
that there
girl's
was
ass?
another
No, that
character.
no, that
There
was
is now.
a late night movie I
In the demo,
watched at
there was only
home
the one that I got.
on ETV
Nah, we're
when I
gonna do
was a
pixel
kid.
perfect rendering.
That
Look
was
at
a different genie
Bam.
movie.
See that? Bam. It's a Starforge PC, right?
Where the main character was an invisible
Yeah, just
dude,
say it is. Yeah.
and a guy wished to be irresistible to woman.
Okay, so
and so the genie turned him into a puppy,
reasons,
like a cute
she's
dog.
wearing golden armor, like a paladin. I'm gonna pretend she's a paladin.
And she's
fucking
she's
genie.
melee versus the other character who's ranged.
Yeah. So in the demo right now, you have two characters. You have a ranged character. You have a melee character. Some people say the melee character is harder.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna agree with them because I'm playing as the melee character.
When I played ranged last night, ranged.
You know what the problem is if streaming becomes your job, you have to become so fucking brand
First start,
friendly
you're kind of like, oh, this is
that what
this
you
has, like,
really
a pretty
think can
steep
never
learning
be
curve.
said
Again,
in public.
That's not hard.
You become
That's,
a brand
like,
unto your
relatively
own. And the biggest issue with all of this is you can never actually like be
Chad, you guys ready to shit
spicy.
your pants? Can I say shit your pants?
And if you are, you're lumped in with like Nick
Yeah, get ready to
Fuentes and
shit your
Aiden
pants.
Ross, who are spicy, but they're retarded spicy.
Yeah, so this skill tree looking
Such
thing
a
is
loss for
also the
humanity.
map. So how this game works, and there's actually a long tutorial in the demo there's a lot of dialogue boxes in the tutorial that will fully in-depth explain everything to you in this game.
Check the two titles: To Kill
I
a
will
God
give you
and Shadow of the
short
Road.
version for the sake of stream. But
Look at
basically,
logo
each
name.
one of these nodes that you go to, first off, you pick your starting ability, right? You pick your starter ability.
You
that wanna
gotta
play off
send
of
me a
to
link.
start
I'm
your
busy
build.
doing something
But
very
that
important
build
here.
turns
This
into
is fundamentally
what the map
important
is,
work.
and each one of these different nodes that you go to will change how the game plays by changing the stats of the enemies or something along those lines. For example,
Like, this
if
is
I go
important. This
with
is
the
critical work I'm
imbued
doing
strike,
right now.
starter weapon, starter skill. Oh yeah, thanks.
That's teamwork.
So, if I go with imbued strike, it actually goes into the next node that I can go to actually increases cold resistance by 3% for the enemies, all the enemies, right? And your rewards random item, random passive, whatever. I'll get more into that in a little bit, but let's just go ahead and get started. I have 4 abilities for this character. 1, Blade of the Fallen. This basically does a best way I can describe it is. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Ability from Retail WoW where the Paladin does a thing and the sword comes out of the ground.
He goes back to the wheelchair class.
Ice Bite is it's like an ice blast. Blade Dance is a big like you're shredding people. Berserker Barrage like Wolverine. That's the best way I can describe it. And then Imbued Strike is kind of like Aatrox in League of Legends whenever he does his thing on the ground.
Even worse, go back
the sword out, except it goes all the way
previous
across.
Messages.
I get that reference.
Go back to
Yeah,
WoW.
there you go. So I'm gonna go Imbued Strike. Imbued Strike is more of a I don't think Imbued Strike is very good early game, but I'm gonna go Imbued Strike anyway because, and I don't have it yet. I get it once I
That's why
complete
he's doing it.
I think Imbued Strike is cool because of and this is really what makes this game so fun, what makes this game so good, is the build variety and the ability to make each run your own run, right? Or its own run, right? However you really want to look at it. So I now have Imbued Strike, and I'll go ahead and I'll go here, or I can go here, notable passive defense. So if I do this one, entering this room will give all enemies 3% physical damage gained as cold damage, right? So you're gonna do damage add. This kind of gives you an idea of what this is.
Look kind of big.
Who cares?
She must be
We're good at
packing.
games. We don't
Packing
gotta worry
what?
about it. So,
what does big feet on a woman mean?
Best around.
I don't actually know.
Ever bring you down, that's fantastic.
Okay, that seems a lot more.
So that's my just
Nearly
right
done
click,
here.
right? And I'm
Very
a
important
huge
work.
fan of auto attacks, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a lot of auto attacks. Right here, and then I pick up the bonus. Now, if I hit F, right, that's my Imbued Strike, which missed. Imbued Strike isn't super good early game.
Yeah, that was actually surprisingly short.
Yeah, I mean it goes like I can go from here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
okay, there we
And
go.
that looked sick, right?
Yeah.
Imbued Strike does like half your weapon damage. But what else it does is if I click, does it give you a tooltip? All right, we're gonna see the tooltip out of there. Let's see. So afterwards, you get to choose. I'm gonna get a, oh my gosh, legendary bow.
Oh, yeah, that is an exotic bow already.
Yeah, you get an exotic bow. Now here's the thing.
Okay, so wait.
I picked the melee character.
Yeah.
So I suck.
So S-Fan, this is a question that I had when I was trying to play the demo though. If you hover the bow, so it says like the requirements.
Yeah, but he
It shows,
can't.
like-
He's too low level, and he needs 32 dex.
Well, I could still use it if I wanted to.
Eventually you can, but I don't think you can now.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm gonna do. Oh, man, I always do this thing where I'm like,
That's a great roll to start. I did not get an exotic at all when I was playing.
I haven't gotten an exotic weapon yet. This is the first time I got an exotic weapon. So I'm gonna do this anyway. One thing to note, +1 health gained on kill. You don't have, you have a certain
Why do
amount of
AAA
flasks,
games
and we
get
can
the
talk about
worst
that later.
controller
Like, if you
players
rest,
to play
you
their
can give
games
up
and
your
gameplay
rewards, and
trailers?
you can rest, and you can
Because
replenish your
it
flask
gives
and
them
your
an
mana and
accurate
everything.
measure of what a game
Whereas
journalist
otherwise
is
you
going to
don't
think
heal.
about their
So
game.
anything that you can do to gain
You got to
health,
remember, games journalists are the ones they care about because game journalists decide whether your game lives or dies, or at least that's what they think, even if it's not true, right? And so they think that they're being geniuses by getting retards to play their game.
You get 1 reroll, right?
Yeah, you get 1 reroll of each, and increased armor, increased
But the
maximum.
truth is,
That was a better roll.
This is a little bit better roll. So
they're
we're gonna
too
run that.
fucking
So
stupid
that's
to
a
register.
passive. I have that now passive to my character on the bottom, and I can go to my inventory, and I can add this once I'm ready.
That it's actually gamers who decide whether a game's good or not.
I'm gonna go ahead and put points in dex. That puts me at 24 dex. I'm missing 8. I need 1 more level. I'll probably be able to get it in 2 levels if I just put everything into dex. Next one.
So they get like a dipshit to play it, or someone who's terrible at it.
So with the merchant, you can actually
Because a games journalist, you got to remember, the games journalist couldn't finish the Cuphead tutorial, right?
I'm actually not gonna buy anything. But
At least they got a gamer to play their game. Yeah, that's, to be fair, they at least got someone who plays video games, which is a step above the standard quality that I would expect.
The merchant, or like if you're going to craft a skill or whatever, that's it. Once you've clicked into that node and you clicked out, you can't do it again. Yeah, it's really important.
Yeah, because then you'll end up throwing. Now the thing about this game, and I'll try and play a little bit. I'll play a little bit faster and a little bit less explainy in a second. But it gets so addicting once you start realizing, oh, I can do that with my build. Oh, I can do that.
I guess it's true, if they let smart people play their games, the devs know they will get shit on. Yeah, they know.
That they're games that it's, you compare it to like a big AAA title. It's,
that's
it's a 100
better.
hour playthrough, this and that. But they don't have a really addicting gameplay loop like some of the most popular indie games right now.
That's right.
Whether you want to talk about it like a Balatro, Conquest Dark is like that, exactly. we just released recently. So, yeah, it's
we'll just,
kind of interesting.
I'm nearly done. I'm nearly
big
done.
weapon. Okay, well, see, so now I'm at an impasse because I just got that other one.
Well, you need 30 strength for that, so you don't have that. You can't use that yet either.
Well, I could just use this now because I'll be able to add the 5 strength in.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
So I should really stick to 1. This is kind of stupid, but I'm gonna get it anyway. Okay. So inventory. I have 5 points available. And
You can up
just
your
doing a
strength,
little bit of
but
blending
You won't
quick.
be able to use the bow.
yeah, I mean, this is like a really dumb way to play the game.
They
but
should
I'm
never
gonna do
get
it
me to
anyway, just
playtest
for
the
the sake of
game
showcasing
live
stuff,
like this. I
and also
break
for my own
intended or
knowledge, 'cause I've
intentionally.
only played Melee
That's
so
the thing, right? Is you would
let's go
probably
here.
play the game someone who plays video games plays it like. And the issue is
now
that makes
I'm gonna
it look
hit
bad.
way harder.
There was also there was an ability I picked up last night that basically made it so that when you got a kill, it would set off chain lightning.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Chain lightning would then get other kills, and if that got more kills, that would set off another. It like
So
kept
maybe it's
triggering
actually better they
kills
get a
over and over and
retard
over.
to
That
play
was
the game,
kind of
because
the
there
build
is
that I was
this
looking
thing.
for is, like,
There's
that's
a
what I
thing
said
in
earlier.
advertising when it
I
comes to
kinda don't
games,
really
right?
wanna play the game.
Where they've found that if they get someone who's retarded to play a video game and then post it live, what happens is someone looks at that game and goes, I could play this game better. I could do a way better job at playing this game. And then that gets people to buy the game because they're like, I could play this fucking game better than this absolute retard. This was discovered, I think, mostly around 2019 when there were a bunch of mobile games with those puzzle games that were really fucking stupid and basic to solve.
So a good thing to look at here, especially in the demo, because the demo you don't get to do too many
Just
nodes before it
export
takes
that.
you to the boss. I want to try and find some of these guys, like the skill enhancer. That's really what I want to get to. I want to get to that skill enhancer.
That's what Daddy likes. Yeah.
This is the
All right.
Mercator unknown event.
Yeah, these are fun.
As you brave the fogs, you realize you're surrounded by marshes from all sides. You
So
immediately
I don't
stop
know if
dead
this
on your
means the
tracks.
event's over
You know,
or
this
if
terrain
I'm
is very
obligated to
treacherous,
stay
and
for
one
this or
wrong
not.
step could mean suddenly falling
But
into
I'm
a
gonna
watery
double check
grave.
that now.
Your first measure is grabbing onto the roots of a tree and climbing over the many branches and vines, looking to gain a bit of higher ground before deciding how to proceed. As you do so, you spot a source of light ahead at what looks to be a torch or a small campfire. You carefully and slowly make your way closer to the light. Now, being able to see that there's a man sitting beside
Remember
the fire.
marketing bread and butter, treat the customer like a
Sitting on a
retard so
log.
they'll remember your product.
Him
Yeah,
versus a small
you're
bedroll.
not wrong
Further away,
actually, and
on
the
the other side of
problem
the
is,
camp, a small
right,
boat
think about it this
bobs
way.
on the muddy waters.
Everyone here in any stream is probably a power user in some format or another. You managed to figure out how to use a PC, you've figured your way to Twitch, you've got an opinion, you're tech savvy. You are not the average consumer. To some degree, every single one of you is a power user, right? These guys have to cater to the soccer mom who got fucked by 7 different dudes and has 12 different children. And she still doesn't know who the real father of any of them is, right? But she loves Candy Crush on the mobile device because it takes away her existential dread from what she's done. So they need to cater to her. So they always reach for the lowest common denominator. They're not reaching for you. They know you're outside of the market. It's the same as, like, you know how Nigerian scam artist emails always have spelling errors, because anyone bright enough to know that it's a scam is going to get filtered out by that. They want the idiots who don't see that, because they know they've got a chance of getting that dumbass to fall for the scam. There it is. Right, let me see if other streamers are still streaming this, or whether people have, like, mostly moved on, and whether, like, that's essentially the end of the OTK event or not, right? Let me just see.
So this is a big skill enhancement, plus 7 projectiles. So I'm gonna grab this guy.
What have you linked me here? Roadblock.
Let's see, increase attack speed. That's always fun. Okay.
To kill a god.
So I want to work my way.
Oh, these are the links to the thing. Thank you for sending those.
And show you guys what makes this game special.
I don't know. There's no Black Samurai in this game, so I don't know how accurate this is.
It's like a big.
That's the problem.
Shoots out like a thing for my weapon. Cool. But that's not really where the strength of Imbued Strike comes from. And this is what I was saying earlier, where it's like not that great.
Oh, you mean the text, right?
More of a late game type of thing.
You mean the text?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good because I got lucky with the weapon.
I see it now.
So Wind Piercer, I got another weapon, or excuse me, I got another skill.
Oh my fuck!
Now, if I had gone,
how did I miss that?
I had gone straight here right away. Now I need level 9 to be able to use.
Oh man, that's so generic.
Let's go ahead and go to the skill enhancer, and I can put multiple skill enhancers on.
Ubisoft brainwashing you. What are you talking about? That's been my wallpaper the whole day. What are you talking about, Doc?
I'm actually just going to do one because I only have one here. And
I would like to remind you about shit which happened in the expansion to Elder's Ring.
I'm a very greedy gamer. Unbelievably greedy gamer. So I will go and
Did you was need to kill optional boss base game before you could start the expansion? They get many complaints about the way they hide that gameplay behind the boss. And we players can't play it because we can't kill that boss. No, that's bullshit. Most people can play it. Elden Ring is the easiest Souls game. Of any Souls game, Elden Ring is the baseline easiest, because if you're ever stuck, you can just use summons. Right? So it doesn't actually matter. No one is struggling with Elden Ring. I refuse to believe that anyone who played Elden Ring is struggling with it. Anyone who's, like, you know, battling is probably trolling, or they're doing the pirate software smug contrarianism thing in order to, like, garner views by pissing people off. Thanks for the follow, Mystical Tom. Right, I don't believe anyone's battling with Elden Ring. If you're battling with Elden Ring, Jesus Christ, don't touch Bloodborne, don't touch Sekiro, don't touch 1, don't touch 2, especially don't touch 2 with the fucking Punisher. 3 you could probably get away with doing, even if you're crying about Elden Ring being hard.
Now, I want to dive into the middle and blow them up.
This picture should be on only S fans.
Okay, another weapon I already have.
I'll probably tweet it out.
Enhanced skill has reduced cooldown,
you know
so
what?
I could have added this onto the other thing earlier, and it would have, you know, reduced the cooldown as well by 50%.
A bold move.
I don't want any of these. Chance of shotgun dealing lightning damage. I'm actually, so Imbued Strike does a little bit of
OTK
all types
event
of damage, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. So
I wasn't sure if it was like a physical damage or a shock damage or what.
Yeah.
People use emojis nowadays,
so in
but I'm not
here,
up to speed with these.
Oh no,
so
there's
which
just
one
a
is
chance
the
to burn, chance to shock, chance to chill and freeze. So
hand?
you have a chance to add like a status.
I need the jerk off hand. Which one is that?
Actually, so it adds all the status effects.
50% of attack
that one, right?
Physical, and the rest added those chances.
Yeah. So you do less damage
then we
than
need
your
the
normal
water
melee,
one.
but yeah. Now something I want to try here.
No. What is it? What is it? Sweat?
Okay. So let's try a
Which
gift
one's the
from
emoji?
Father. This is an exotic bow. This is a legendary bow. Added chance for burning enemies to spread burn on death.
Spicy mouth, that's a good one.
So that's big time because we have the burn from Butte Strike.
That's huge.
And then I need to put an eggplant here, I believe.
Let's see how this works.
As the kids would have it.
Right click to as.
Oh no, we need that. You're right. The pointing hand's better. Well, yeah.
One additional modifier.
Thank you for letting me know that.
Last night, but
I don't know if they work.
We got to do it right.
Oh yeah.
Get it right. Get it tight.
Okay.
That was the sword you were using before.
So an exotic's not legendary. Exotic's like okay. Step up.
Hey, do you think I'm ever gonna not be a brand risk?
Wow, brand. Forge an item is rare and give it 1 to 3 new mods. So I can take this chest piece.
I'm a problem. Gee, I wonder why sponsors won't work with me.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
Okay, so I reforge that. And then
I didn't live long enough.
It's not on the same line.
I just kept going, oh,
oh, thank God I can edit it.
Okay, so here's another one. Rerolls the values for all modifiers on an item. So I can reroll the values. So the modifiers stay the same, but the modifier changes.
There we go. Much better.
The values change.
I need them to understand the hieroglyphs because somehow we went all the way back to the Egyptian system of hieroglyphics.
So good. I don't want to do it on that, but let's just do it on this because increase weapon attack speed, increase weapon crit chance. And again, this isn't normally how you play.
Which is the oddest thing.
But let's see if this one works.
I don't know how we went all the way back there.
Even does, you know, like what the damage is like. Is that sort of
you
the
can't
fun
sell
of
our
this stuff,
product?
like
Yeah, pretty much.
About what it'll do.
Think about it this way:
and actually testing it.
If any sponsor
right now
or payment processor had the fucking testicles on them to actually
so
like
if I take this, reforge an item
make
as legendary, get 4 to 6 new mods. I wonder if this legendary, I just
on
add
someone
more
who's
mods
got
to it,
a spicy opinion and actually stood by them, I'm
I think it
willing
did.
to
Yeah,
bet
it
that they would make infinitely more money than if they had all these safe, family-friendly, PG-13 fucking people making their cringe, shitty little jokes. Because you know what the difference is? If one sponsor, let's say, the Vanos Gaming guys, right? If you have a sponsor that sticks behind the Vanos Gaming guys because they're so honest and they make a bunch of racist jokes and shit, you're more likely to buy that product because you're likely to know that those people are less full of shit, right? Whereas the guys who are playing the game do not have your best interests at heart. They're out here trying to fuck you over because they have to keep up a face and an appearance. And they're like, I'm such a good person. I never have naughty bad thoughts, right? Which is such a fucking stupid idiot thing. And I'm saying this as someone who's worked in project management, who's worked alongside marketers and advertisers. If you picked one spicy boy somewhere out there, you could probably make so much bank because you know he's not going to sell people shit. OTK event is done. Yes. As far as I see, actually, let's double check. Let's double check. Has everyone else stopped caring? Asmongold stopped caring.
Ooh, I gotta correct you on that one. Ooh, not so much,
Asmongold's
right?
not watching anymore. What about Quinn? I think Quinn went offline. Yeah, Quinn fucked off. I think it's over. It's done. No one gives a shit anymore. We've got the people who are doing the stream together. What the fuck? How the fuck do I end up on the top line of Twitch? This is indicative of a website that's going to collapse in about a year. This is not a good sign. When the top line is the people co-streaming it, and then everything else is below 3 digits. That is not a good sign. Holy shit. But do you know what matters? Do you know what matters? We beat the fucking VTuber. That's all that matters. Goddamn cartoon bitches out there. Ugh, I'll beat you up like you're a real woman. Okay, let me fucking switch this over. Okay, let me go back to just chatting. Since S-Fan's getting fucked on stream and I don't really want to watch that. That's not really my jam. Listen, okay, Iron Mouse is the only one who gets an exception. She's the only one who gets the VTuber pass. Okay, I fucked up hardcore. Making statements about that VTuber because she's legitimately the only VTuber who has a reason to be a VTuber. God, I feel so bad about that. And the worst part is Iron Mouse is actually talented and can sing. She's like a skilled human being. If sponsors would be as smart as her son, they would do it. I'm not sure how to take that, Dubba. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. But that's like saying, if only they were only like, you know, potato genetics, then they could get somewhere. Okay, let's fix this shit up. Let's remove those labels right there. Get out of this fucking category. Leave. Alright, so I do want to do something, and I'm probably going to do it pretty soon on stream, right? And it's going to take me some time to sort this out because I'm still considering whether I do this or whether I abandon this entirely and just don't talk about like it at all. So I want to do a stream talking about my home country before we carry on with MMOs and shit. Because I see there's a lot of information that's misinformation. I see there's a lot of people who don't know what the fuck's going on in my country. They see President Trump getting that nice clown nose on my fucking president, you know, making him honk the horn for everyone being like, there's no killing of whites in my country. But I kind of want to do that stream. So when another co-stream. Well, I was thinking when Muckluck starts streaming, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy his link over, and while he plays Guild Wars 2, I'm going to do a handstand and open my asshole in and out, and that'll be the co-stream. He'll love that. Co-streaming's not a feature on Twitch, by the way. That's bullshit. It's just, oh, you can watch the stream, which is such a retarded thing to say. I've never heard anything dumber in my life than that. Literally bullshit. Literal bullshit. Peddled by Twitch. There's no such thing as co-streaming. It doesn't exist. It's not a feature. They just pretend it is. Rose could be a big, could be a big body with potato-sized head if VTube. Nah, I don't, look, I'm not sure that facial recognition software is going to look at my face and say that's human. It'll be like, that's an ugly-looking dog, but where's the person I'm supposed to track? I'm from ZA2. Okay, so then you understand. You understand. So, okay, this is why I want to do the stream. People are looking at the whole white genocide shit and stuff, and you got people who are very far right, and they are screaming at the most extreme end of things. And then you got people on the far left who are just outright denying it. And the reality is that the truth is somewhere in between those two, right? And the issue is, no one's fucking listening. So I want to do one big stream on that, cover every topic, look at everyone's videos about the topic, talk about it once, and then leave it the fuck alone. Because, as we've seen, my government is attempting, they haven't done it, but they're attempting to make it treason to talk about this shit. Right? Which is the dumbest thing imaginable. And then they want to claim there's free speech in this country. There's no such thing. No such fucking thing. Alright. Let's see. I know there were some videos in the Discord. We'll do some reacting like a real streamer does. Because I know there were some videos I skipped out on. Let's see what we got here. I'm just making sure I'm not in the NSFW category. And then we'll go from there, because I'm still kind of burned out from the week of dealing with legal bullshit. Let's see, where is it? There it is. There it is. Steam has an early access problem. Sounds interesting. Long ass video. Indie games are the enemy now. You know what? That's relevant to today. That one. And then we've been through these ones. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. Well, I'm gonna watch one video. Then I'm gonna go fuck off and sleep. That way I can make sure that I get through doing my job tomorrow and can still stream. And we will continue with Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. How does that sound? Skip all of Super God's videos. Yeah, I don't want to watch furry porn on stream right now. You know it's a serious topic when the neon pink stress ball comes out. This is not even a stress ball, right? This is like one of those plastic balls. Like, we bought my kid, basically, my kid's a little girl, we bought her, like, those plastic balls that come in a box, and what she basically does with them is when she takes them to the play sessions with other kids, she will throw them at other kids who try to, like, eat her lunch and shit, right? So, like, everyone's got a lunch box, and everyone's got, like, their own little lunch thing, and, when my wife opens the lunch box, right, my wife's a good cook. I'm sorry to say this. My wife is a fucking good cook. She will take 3 ingredients and do some Gordon Ramsay shit. By comparison, I make one meal and I shit myself for 5 days non-stop. So I leave the cooking up to her, right? She's just amazing at it. And so a lot of other kids, like, reach into her lunchbox and, like, try and grab the spaghetti or whatever the fuck is there. And my kid has learned that the deterrent is to throw these little plastic balls at kids' faces. So she'll just be like, and she'll just keep doing it until they leave. My kid is very selective, and I've figured out something else. So for a while now, we've had a concern voiced by my family that my kid's not speaking, right? They've been saying, oh, well, your child's not speaking. Oh, maybe you want to take her to a speech therapist. It turns out she will speak, but she won't speak to people she doesn't like. And she's identified most of my family members as people she doesn't like. She does not open her mouth around them. She will be dead silent, like a fucking deer hiding from a lion in the bush, right? She's not saying a goddamn word. But we take her home, and when she's with me and my wife, she's just babbling all the time. When she's with her friend at the play sessions and no other kids around, then she'll talk. And then another kid will come along, and she'll just go from babbling and talking and, like, just saying random nonsense to just dead fucking quiet until they leave. She's so fucking selective. I'm so proud of her. Other kids come in for a hug. She just puts her hand on their chest. No. Oh, I love it so much. I love that little kid. She's so based. I don't think I'm going to have problems with her later in life. She understands the score. She's like, I'll have my friends and they'll be the ones I pick and everyone else can fuck off. And I think that's the way to go. I don't think I'm going to have, like... I don't think I'm going to have issues with anyone else except teachers, who are going to be little bitches to her. But I expect that from all teachers these days. I mean, think about it statistically speaking. Even if you send your kid to the best school, right? You're going to have 90% of teachers are going to be perfectly fine, 0 problems. But there's always going to be that one bitch. There's always going to be that one bitch. And if I find them, I'm gonna make their life a living hell before they can fuck my kid's life up. Why would she be so cautious? We have no idea, Wilgair. That's the interesting part. We have no idea where this comes from, but it does match the behavior of my side of the family, right? My family are hardcore introverts. I'm personally, like, I've literally been diagnosed with autism, right? So, like, my mom had to spend, like, years of my life showing me flashcards of human emotion before I could memorize what people were feeling based on what their faces looked like. My wife's not much better. My wife is also a deep, hardcore introvert. She prefers books over human beings most of the time, right? And so I'm not too surprised by this, because it follows my father's behavior, it follows my grandfather's behavior, it follows my behavior as a kid, because apparently I wasn't that different, right? Except I was worse, apparently, as a kid. Because I was fine with kids my age, but there were certain teachers I identified as a child as a problem, and I didn't want anything to do with them. And it got so bad that I nearly failed a year, my first year of school, because I refused to do what the teacher told me to, because I just didn't like her. And the teacher assumed that I was retarded. I mean, she ended up being right, but I didn't need to be held back for being retarded. And it just turned out I didn't like her, so I didn't want to do the things she told me to do. Every other teacher I had no problem with, but there was that one. There was that one in kindergarten that I wouldn't listen to her worth a goddamn. And so she's kind of like following hardcore family software that we have installed. I was so in my own head and imagination that I can't even remember any of my teachers. It's even worse for me. The only teacher I really remember was my math teacher in high school, who took a shit on me because I took a day off of school to go get my driver's license. And she told me, you're gonna fail mathematics. So that year I made sure to get the highest mark in math so I could rub it in her face. And like, when it got to to getting my math mark, I was like, what was that you said, bitch? What did you say, bitch? And she didn't even remember doing that to me, which makes me think she was probably on SSRIs or some kind of anti-anxiety medication, because that does cause memory loss. And she like went from being perfectly normal to losing her fucking mind all the time, which is probably a medication thing. But anyway, we're going to end off today talking about indie games, because we just watched an entire thing about indie games. Why wouldn't we? Then I'm going to fuck off, and then we're going to play more Guild Wars 2 because the story is getting interesting. This is why he doesn't ban Super God. She pooped on me. No. No, she didn't. She was too old to be able to drop her pants. She probably shit them all the time, though. That old cranky bitch, I still remember her. I don't want to say her name, because her son who went to our school was actually a cool guy, but his mom was such a bitch. Jesus Christ. I remember telling the vice principal to his face when he asked why I was late to school. I didn't feel like coming to school today. Not the best response. Yeah, you're supposed to lie. You're supposed to lie and say something like, my uncle touched me, and it was really difficult to walk afterwards. You gotta come up with some good hardcore excuses that they can't like question. I think it's misleading if people actually categorize themselves into intro extroverts, since after that they can't think freely for themselves, since all life experience have led them to be like that, when people can just be anything they want when it comes to express themselves. So here's the problem, Wilgair. I can say that I'm introverted and it doesn't affect my behavior. I'm gonna behave the way I am regardless of the label, because I'm not governed by other people's perception of me, right? If you are doing things based on other people's perception of you, whether that's negative or positively, that means you're not in control, right? You can categorize yourself as something. I could say I have white skin. That doesn't change my behavior. I'm just gonna be who I am. Right? Same as if anything else was different about me. Except maybe if I had hair. Maybe then I'd have some confidence. But like the whole categorization thing, think about it this way. There's nothing wrong with classifying things. There's something wrong with treating them as a zodiac sign or an identity. Right? If your entire identity is being an introvert, that's the same as when women do that thing where they like talk about their star sign and that becomes their entire identity. Well, I'm like a Capricorn, so like I can only do this, blah, blah. Like that's retarded. But there's nothing wrong with being able to identify things into certain categories. So like, I'm trying to give it. Here's a good categorization. I'll steal this from Iconic. Iconic is one of the people who's been in this stream for the longest time. And he dated a lot of girls. And he kind of Pavlov dogged himself a little bit. Because whenever he would talk to girls, and they started talking about astrology and star signs, he had been able to categorize correctly that a bunch of them were really stupid bitches. And he Pavlov dogged himself. Because whenever they spoke about star signs, he would start instantly getting an erection. Because he knew he was about to fuck tonight. Because she was too stupid to figure out that he was going to manipulate her. Right? So that's categorization. But it was correct categorization. It's just that it had an effect on him as well. That's DI gaming. Gay is an identity, not just a sexual preference. Exactly. Exactly. Ask yourself a question. Does it matter how many dudes Alexander the Great fucked when he conquered a bunch of nations? Probably not, because that wasn't his identity. But the second it becomes your identity, you're lost beyond all belief. But now we're getting off topic. I'm getting dragged off to the side here. Let's end off with some indie games. Let's see what's happening. Apparently, indie games are the enemy now. And after that gaming showcase, 90% of that slop felt real fucking bad. So let's see what he has to say. I highly respect Legendary Drops. I think he does a good job. I've never subscribed to him, so I'm going to do that right now. I think this guy gives some pretty decent takes.
Stop what you're doing right now. I see what you're doing. I saw what you said. You should not stop celebrating the success of these 30-person studios that are doing more with 30 people than most video game studios can do with 600. No, instead, you need to panic. We all need to panic because the deprofessionalization of the games industry is on the...
I'm sorry. All game dev studios are 30 people. Here, let me explain why all game dev studios, whether they're AAA or not, are always 30 people. So, in indie game dev studios, right? This is the game dev team, made up of 30 people, maximum. In AAA studios, this is the game dev team, made up of approximately 30 people. This is the HR team surrounding them. And the thing is, everyone on the HR team looks like this. That's the entire HR team. Just these 4 people. Repetitive, ad nauseum. And every time someone within the dev team here makes something interesting or creative or unique, these fat white bitches come along and they're like, I think you need to change this. It's not very inclusive. Do we really want to demarcate the character creator with like body type, with like male and female? That just doesn't feel very good. We should make body type 1 and 2. And then the game devs were like, okay, Body type 1 and 2. And then someone like me comes along and says, do you know why women are body type 2? Because women are always second place. And then they're like, oh, it's not very inclusive to use 1 and 2. That implies someone's worse than someone else. We should use A and B. And then I come along and I'm like, do you know why they labeled it body type A and B? Because this decision was made by a bitch. And then they're going to keep on changing it slowly over time because of idiots like me, right? Trying to find a way around people who keep manipulating the system the way they want it to be. Oh, which body type number is male in Baldur's Gate 3? I can't even remember, right? But all of this inclusive shit doesn't come from the devs who just want to make something really cool. It comes from these people who know nothing about game development, who don't actually give a shit about the people playing the game. They have no care for people who love video games, but they want to be the ones to decide what is socially correct and what's not. And whenever you criticize them, they say words like, well, it's just a video game. Why do you care? Right? And it's like, I care because you keep fucking with it. If it's just a video game, why don't you leave it the fuck alone? And the difference between... You can see it creeping into things like Baldur's Gate 3, right? With the body type 1 and 2 or A and B or whatever the fuck. But the idea of Baldur's Gate 3 is that there's actually a good game, even underneath that shit. So you're willing to plunge through the thin layer of shit to everything good underneath it.
The horizon. At least that's what they're calling it. And that means that there are fewer roles in marketing. Cultural consulting.
Oh.
Brace yourselves for this one. Less roles in middle management. Oh, ooh. God, the horror!
Ooh, where will all these fat white bitches go now?
So today we're going to be talking about how apparently it's a bad thing that more people are making games on their own because that means less opportunities for the real professionals. Oh yeah, this is going to be...
How did it feel to know a body type 2 would be running around my house? Do you know how it felt? It felt great. Because that meant I'm still number 1.
Be good. Once success starts happening outside of the system, all of a sudden it's not about whether or not these games are good. No, it's about who's not getting paid to make them. Accountability is a rare thing in the games industry. I've noticed that more times than not. And so many people want to shift the blame onto somebody else. They want to create an enemy out of thin air, or they want to appeal to empathy for job security. And now we need to be careful with how much we enjoy these indie games because it could hurt AAA. You need to put down that Expedition 33. You might poke somebody.
I bet games journalists are fucking panicking right now. I bet games journalists are shitting the bed right now because the money well that AAA studios keep pushing on them to push certain agendas so that AAA games are viewed as better than everything else is slowly falling apart since no one wants to play the AAA garbage. And games journalists are shitting their pants right now because they know that they're the first ones on the chopping block.
Buddy's eye out with that thing. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. If game publishers are willing to charge $80 for digital games that you don't actually own, track your behavior, and lock content behind online-only DRM, what do you think they are doing with your data? Yeah, that's why I use NordVPN, and you probably should too. NordVPN encrypts your internet traffic, blocks trackers and malicious websites with its threat protection, reliable, and it doesn't on the game. Industry.
The whole video was an ad.
Out that it's not for you. Well, there is a 30-day money-back guarantee. In recent years, they have dominated, not just as underdogs, but as some of the most beloved in talk.
God, this game was such a good platformer. Can we just appreciate how good of a platformer this was? Made by what? A small team of passionate people. Steam game demos are the best journalism today. I would say any dev that actually just makes a cool game is miles ahead of a bunch of pieces of shit in middle management who had decided this thing's going to make the most money, and then they just make absolute fucking trash.
Talked about titles in the...
They don't even need a demo. They just need to not be doing the same garbage that you keep seeing out of these big companies. And the problem is the video game industry has the same problem as the Hollywood industry, where they don't want to take big risks because they know that the loss is infinite if they fuck up, right? So instead, just like Disney and Marvel and all this shit, they'll pump out low quality, safe trash that has consistently earned them a return over time. But the problem with that is that model falls apart the further down the line you keep going. And what actually happens, that they haven't realized this yet, but I've done the numbers. I've literally done the fucking log cycle graphs on this as a project manager. The fact that you keep doing repetitious behavior with diminishing returns means that at some point you cross the threshold into negative profit, which means you keep failing. And it doesn't matter if you keep making safe choices, you're going to keep failing because no one's going to give a shit about you anymore. And at that point, you fucked your reputation to the point that if you try something new, there's a very good chance that even taking a risk means people don't care anymore. I've done the calculations on this. I've seen the fucking numbers.
Industry, and indie has become a bit of a spectrum. On one end, you have studios like Larian with Baldur's Gate 3 or Sandfall Interactive with Expedition 33, well-funded, still operating outside of the grip of traditional publishers. And on the other end, you have solo developers like Tyler with Schedule 1 or Local Thunk, the creator of Balatro. Completely different scales, but the same result.
My favorite thing about Schedule 1 is I knew that it was going to be a perennial game where people played it for like a month and then they enjoyed the game. Tyler made fucking bank off of it, and 1 month later there were going to be games journalist articles saying, Schedule 1's a failure because no one's playing it anymore. And it's like, yeah, well, duh, they're not playing it. It was a single-player experience. People had their fun and they moved on. It was worth their money, right? But then a bunch of games journalist retards try to measure video game success by how long people play a game, not how much money the single player game made, right? So Tyler's rolling it. The guy who made that, I knew it was going to be a perennial game. I knew it was going to be streamer, YouTube bait, big people play the game, and then a bunch of people buy it, play it themselves, have their fun, and then move on. But that's a successful game cycle. That's a super successful game cycle, especially for one guy who made a game. But games journalists are fucking retards because they think everything needs to be a live service game. I mean, it's in the form of advertising. Knowing if the game is for you, it can be said that it can have the opposite effect, but some demos caused me to add it to wishlist. No, you're right. You're right. If you see a game that has a demo, you play the game, and it's got a solid gameplay loop, and it's interesting, and it's the kind of thing that is right for you, that's the kind of shit that's going to build towards a good game, right? Now, these big companies and shit are all run by people who never play video games. Games journalists are people who went and got a journalism degree who've never played a fucking video game in their life. They're not think about it this way. If you go get a journalism degree, you can either be a real journalist, and that probably means risking your life going to a war zone. You can be a sellout, which means working for a giant news agency, or you can be a lecturer, right? Teaching the same thing that you were too shit at to get an actual job at. But there's a fourth option there. And that option is becoming a games journalist because you don't have the balls to be like a war journalist or someone covering something real. You don't have the manipulation skills to be a part of like a big company like CNN or Fox News or whatever the fuck. And you don't have the brains to become a lecturer, and that leaves you with games journalism. So that's where you end up. How much money have you spent on BDO? None, Ashura.
Run, self-funded, and most important...
Scourge first, I'm sure. Yeah, you're lying. Come on. You've spent more than 400. Come on.
Certainly unrestricted by AAA. As tools become more accessible and these games keep hitting both critically and commercially, more creators are jumping in. Some are seasoned veterans that are finally breaking free to go make something they actually want to. Others are just complete newcomers.
Is this Expedition 33? I've heard that it's amazing. I don't know if I should play this on stream or not.
But the point is, they're doing it, and they're doing it on their own, and that's where the friction starts. Because every new success story from the indie world exposes just how bloated and inefficient the traditional studio system has become. And for some people, that's a threat, especially if your whole job exists within a 500-person pipeline. These all-purpose developers are doing to AAA what YouTubers did to network television, what streamers did to cable news. They are proving that you don't need 10 departments and 1,000 employees to make something that people actually care about. And just like how content creators are often branded as unprofessional by legacy media, indie developers are now getting the same treatment from the AAA establishment. In an article written by Bryant Francis of GameDeveloper.com titled "The Deprofessionalization of Video Games" was on full display at PAX.
Thank God. Thank God. This whole idea that art in any format, whether that's music, whether that's entertainment, whether that's video games, whether that's anything, needs to be professional and dressed up in a suit, is such a fucking poisonous idea that it ruins the enjoyment of something. People should be free to make whatever the fuck they want and let the market decide. But this whole dress up in a suit and be a fucking tool is like antithetical to the entire idea of something like a video game. I might try BDO then, since I miss action combat MMOs. Hold on. Like I mentioned earlier, most of these game designer colleges are also filled with people that are getting a degree for a job and not art. The worst part about game designer colleges, right, is by the time any of these people graduate, almost all of the information they know about game design or the systems they use are heavily outdated, and they need to re-educate themselves on the job, right? So imagine you get your degree, you go out, you get a job in some game dev studio, and now all of a sudden you know nothing, and someone else needs to teach you and hold your hand from day one, because everything you learned in college was horseshit. Happens all the time. You're actually quite literally better off. I've spoken to like professional game devs and stuff, people who run companies on this shit, and they've all said the same thing to me. They said you're better off sitting in your bedroom learning how to do game design by yourself than you are going to a college and spending a bunch of fucking money. Because everything you need to make a super awesome game, you could do from your bedroom at home. They all said the same thing.
PAX East. PAX East felt like a warning. Explosively successful games by solo devs and small teams are great, but it could lead to the death of vital specialists. He writes, at DICE and GDC this year, I heard talk of a trend in game development that sent a chill down my spine. Deprofessionalization, as A16Z marked.
Because you see, this scares him because he realizes he's a fucking loser, and once the thin veneer of I'm a professional with a piece of paper like washes away, he's fucked.
Marketing partner Ryan K. Rigney defines it. Deprofessionalization is a phenomenon driven by the overperformance of older titles, particularly free-to-play live service games, large studios struggling to drive sales, and the outsized success of some solo developers and small teams. These three forces, he argues, will combine to drive career professionals from the traditional professionalized side of the games industry. Some of these people will decide to go indie, he continues.
Yes.
Others will...
Good, and I bet those game devs who keep getting fucked over by some retard in management will make a better game. If some guy is in a game dev studio, goes off and does an indie project, and it's a 5 out of 10 game, that's a game that is 500% better than a game he would have done inside that company.
Will leave gaming altogether, and in between, there is a vast spectrum of irregular working arrangements available. Yeah, I'm going to have to stop you right there. The idea that indie success is driving career professionals out of the industry is such a warped take that it's almost impressive. Let's just ignore the last 5 years of layoffs, project cancellations, and ruthless studio consolidation, and instead blame the one guy who made a viral hit in his bedroom.
No, you see, he's reading this game article wrong, right? He's reading this on layer 1. He's got to go to layer 2. The Games Journalist article is preempting the fact that all these people are shitting their pants. It's not actually about the fact that some dude made an amazing game. They're just blaming him as a scapegoat. Because they're too fucking moronic to be able to compete with him. That's the truth of it. What you're hearing here is like when you get in an argument with your girlfriend, right? And the argument is about one thing. You left the toilet seat up, for example. And halfway through the argument, it morphs into that one time when you made a joke about her sister being hotter than she was. And that's when the real argument starts. Now, that's what's happening in that Games Journalist article. You got to remember, most games journalists who are men who are writing for these publications are the most feminine piece of shit people in the world. And when I say feminine, what I don't mean is like feminine as in they are women, right? I'm saying that they have feminine traits as a man, and that's usually like the worst, most vile fucking traits that these dudes have. So that they're almost like the worst saggy piece of shit woman that have ever existed, because it clashes with their psychology as a man. And because they've never had to be a man in their life, they become these manipulative, evil pieces of shit. Whereas if you look at like feminine qualities on a woman, it's usually good things like caring about others, empathy, and like motivating those around them, helping other people, understanding complex emotional shit. But these feminine traits these people show are like manipulation, doublespeak, twisting the narrative, right? Using like labels and language that doesn't actually fucking make sense. That's what they're doing here. Making good food out of 3 ingredients. Exactly. I'm sure that's a woman trait. Actually, you know what? I'm going off on a tangent here, but I'm saying this right now. To any of you who don't know this, women make better dentists than men. Right? They've got those teeny tiny fingers. They tend to be more delicate. They tend to be more empathetic than men, and they don't fuck your gums up the way men do.
I'm
as
sorry,
dentists.
feminine caring. Remind me why God cast us out from the garden again.
Listen, just because one cranky bitch fucked it up for all of them doesn't mean they're all cranky bitches. Right? I know you're on a tirade against women, but I promise you there are good ones out there. It's just they're not the ones screeching online. Right? Get yourself a female dentist, because they tend to be better than the men. And also, just as a side note, the fuck are you doing? It's pretty gay to let a man stick his fingers in your mouth. You gay? Stop it. Get yourself some help. And get yourself a female dentist.
That's the villain now? Major studios have been pushing these people out long before indie would even come into this conversation. Specialized talent wasn't being nurtured, it was being discarded. Projects were getting rebooted mid-development. QA is being outsourced, and artists are being chewed up and spat out like there were nothing more than replaceable assets. Indie success didn't create this brain drain. It gave people a reason to leave willingly, or a place to go if they didn't. So if those same professionals now look at indie devs and think, yeah, I'd rather take the risk and make something real, that's not deprofessionalization, that is liberation. And honestly, that's a good thing. And this industry needs more of it. Because the reality is the parts of this industry that this article feels are being threatened, the corporate monoliths like Activision, EA, Ubisoft, Epic, are the same companies that are responsible for most of what's broken right now. Bloated budgets, monetization first design, copycat games that are designed to mimic Fortnite or Call of Duty. If those studios are shedding talent, maybe that's because they've become the worst place to put it. And if those same professionals that are being kicked out of the industry go on to build the next Larian, the next Supergiant, or the next Sandfall Entertainment, that's not a loss. That's the start of something better.
That's games journalists losing their job because they're layer 1, because it means all the manipulation tactics they're using on the public that are paid for by AAA gaming companies isn't working. And so what they're going to do is they're going to cut their budget for how much they give these pieces of shit. And so those are games journalists gone. Next, it's middle management. Next, it's all the Karens in HR. They can go fuck off somewhere else. leave video games to people who actually give a shit.
Writer goes on to say, wandering through these booths, I found a mix of truly excellent and inspiring games, but also found myself...
yeah, you know what? You're right, Roadblock. Let's whittle this down. First, go to the dentist. Okay? If you still have at least 3 teeth left, go to the dentist. Please. And if the dentist happens to be an attractive young woman, remember, the best thing you can do while she's fixing your teeth is to suck on her fingers. They really love that.
Bubbling with frustration. Few developers on display were working with teams larger than 3 people. They talked about publishers wanting ever more expensive offerings as a part of their pitch deck. Short-term contractors seemed to be the best way to plug gaps. Why did it feel like so few proper businesses were fighting to get their games in front of players at PAX? Speaking with Rigney and other developers, I sense that deprofessionalization isn't just a catchy phrase to describe the demand side of economics in game industry hiring. It's a frustrating reality that may undervalue games from big and small teams alike. Rigney offered some extra nuance on his deprofessionalization theory in an email exchange we had before PAX. He predicted that marketing roles at studios would be the first on the chopping block, followed by roles that seem to be replaceable to management, even if they're not. I genuinely cannot believe that this article exists. The writer walks through...
Get marketing out the fucking door. You can have the best marketing team in the world. That doesn't mean that your game's going to do well. Fuck the marketing team. A game lives and dies by its skill. Litigate on the goddamn court. That's just how it works.
PAX sees a wave of exciting and inspiring indie games made by teams of 3 or fewer and comes away frustrated. Why? Because there weren't enough proper businesses represented? What does that even mean? You just admitted that these indie teams are doing great work, but then you're upset because they're not expensive enough?
You see, that's the woman doublespeak there. You see how, like, when men start having feminine traits, it's like the worst thing in the world? They're almost like subhuman. Yeah. That's the doublespeak I was talking about.
Because the teams are so small? And then you go on to quote developers saying that publishers are demanding bigger budgets to take their pitches seriously. And somehow that isn't the problem. You don't see the connection. The developers at PAX didn't create the system. The public...
What the fuck is going on in this game? What the hell are they... They're fighting a fucking French mine for what? What the fuck is Expedition... What the hell? What in the goddamn?
Publishers did. This entire bloated mess is a natural result of an industry obsessed with scale, overspending, and risk aversion. These indie devs are simply surviving despite it. But of course, now we arrive at the heart of the article, that scary word, deprofessionalization, and suddenly the tone shifts. The accomplishments of these studios gets brushed aside. Their success becomes a problem, not a triumph. Because, oh no, they shipped a game that people actually liked without a marketing team, or a ludo-narrative synergy specialist, or a lead experiential curator.
No. Wait. Get rid of them. Get rid of them fat bitches. Put the fries in the bag, you fat bitch, instead of taking them out every time you go to McDonald's. Get behind the counter, not in front of the counter. Take that fucking mobility scooter and wheel it out the goddamn office because you're not coming back. Fuck these people. Fuck HR. You know what? I'm going to say this now. I used to go into companies and help fix them as like a project manager, right? And what they would do is they would hire me to assist in fixing the problem. And almost 90% of the time, it was always HR making people's lives a fucking nightmare. And you know what's even worse? It was always a bunch of fat, ugly white bitches. And the worst thing is, like I've told you about this before, I've spoken about this, the sexual assault shit that happens to like Susan in the office, the HR team will cover that shit up because they have a vendetta against Susan because Susan, who's got an actual job in the company, is more attractive than them. And they fucking hate that. And they want her to suffer by their very nature. Fuck all of these fat bitches. Every single one of them. They're stinky, nickel-smelling, fucking small dog-owning pieces of shit. Every single one of them needs to be fired. Sorry, I'm very passionate about that. I've had to deal with so much shit from HR people that's so stupid and pathetic. I'm so passionate about this because when I was doing like contractual work for companies, HR was always the worst thing in the world.
Wait. Guys, I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it. One of the biggest issues in AAA development is bloated teams, bloated budgets, bloated management structures where nobody knows what the person next to them actually even does.
Yep.
You end up with departments that are built to manage other departments, pipelines that are so tangled that you can't even see the final product, and a burn rate that is so high, it is a miracle that anything gets shipped at all. And then they warn us, brace yourselves, marketing might be the first roll on the chopping block.
Yeah, fuck
Good.
off marketing.
Most marketing departments in this industry are completely useless. It has never been easier to get your game in front of players if your game is actually good. You can't fake that kind of traction anymore. You can spend millions of dollars plastering Avowed on trains and buses, put an ad in Times Square, but it won't matter if the game doesn't deliver. Meanwhile, Expedition 33 has people screaming about the soundtrack, the story, the characters, the combat.
There's a game testing company, which I heard of in my industry. There was a guy who came onto a keyboard of a female coworker. Scourge Fist? That doesn't even cover the kind of shit that goes on inside companies. This is apparently Expedition 33. I haven't played it, Banner 2. But it's looking pretty interesting, I gotta say that. The kind of shit... the kind of shit that you realize is out there. The kind of dudes that these poor women who actually have skills have to deal with makes you understand why certain women are terrified of walking home alone in the middle of the day with the sun out. And you know what the thing is? It doesn't take many of them. Because it's like you'll have 100 dudes in a company and 99 of them are fucking normal. But there's just that one. There's just that one. I'm gonna whisper you a name of a company. Maybe you'll find something interesting. All right. You go ahead and you do that. Yeah, I'll give you a story while you do that. This is from a settled lawsuit that occurred, right? There was a guy who would make tea and do the food runs for everyone during lunch. And it was discovered via CCTV circuit camera recordings that after a woman was hired, for the 4 months that she was hired, whenever he made tea and shit, he would add a piece of himself into her tea. Sometimes it was cum. Sometimes he would literally dig in his asshole and rub it on the inside of the cup. Sometimes he would cut a piece of his hair, most of the time from his pubes, and sprinkle it in there with the sugar. And for 4 months, this poor woman was imbibing his biological material. That company had to settle a lawsuit for something like, I think it was 250,000 euro. Because they didn't want it going public. So they had to pay her hush-hush money. Right, and I'm denominating it in euro so you don't know which European country this was in. Was it Supergod? No, he's here. He's down here in South Africa. But all I'm going to say, I could say this in a roundabout way, but all I can say is, turns out some Portuguese men do a little bit more than sell vegetables on street corners. But yeah, I had to help sort this out because I was in that, I was helping that company for a different reorganization measurement. And they were like, do you know how to deal with these problems? And I was like, well, you've got two ways this is going to go. This is either going to go public and ruin your entire image, or you're going to have to settle this, and you're going to have to make sure that the guy who's been feeding this woman himself over the preceding 4 months every single day on a work day is in jail forever, or as long as possible, and they made sure that happened. But holy fucking shit, 4 months of that. Imagine you work a job for 4 months, and the guy doing the food runs is putting himself in your food and your drink every day without you knowing. Oh, this tea tastes like shit. Maybe there's a reason for it. That's all I'm saying. And I've seen enough of that shit on the inside of companies that I kind of understand why women are scared of men, because they're not worried about you. They're worried about the statistical possibility that you might be that one fucking psycho that's going to target them. That's the problem. Go answer Muck's question. What's Muck's question, Bananas? What the hell do you even mean? Also, thanks for the resub, Rabenstein. You fucking animal. The stream is free. Why are you giving me money, goddammit? Go spend it on something valuable, like a cup of coffee or a fleshlight. Would you rather encounter a bear in the forest or tea from a cow? Give me the bear. At least it'll be over faster than all this. There's a chance the bear won't put his biological material in me. What? Answer the Muck's question. If you want a Vermintide 2. What do you mean? What do you mean if you want a Vermintide 2? Is he playing Vermintide right now? Hold on. Hold on, let's find out. Let's go back to Twitch here. No, he's playing Guild Wars 2. What are you talking about? You want a Vermintide 2 on Monday? I'll wait for him to DM me. I feel bad enough already that I said cock on his stream in front of what's essentially maybe 100 kids or something, okay? I don't want to be too much of a harasser. Poor guy has had to put up with so much from me. Right? I'm so fucking... I'm so sorry to his community, but I'm never going to change as a human being. The tism is strong within me. The spectrum will not release, right? So, like, I don't want to harass him. If he's DM'd me somewhere, then I'll have that conversation. Maybe he has. Oh, shit, he has. I'll message him after the stream's over. But thank you for alerting me to that, Bananas. I'll DM him about it. Let's see, what did he say actually? Question, replace on server, blah blah blah. And they just did a new update. Chat integrated, blah 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 blah. Short notice and everything. Yeah, sure, what up? You know what? Let's make his life a living hell tomorrow. Let's make tomorrow a living hell. He has no idea what he's done. If only I had like a week to prepare for this, I would make it much worse. Make sure to take your pills. Maybe it'll be better if I don't take the pills. Well, at least we know what we're doing tomorrow. Okay, let's finish this video so I can get some sleep, so we can make sure that we're nice and rested for tomorrow when we're doing the fuck luck with the muck luck.
Combat, because the game itself is worth talking about. You don't need a 30-person marketing team if your game hits. You need a game that deserves to. That shift is happening right now. That's what's going on. And it's not deprofessionalization, it's rebalancing. This industry has been top-heavy for too long, and that weight is finally starting to shift towards the people who actually build the damn thing. The article then...
You see, the problem is the people who are bitching are the people with a voice, and the people who actually make games aren't bitching because they don't have a voice in this. It's always middle management, it's always HR, it's always journalism. It's never the people who actually build anything. That's the problem here.
Pivots to acknowledge a different kind of success story. The creative renegades, the ones that are making weird, original, impossible to greenlight games that traditional publishers would have laughed out of the room. Rigney praises them, calling them out as this is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million making something by themselves. Which,
based.
Yes, true.
100 million. Excuse me? 1 billion. How much did Notch sell Minecraft for? Also, what's up, Fandral? How you doing? I was almost actually thinking of harassing you earlier. You have a question about co-streaming. Well, I'm your co-streaming professional right now. I've been whipping my cock out and helicoptering it around all OTK game session because it turns out that we can just lie about what's a feature and what's not, right, on Twitch. That's how amazing the system is. We can just lie like a bunch of dirty bitches about it and pretend that it's an actual thing. Also, thanks for the follow. How do I say your name? Zalel. I think that's an L.
But the tone here still drips with discomfort, like it's a cool fluke and not something to build around. Now, to the author's credit, they go on to clarify that small teams aren't obligated to hire anyone. They are
just DM me. I promise you my door's always open. If I'm not replying, it's usually because I'm actually busy dealing with something else. In particular, now it's a lawsuit that I'm dealing with, right? Because of some wild shit that's happened in my country. But I promise you at some point when I have free time, I will always reply. I'm not going to sit here and do this whole thing of like, I fucking hate the elitism of you are either too good to talk to someone or someone's too good to talk to you. I fucking hate that shit.
Doing what they can with what they have, and better tools have made that possible. But here's where the framing starts to slide sideways. They say what feels wrong is that so few people benefit from this new status quo. Not
these fucking communists. Get them the fuck out of the games industry. Go be a communist somewhere else. Go line up for bread. Get the fuck out of here. It's so unfair that someone made something that hundreds of thousands of people loved and enjoyed. How dare they make money? It's unfair. You should just give me your shit. Fuck off. Tyler, who made Schedule 1, deserves every goddamn cent he got. Because he made it by himself. Fuck off with this whole idea that all these other people have to get money. Do you see what I mean about the double speak here? Do you see what I mean about the manipulation shit? Right? It's like the worst, most demonic, evil female characteristics always show up in feminine men. And they're the worst people, and all of them are games journalists.
Not that small teams are succeeding, but that too many people aren't a part of it. They then go back to Rigney and bring up a new example, Aaron Rutledge, former...
Fucking demons. Absolute fucking demons. Imagine thinking you are owed money because someone else did a bunch of work. Also, what's up, Tango Plural? Imagine thinking you are entitled to someone else's work. They built something. They spent the hours, the time, the effort, the energy. They thought about shit for hundreds of hours. They literally sacrificed components of their life to make something. And you, as a piece of shit journalist who adds no value to gaming, thinks that you should get a piece of that pie. Fuck off.
Lead designer of League of Legends, Black Ops 4, and Apex Legends. Now,
also, thanks for the sub. I don't know why you're subbing to some ranting autist who's really mad at games journalists, but I appreciate it. I'm glad you used your Prime, though you should have used it on someone who mattered.
Running a consultant
like Fandral
firm called Area Denial, basically a hired gun. The writer admits that his career sounds romantic, but then calls this model a structure that celebrates the few over the many. One that elevates roles like design and programming while leaving out non-essential positions. What is this? How do you go from saying that this is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million by themselves to immediately following that with what feels wrong about this is how so few people seem to benefit from this status?
Fucking communists, man. Fucking leech pieces of shit. It's not fair that you put in all this effort, energy, time, thought, processing, figuring out what works, what doesn't, and you sacrificed literal hours, days, weeks, months, years of your life to make this thing, and I got nothing out of it.
Quo. Do you hear yourself?
God damn it.
This is the benefit. That is the shift. We are no longer living in an era where you need to get a green light from a publisher, sit in a cubicle farm for 6 years, and then get your name buried in credits under 5 layers of management. We are
These people need to fuck off and go be an accountant. Actually, no, I take that back. I don't want these people anywhere near money. These people need to go be ditch diggers. They need to go be filthy diggers somewhere else. They need to be digging holes in the Sahara Desert, looking for water. Keep them away from anything valuable because these fucking parasites don't contribute anything.
One of the most democratizing eras in video game development history, and somehow your takeaway is, but not everybody gets to enjoy the ride? Of course they don't, but that's always been the case. But now the door is actually open. Look at Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games, a tiny studio in New Zealand.
You know what's going to come next, right? This is going to scare the bejesus out of people, right? But in the future, there's going to be one guy who has a really, really good idea and zero skills. And he's going to figure out how to put a bunch of AIs together and make his super interesting, unique idea work. And what's going to make that video game good isn't the AI shit, but it's the core gameplay mechanic or whatever idea he had. And games journalists are going to be fucking mad at that guy because everyone loved his game. That's coming. What's also going to happen, though, is a bunch of piece of shit games journalists are going to be like, I know everything about video games. And they're going to use that same AI and they're going to make so much fucking slop that you're going to consider giving them the Luigi special. It's going to happen.
That grew to a 200-person powerhouse. It's working on 2 full-scale games. Look at Expedition 33, built by ex-Ubisoft developers, a composer that they found on SoundCloud, and Jennifer Svedberg-Yen, a former private equity investor who just wrote what might be this year's...
My God. It's almost like people who have skills and capabilities shouldn't be under the thumb of gigantic sacks of shit. Who would have ever thought? Clear obscure devs are most clever to spread fake news about 30 people making a video game and stupid people believing it. That summarizes games journalists because they believe them. Yeah, no. They know how to play the system. And you know what? I think they should play the system. I think that, I've watched the way Donald Trump has done a bunch of shit because he's been talking about my country a lot. I think 50% of the time he's saying shit just to fuck with journalists. And I think we need to degrade journalism. I think the social ranking system should honestly be OnlyFans model, street hooker, games journalist.
Game of the year. The indie boom is not excluding people. It is including people that AAA would have never hired in the first place. That old system kept the gates locked. This new era is tearing them down. What you're seeing isn't exclusion, it's a healing process, a long overdue correction of decades of bloat, overreach, and creative stagnation. I'm going to get some people that are going to disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I do not believe in supporting these bloated structures, systems, and bureaucracy more than anything else.
I disagree. Street hooker should be above OnlyFans model. I disagree with that statement, and I'll tell you why. I disagree with that because at least the OnlyFans model is smart enough to understand that she's only worth $5, but also understands that she needs to spread that $5 a bunch of ton of lonely dudes and exploit them as hard as possible. I've seen videos of street hookers where guys have walked up to them with cameras, right, and been like, what'll you do for $100? And they're like, I'll do anything. Like, come to my house and do the laundry. And they'll be like, no, I'm not going to do your laundry. I'll fuck you, but I won't do your laundry. And then the guy just drives off being like, look at these fucking bitches. Look at them. They don't want to be women. They just want to be holes. This was a Polish guy, so it was all translated. It was really funny watching this. That clip is out there somewhere. At least the OnlyFans model knows that they're only worth $5 and it knows how to spread that $5 around. But also keep in mind that only 1% of the OnlyFans people are actually profitable, and everyone below them earns next to nothing.
Else, all in the name of job preservation. I think that it is a pathetic narrative that is driven by people that resist progress. And in a lot of cases, because they don't want to adapt, they want to make it everybody else's problem. This is something that has happened since the dawn of industries in trade. Anytime there are changes in the market, anytime new technology is introduced, old jobs go out, new jobs come in, some jobs get displaced, and in some cases, like the video game industry, well, the industry gets
Hold on. By the way, There are journalists angry on small indie companies for giving big money for themselves. But they're fine with stupid influencers who sell trash videos, which make people more and more stupid and get the same or even more money with that. Yeah, of course they are, because those aren't a threat to them, Alert. They only care about the thing that takes away the little gamer nipple that's giving them that money milk, right? If they lose out on that, that's all they had, because they're fucking leeches. Leeches don't care if the trees fall over. They care that their blood source is missing now. That's all they care about. There was a post recently on Reddit for someone to chat with OnlyFans fans. Pay was up to $5,000 a month, but you had to be a closer for more sales. Yeah, that makes sense. Get other people involved. Be the pimp, not the hoe. It's like when you plaster someone's face on every shit and put it into fridge, they will start eating shit from the toilet soon because seeing patterns of face in that shit. Yeah, pretty much. Right? It's like reinforced behavior. It's also why games journalists don't want you going back and playing old games. And so don't middle management companies, because if you go back and you play the old game, you might actually realize how good the old shit was, and then you're gonna be like, why are we playing this new fucking garbage, right? And then it makes them look worse. It's the same reason why Disney is currently going through their entire backlog of old movies and deleting certain scenes from it, because they know if they make the older movies shittier, then when you watch the newer stuff, you're like, oh, okay, so it was always like this. You'll never go back and be like, wow, we had something special back in the day.
Centralized. That's why we see a private equity investor starting to write for video games. Media's gone through the exact same thing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a guy that worked 8 years in construction that has no journalistic background.
What's better, to hire a cleaner so she could sleep with you, or hire a prostitute to clean your room? Well, that depends on how many piss bottles you left on the floor, right? Because the prostitute's going to have a higher tolerance for it. But they also might not do it because they don't want to do anything but, open their legs. So, yeah.
Whatsoever that's writing reviews for video games and writing video essays on YouTube. I think the real problem for these people, and what really scares them, is that average everyday people are getting involved in these industries and in some cases getting rich because of it, and they don't like that. Freedom is scaly. On top of that, these people do not have the credentials that they want. They didn't go to college for it. Sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Let's
be honest, this article, especially...
Excuse me, where's your piece of paper? What do you mean you didn't get a piece of paper? What? Okay, you've made 5 different successful video games, but where's your piece of paper?
You know how many fucking idiots I've seen like that in companies? One of the quickest ways... if you're ever in hiring practices, if you're the person doing hiring for a large company, right, one of the quickest ways to get rid of the bullshit is especially like when people come in and you'll be like, so tell us about your skill sets. And the first thing they'll say is, I'm from Harvard. And what fucks them up is if you immediately respond to them, what's that? And you remove their ability to use their prestige against you, and they start to panic when that happens, because they realize they can't hide behind the wall of, I went to this university. So you actually test their skill set. They panic when that happens. I've seen this firsthand. This is really funny, because a lot of people just rely on the label. If you get the chance to watch the video Learning from Layoffs by Laura, you must see the activities these game devs do during work hours. No, I've seen quite a few of them. I've seen the TikTok videos. Yeah, and yes, I'm going to play Vermintide with Mark Luck tomorrow, Jester. I wish I had more time to prepare, but you know what? I'll do what I can.
Coming from the media's point of view, this is more about control. Indie games are harder to predict. They're harder to market. And for them specifically, it is much more difficult for them to monetize from the outside. Not for everybody else, but it definitely is for them. No more guaranteed.
I believe we're playing Vermintide 4, Jimmy.
Preview cycles, no more demos behind closed doors, no more getting cozy with their PR team. No, you're on even footing with guys like me, and I bet that keeps you up at night.
Jimmy, you'll have to ask Muckluck because he's setting it up. I'm just joining in with him, so you gotta ask him. It's his world, not mine. You gotta ask him. Go into his stream and harass him right now. Tell him you'll show him your butthole.
But this argument is going to shift now. Now instead they want to talk about who does not benefit from going indie, because indie developers do not hire these specialists that only do one thing. And it's really funny because this feels like this is the only industry where doing more than one thing is a threat instead of just doing your job. The writer then goes on to say, my PAX trip validated my fear that 3 professions are especially vulnerable in this deprofessionalized world. Artists, writers, and those working in game audio or music.
None of those people are at threat. None of these people are at threat. Artists are still going to be required. Writers who can write good stories are required, not the DEI horse shit. The only difference is now the writers you're hiring are a new group who don't have to worry about investment calls and some fucking ticked box at HR. The writers are gone, but you're going to get new writers. Right? And the audio and music shit, well, guess what? Some of the best music in existence comes from video games. And musicians, like the guy who wrote the Doom soundtracks, what's his name? He was notably missing from the recent Doom game. People like that deserve the respect that they're going to get once these things are deprofessionalized. Mick Gordon, that's it. Thank you, Vagabond. Mick Gordon deserved more respect and more money than what he got dealing with the bullshit they put him through. So none of these guys are in danger, except maybe writers, because the ones currently can't write their way out of a fucking light novel. Fuck them.
These roles seemed vulnerable because on these small teams, they were roles that developers mentioned doing in some sort of shared or joint fashion. All 3 risk compartmentalization as asset creators, their work treated as products you can purchase off of a store shelf.
Which is incredible. You should be able to purchase them off of a store shelf, and I bet they would do an amazing job if they knew they got to do things contractually and not have to worry about all these fucking strange, esoteric limitations and boxes they have to tick in an office because some fat blonde bitch who keeps eating all the ham sandwiches with other people's names on it in the break room isn't like breathing heavily over their shoulders going, that's an unrealistic standard for women.
Writer then expands on this fear by pointing to broader industry shifts. He argues that in-house art positions are disappearing as studios are increasingly outsourcing asset creation overseas to cut costs. This move, he suggests, is being reinforced by the rising use of AI-generated art, something he openly criticizes for.
Good, fuck them. If you can't outperform an AI creatively, maybe you don't deserve a job. If you cannot outperform the mediocrity, the averageness of an AI, maybe you need to fuck off. I'm going to put it to you this way, right? As someone who understands AI systems, who works with them all the time, who uses AI the way it was meant to be used, instead of like trying to make it my entire fucking identity, right? If this is the span of human knowledge, let's just zoom in a little bit here. Right. If this is the entire span of human knowledge, right? What an AI does is it collects all of this shit. And what your output will usually be, unless you're looking for baseline factual data, is always going to be the middling point. Right? If you cannot outperform this fucking point creatively, and you got to remember, an AI's ability to be creative on a scale of creativity is -1 currently. It cannot do shit in a creative mechanism. It's incapable of that currently. So if you cannot outperform this as a baseline average, and you cannot outperform this on a creative level, maybe you don't deserve to have your fucking job. That's simple. Maybe if you're a SoundCloud rapper in your bedroom, maybe it's time to fucking grow up if you can't make a single beat that outperforms Suno AI. Maybe that means you're just not that creative, and this isn't the shit you should be doing. Go build houses. Go, I don't know, unclog toilets or something. But the creative fields are not for you if you can't outperform the most average, middling shit you get out of AIs. Rose is using his prestige again to mansplain shit. Can we report him for mansplaining? No. I'll identify as correct. My pronouns are I'm right. Then what are they going to do, huh? Exactly. They're going to deny my identity? How was OTK? Hilariously bland. But there were some good games. What's up, Chieldo? I'm ashamed as a poll of CD Projekt Red, which gave up to DEI and hired help. You know what happened with CD Projekt Red, Tango? You can't be too mad at them because they've been pressured and aggressively attacked and threatened by these groups, saying, if you don't do what we want, we're going to try our best to fuck your reputation up. This is the same mafia play that used to happen in the 1960s, where some wop would walk into a deli meat store and be like, if you don't pay us the protection money, we're gonna fuck up your store. Some bad shit is going to happen. It's me, Mario. And then he jumped down a pipe and disappeared and came back a week later for the money. The same thing is happening, but now on an emotional level with game studios, because they realize how important their reputation is. Right? And if you can't get investment because you didn't hit the DEI score, you're in trouble. So basically what they're doing is the corporate version of falsely accusing a dude of rape and ruining his reputation. It doesn't matter if the accusation is true or not. It matters that the accusation happened and everyone's going to reference back to the accusation. That's what matters. Wait, if it's middling data, I didn't know there were so many 15-finger and 3-titled actresses. Roadblock, you have no fucking idea how good that shit's gotten right now. Here, let me show you. Right now, we're going to take a break from that video because it's a long video. Look.
And what is this here? This OnlyFans star was admitted to the hospital. OnlyFans star Annie Knight.
That's not the one. I thought that was the one. Cole, hold on. Do you have any idea? Do you have any fucking clue? We were at Will Smith eating spaghetti 3 years ago when it came to that shit. This is where we are now.
This is fine.
Ready for me to do a 360 no-scope?
Now you can see it's still a little bit uncanny. Give it another 3 years.
This new generation is weird.
Thank God for playback. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Just admit you saw a pretty girl, your reflexes kicked in. No, there's a video that looks exactly like that with that thumbnail, right? Where it's a fully AI generated bitch, and you know people don't know that. You can see people are jacking off to it in the comments. Asmongold did a react to it. I saw it earlier today. It's
I hate the rain.
Shit. Stop looking at the quality of currency right now. Think about the rate of acceleration of development between this and Will Smith eating spaghetti 3 years ago.
The wind moves in weird ways today.
So sure.
How does Tom Cruise...
Still fucky, but what I'm seeing is 5 fingers on that hand and 5 fingers on that hand.
Cruise do this?
Look how cinematic we are.
Look at that. Do you know how many people would fall for believing she's real? Do you know how many Instagram retards would see a video of a bitch looking at a phone, telling them they just need $5 for the train, and they would give them money? Hello, beautiful. Will you open cloth? Will you marry? And it's just it's Indian to Indian communication. It's one Indian guy using prompts of a white woman to scam another Indian guy. That's what's going on here.
Why are you so weird? Here I go to work again.
Thank God we aren't real. Urge, today just sucks. No.
But tomorrow is a new day.
See how fucked up the subtitles are? Remember, it used to be the fingers, now it's the subtitles, now it's the audio, it's the voices. That's coming next.
Keep going, we are nearly there!
But none of
this uncanny shit goes away in the next 5 to 10 years.
Real?
Isn't this just crazy?
What's crazy? People think we're fake.
Man, okay, that one, they just ripped a piece of the Big Bang Theory off there, you see? You couldn't even tell that was just the Big Bang Theory.
You have no idea what I'm capable of.
This isn't a movie, man.
This seems like a gay porno now.
Wonder how long we have to go.
This isn't a real plane, Bob.
Do we have to take over this place?
Nah, not worth it.
I have the high ground. Don't try it.
You underestimate my power.
So, you see that shit? You see that shit? It's already outclassing the writing of AAA game studios. That was actually funny, that last one. Its uncanniness was entertaining. The aliens look better than the people, yes, because its reference for aliens is 3D CG work, whereas it's trying to use real human beings to generate footage, right? That shit right there, creative people are going to use AI in the most amazing fucking ways. But the AI itself cannot creatively develop something for itself. That's what I'm saying, right? Because they swear that textures will only be upscaled by AI. Wait, hold on. Dragon Age Veilguard, how they swim in the sea of shit that is no longer important. They need to build a boat now. We will see when The Witcher 4 releases if they really didn't use AI, as they said in the podcast. I think they're going to lie about it, Tango. I think they're going to lie about using AI, and they're just going to keep using AI. AI, you know what's going to happen is products in the future are going to have a label that says AI free, and that's just going to be a fucking lie. And it's like, you know how clothing companies are like, made with zero slavery, and it just turns out that Ming Bao is not technically a slave because he got paid in his little sister not being fucking shot in front of him inside the factory that he's not allowed to leave. Right? So it's theoretically not slavery. And then all the labels in the future is not made with AI. And it's like, actually, what that technically means is it was outsourced to a company in Thailand that did use AI.
It's poor quality, but sees it gaining momentum anyway. In his view, the value of artists is being eroded not because their work is bad.
Really cool, right? Right now, just to prove my point with this, right? I can't fucking let this go. Right now, you can fucking go to a website like this, give these motherfuckers your money, type in a prompt, and get some shit like this. That's fully animated and rigged, with you having done nothing. And this is about the same quality as I would expect out of a game made in China 10 years ago. So Rose, you think they will manufacture fake names in the credits for artists that are in fact AI? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. They need to cover their asses. And then what's going to happen is they say, oh, well, we outsourced this thing to like a company overseas because we didn't have time to do it. We're not liable for the fact that there was AI and we committed fraud. And what's going to happen is they actually own the shell company overseas that was using AI, but there wasn't anyone in that shell company. They were actually at home doing the AI at home, and then they just fed it through the company like they were doing money laundering from a false, company to get away with it. And the label will say, made with no AI. AI sex bots win. Elon Musk is busy working on the robots, right? So he's got the robo side of that down. So all he needs is... okay, so there's going to be 3 companies to get your sex robots, right? Yes, there's going to be AI-laundered content. That's happening, Dubba. So there's going to be 3 companies. You're going to buy the Tesla bot. You're going to then package your Tesla bot up, and you're going to send it to a second company. And the second company is going to be formed of 2 companies, uploading the AI GF software, and they're also going to reskin your Tesla bot to have realistic tits and pussy, right? And then when they've reskinned your Tesla bot, they're going to send it back to you. And then you're going to have a robot you can fuck. Wait till AI gets advanced enough to make AI wombs a thing. Imagine not having to pay a woman for surrogacy. Yeah, but that's gonna be a long way into the future. Because unfortunately, that mechanism is already there. But the problem isn't that it's there. It's that it's extremely expensive and unaffordable for the average human being. Even something as basic as IVF is barely affordable for anyone, right? So growing a baby inside a jar that's been placed inside the stomach of your Tesla robot, that's going to be a little while away, but you get to fuck the flesh off of your Tesla robot. Wear out the warranty sticker. I don't know if you see like someone told me to watch an anime recently, and I don't want to watch it because they showed me an anime called Chobits. And the guy turns on the Robo Girl by sticking his fingers in her pussy, right? And I'm like, that is the worst design imaginable. Because imagine you're fucking a robot and it's just on, off, on, off, on, off. Like all the time. She just blue screens while you're fucking her. But that's coming soon. Soon, TM. We don't know when. Maybe the robot uprising is the sex robots get tired of getting fucked in degenerate ways.
But because it's now seen as something that can be cheaply replicated or bought off of a shelf. Even art directors, he noted, are surviving not on creative output, but on their ability to delegate. Yes. When it comes to narrative, the critique gets a little bit more personal.
Because you're not hiring the right art directors. They're dog shit art directors. You're keeping their job because they agree with the social politics inside the company. Get rid of them.
The writer cites industry layoffs, pointing out that writers made up the highest percentage of reported job losses in the
yes, because none of them could fucking write to save their lives. They should be fired.
Last year. He attributes this to 2 diverging trends, the success of games that minimize storytelling altogether and the increase in tendency for story-driven titles to be written by a select few, usually the creative director or maybe 1 or 2 trusted collaborators, leaving fewer roles for dedicated narrative teams. He also then reflects on long-standing frustrations that writers face in game development, many of them brought in late, treated as an afterthought, or positioned in conflict with...
Yeah, that's called middle management. Get rid of middle management. Fuck them.
The broader design goals. Some studios have tried to bridge this gap by rebranding writers as narrative designers, combining them with implementation, but the implication, he argues, is clear. Being just a writer is no longer enough. As for
no, being a writer is enough. You just got to be a writer who can write. That's the difference. If you're a good writer, you will get hired. If you write, I'm sorry, if you write lines like,
Rose, after this, please watch the video I left you on reaction requests. It lasts a minute.
All right, I'll take a look at it. If you're a writer that writes something like Forspoken, or any of that shit where it's like, I just move it with my freaking mind. Yeah, then you're gone. Fuck off. Get out of here. You don't deserve a job. Leave.
Music and sound design, his concerns are much more structural. Audio work, he says, is increasingly handled through asset libraries, with implementation often falling on the other team members. While some composers prefer the freedom to work across multiple projects, he sees this shift as another sign that audio professionals, like artists and writers, are being treated more like support staff than essential contributors. And there it is, the famous self-insert, the emotional reveal, and honestly, probably the real source of this article's frustration. It's kind of hilarious that they still can't see the correlation. Small teams prioritizing design and programming, and those are the games that are succeeding. I hate to be the one to say it, but artistic roles are less essential, at least at the start. If a game isn't fun, if it doesn't play well, it doesn't matter how pretty the lighting or how cinematic the
That's 100% correct. Gameplay first, everything else comes after that.
Game feels. Indie is thriving right now because it's the exact opposite of AAA. It's gameplay and performance first, everything else after. That's what players care about. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that there's no value in talented artists, musicians, or writers. Hell, they're some of the most celebrated people in the industry. There absolutely is value in them. But let's be real, those roles only exist because of programmers and designers. Without their core systems,
that's the foundation,
and mechanics, you're not making a game, you're making a slideshow with music. These creative roles, no matter how skilled, are built on top of a foundation that they didn't pour. They're contributors, not cornerstones. And those roles can only thrive if the studio is stable enough, profitable enough, and able to actually invest in things that aren't essential to core gameplay. What's wild to me is the complete lack of accountability here. This article...
But hold on, you don't even need to be a good writer. Just don't force stupid stories about woman empowerment or gay shit because you want to be woke. You're right, Banner 2. But something people often miss is you could probably have a diverse character, or woman, or gay person, or whatever the fuck, as a main character, and no one would give a shit if your character was an interesting person, right? If their entire identity wasn't how many dicks they sucked this morning, or how disabled they were.
Paints it like it's some sort of injustice that small indie teams often share roles, where creative directors also write, animate, and score the game, where people that are rigging the characters are also building the gameplay systems that they move through. But that's not dysfunction, that's adaptability. That's what a generalist is. That's how most industries work outside of gaming. Hell, I would bet almost everybody that is watching this video right now does way more than their job title suggests. When I worked in construction, I was constantly operating outside of my role.
Yeah, I do a bunch of weird shit. I've done a bunch of weird shit. It's never as easy as do the thing. That's why when you start acting your wage, employers shit their pants because they realize they're not going to get all the extra shit done for free. And it really hurts them on the inside.
Handling HR things like hiring and firing, writing environmental reports, coordinating with government agencies, researching equipment, contacting suppliers, creating and fulfilling purchase orders, even learning to read PNIDs and mechanical drawings. I got more involved in the process because that's what my job required. That's what being useful meant. Wearing multiple hats isn't a threat to job security. It's a privilege. It's a responsibility. And in most industries,
the double-edged sword on that side of it is in most industries, if you're really, really good at what you do and you do all the extra shit, they will prevent you from moving upwards, even if you deserve to, because you're just too good where you are. I've seen that happen so many times as well. So you're playing this really fucking weird balancing act. My father once told me when we were on the beach, son, never go on a huge wave, only because other people are there. They will drown in you too. Yes, they will. They will. Don't do stupid shit because someone else is doing it.
It's expected. Look at Ubisoft. They are bloated with specialists right now, yet they are completely directionless. The first Assassin's Creed trilogy was made with around 150 developers. Now they have over 1,000 people working on a single entry, and every release gets further away from...
Yeah, and Assassin's Creed George Floyd goes to Japan didn't work out too well.
From what made that series special, Guillaume Broche, Sandfall CEO, is also the creative director of Expedition 33. When that team started with just 8 people, they all had to become generalists, taking on roles that they had never done before just to make it work. And in some cases, they ended up excelling at things that they had never tried. And you know what? That made the game better. It made it cohesive, because when people are designing systems that are also touching the visuals, the animation, the design, you start to get alignment, you get purpose. You don't get this Frankenstein project where nobody knows what somebody else is building or how this whole thing fits together. That's the real problem with
it almost sounds like he's shitting directly on New World when he says all of this.
Specialization. It turns game development into a game of telephone. The longer the pipeline, the more distorted the message. What the designer envisioned at the very beginning gets twisted by the time it reaches the animators, then further when it gets to VFX, and it's lost entirely by the time
I'm sorry, there's no fucking way he's not talking about New World. Best developers, worst management. Does the guy talking not sound like Hassan? Not to me. He doesn't sound like Hassan to me at all. I learned this lesson when I was 19. Moved countries to live with me. At the time when that relationship ended, I moved back countries. I resigned, and suddenly getting a 50% pay rise. Yeah. No, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with the shit.
Marketing gets their hands on it. The more segmented the roles, the more disjointed the final product. Maybe the uncomfortable truth that this writer doesn't want to hear is that this industry was never meant to fully support specialists, or at least to the degree that they have been. Maybe it's time for more people to take on more roles, because the industry got into this mess that they're in right now precisely because they put too much weight on how things look and not how they play. We've got studios that are dropping hundreds of millions of dollars on graphics and cinematics, but they can't even be bothered to optimize their games to run above 30 FPS. We've got devs spending 6 months on hair physics while the combat feels like it was designed by an intern. What does the animation budget matter if the story's a joke? What does a beautiful world mean if the systems inside of it are broken? Maybe people need to stop clinging to being in a specialized role and take a step back and ask how they are actually contributing to what matters most, whether these games are fun or not. So no, I do not buy into this narrative of deprofessionalization, not for a second. What we are seeing isn't the decay of the games industry, it is its next evolution in games.
I think we should push deprofessionalization. I think people should see it as a positive in the games industry, that things are being deprofessionalized. That we have something more open and honest and earnest that people get to play, instead of all this fucking professionalized tight suit with a tie bullshit where some guy is just feeding you garbage in a trailer that doesn't actually match the gameplay. I'm tired of these fucking AAA scams.
Game development, and honestly, it's not even new. This is what the industry was born from. Small teams, self-starters, people that knew how to build the whole damn thing, not just a piece of it. Is a professional somebody that only knows how to do one job, or is it someone who understands the entire process and can bring something to life from start to finish? Because I know which one I would hire. This whole conversation feels less like a warning and more like job preservation for the sake of job preservation. And look, I get it. Transitions are hard. Watching your field change around you is hard, but we're not entitled to the status quo. The reality is the industry is shifting. You have to shift with it. That's not cruelty. That's life. Dust yourself off.
You hear that? The industry is shifting. You have to shift with it. Same thing with AI. Exact same thing. Run from it, cry about it, post about it on Twitter, talk about how it killed your dog. In the end, the AI is going to fuck you in the ass if you don't fuck it first. You got to fuck with it. You got to fuck with that AI. You can cry, you can complain, you can shit, piss, and moan all you want. It's not going away. The genie's out of the ass crack, and he's not going back in. It's just how it is. I like my games made by Batman shirt devs, not suits and ties. Exactly. Exactly. That's the way it should be. Is some guy who's so passionate, he gives a shit about nothing else. And it's like his entire existence is devoted to that thing. instead of some fucking loser in an office trying not to lose his job. Because the difference is passionate developers are playing to win, whereas office worker developers in these big companies are playing to not lose. And people are not going to understand the distinction between those two, but it is so fundamental to what makes a good game and what doesn't. Also, a long time ago, all developers were coding and were animators and designers and concept artists at the same time. Absolutely. And you know what? The best ones still are today. Now there are separate departments and people can't do the simplest ship without the algorithm. I know that well. I worked in governmental organization. Yeah, that's the bottom, like the lowest of the low. All governments are the worst places in the world to work because everyone is doing the bare minimum to get by. Once they created departments inside departments, everything went to shit, and I quit before that happened. Yes, of course. It's governments. Governments they're like, everything that's going to happen in a private industry is always going to happen in a government industry first, because no one could give a flying fuck about government work. They will do whatever they have to not do anything in a government office.
Learn something new, expand your role, and if you believe that your skill set is so valuable, then you need to go out there and prove it in more ways than one. Before every studio wanted to balloon to 20,000 employees, most of this work was contracted. Teams were leaner, production was tighter, and when one game had ended, well, those people then moved on. But over time, these companies got greedy. They scaled up their output. They held on to these massive headcounts, and instead of letting people go when one project ended, they slid them on to pre-production of the next project.
You know those big companies where the IT guy, like software companies, where the IT guy is like some eldritch being that lives in a server room that needs to be opened by speaking dwarven magic in order to even see the fucking guy. And every day, like every time you catch a glance of him, you see him in flip-flops and shorts and like a ratty old fucking t-shirt, and he's just unfireable because he's the only wizard in the office who speaks any of the systems that a company has, right? You know that guy. That used to be the entire development team of video games. And slowly over time, they got rid of every single one of those guys, and now they can't figure out why they're failing.
Over and over until the weight of this all collapsed. That is not Indy's fault. That is your leadership's fault. Indy is not a threat. It's the path forward. It's the path out. Unless you genuinely believe that your entire career hinges on someone else giving you a cubicle and a title, there is an opportunity for you out there. People are buying these games. They are selling, and they're not just passion projects anymore. Many of them are growing into sustainable, expanding studios with the resources to be able to hire new specialists when they scale. That's the natural cycle. That's how a new forest grows, not from keeping dead trees standing, but from planting new ones and giving them the space to rise. So if you're
and also setting the old ones on fire. He forgot that part.
Standing around waiting for AAA to save your job, I have bad news. They're not going to, but someone else might. Or hell, you might.
Yes,
you know, it's actually funny.
To.
The last time that I read an article from GameDeveloper.com, they had written an article that was called Yelling is Not Journalism by Brendan Sheffield. And that article was essentially saying that, you know, the whole Baldur's Gate 3 drama, when that was going on, was an opportunity to tell players why they get...
There was a drama with Baldur's Gate 3? I'm trying to think what he means when he says Baldur's Gate 3 drama. The only thing I can think that he might be talking about was when a bunch of other devs got really fucking mad at them because Baldur's Gate 3 was succeeding, and games journalists started pushing out articles saying, don't expect Baldur's Gate 3 to be the new standard. That's the only thing. I don't even think, Benji, that people cared about the bear fucking and the gay stuff, right? I don't even think people gave a shit about that. But I do remember a bunch of game devs bitching that it's unfair that Larian made that game, and now people might hold them to a reasonable standard. But was that really like a controversy? Or was that just a bunch of loser fucking devs who couldn't program Hello World into Python crying because they knew they were about to lose their jobs because no one wanted to play their dog shit anymore? I don't even consider that a controversy. No, it's huge on the right as well as 4chan, non-stop, endless threads. Yeah, okay, so I missed that part of the controversy. I missed the whole gay bear sex thing. Like, because I didn't give a fuck. I played the game. I wasn't going to do all the gay shit, so it was fine. And the game was nice enough to give me the option to not do any of the gay shit. By the way, Minthara was hot as fuck. I'm just saying, that crazy bitch. That crazy bitch deserves the dick.
Unfinished games, and basically why we should be okay with it, and we need to be empathetic, and we need to buy microtransactions and DLCs, and how it's not the developer's fault. But the funny thing is, we're customers. We don't have to be empathetic. And this entire thing, yet again, reads like a cry for empathy. But empathy doesn't make better video games, and better video games need to be made for these companies to be able to make the money, to be able to keep these specialists employed. Jobs follow the money. So regardless of how necessary you think your job is or how much it needs to be protected, at the end of the day, we are the ones that decide what's necessary and what's not. Inflation keeps going up. The price or cost of living continues to increase. And now these game companies want to increase prices on video games. Players cannot gamble on $70 to $80 games.
Exactly. Didn't the Borderlands 3 dev or Borderlands 4 dev come out recently and say only true fans can play our game? And then he said the game was going to be like $100 or something? I remember hearing that and I was like, well, there comes another failure. If they start pushing these higher levels, these higher prices of video games, all that's going to tell people is it's going to make like gaming communities do this thing where they all work together in a tighter unit, like a bunch of fucking Spartans. And what's going to happen is one Spartan's going to sacrifice himself by buying the piece of shit, and then all the others are going to believe him and never touch it. And the sum total loss of a group of gamers is going to be $100 instead of $100,000, and it's going to be great. Because everyone's going to be like, I'm not going to afford this pile of shit. I'm going to go play a $5 indie game that loves me.
And those are the kind of games that these specialists are involved in. Why do you guys think that Doom the Dark Ages isn't doing well in sales? It's because the game does not deliver on the value of the price that it's being charged for. But they have to charge that price, otherwise they're not going to be able to make the money back to be able to pay the specialists that they have working on the game. Industries and the world itself is constant.
I want GG, sir. I read your message, and I thought of one of the most offensive jokes I could tell right now. And it's, I want gay shit in my video games, because at least in the video games, the gay dudes are fucking men and not little boys that they adopted. So thank you for that. I'm going to go tell that to someone that's going to offend them and make them have a flip out session at some point.
Constantly evolving, and you cannot believe that your job will be protected or that your job is somehow more valuable than others. I think that it is incredibly narcissistic for you to believe that the world needs to capitulate or protect you because you are only good at one thing or you only want to do one thing. You can do that, you can be that person, but if you're going to be that person, you have to live with the consequences of your lack of flexibility. If you do not bend, you break. And I think a lot of these folks are going to break. You are not going to get any pity from the average consumer. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
because we all know that if we say something like, that's not my job, that almost always leads to not having a job.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to writer, artist, or musician, these are things that in common society that we view as hobbies. And you guys have the opportunity. No, you guys have the privilege of making that.
It's not even the privilege. You've been blessed. God came down from heaven and touched you on the head. That, or, you sucked Satan's cock and you got a job that other people have to do to relax. And that's what you get to do all day? Are you fucking kidding me? And you're crying about it? And you're writing dog shit? My God. Imagine Imagine being such a fucking loser that life is so good that your job is literally writing words or typing them out and sending them in an email, and you can't even get that shit right. Fucking send them to the communist mines. Fuck them. Into Siberia you go. Go mine for ice or whatever the fuck they were doing during Soviet Union era. People who didn't have a hard life think everything is bad. Of course they do. Everything they think is bad is like the storm in a teacup shit. It's like that one woman who moved to Ghana that I saw that video of, where she's crying and bitching and pissing that the electricity goes off sometimes. And I'm sitting here like, 5 out of 7 days of my average week, I have no electricity, and I'm relying on battery power. So, and I'm just so used to it. It's just so normal for me. And she couldn't handle that shit. It made me happy on the inside to see someone suffer.
Your job. It is up to you to protect it, not the world. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, make sure to share the video with your friends. Make sure to like the video, share the video. I already said share. Subscribe to the channel.
I can always respect a man who takes a fat, steamy, shitty dump. You know, like an alcoholic dump on the head of a journalist. That sounds like a good time to me. You know, I'm not into scat, but there's nothing quite like watching journalists have a flip-out session and panic and shit their pants knowing that they've got no future. And I almost want to find all those journalists and message them and DM them and be like, excuse me, but have you tried learning to code? Although I don't know if you're up to date, but Guild Wars 2 Flamethrower build is less effective at AFKing now. I did notice earlier when I was playing with my Flamethrower, Barando, when I was playing Guild Wars 2, it did seem to do less damage, which was a little bit sad, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It still feels good to use, and that's all that matters, because I'm not power gaming in the game. I'm just enjoying my time. Now, you DM'd me something in the reaction thing, so we're going to take a look at this, then I'm going to go get some rest, so that tomorrow when I'm informing Muckluck about the Jews live during Vermintide, I'm 100% awake and aware of what I'm doing. Oh, this is this... Okay, the Google VO thing, we already watched the one. This is the other one.
Would a woodchuck chuck? If a woodchuck could chuck wood.
I literally, before you came in here, I was watching this one. I think. No, this is the other one.
When we get in there,
watch this one.
I want no bullshit. You stay on my 6 at all times.
I think I've seen this gay porno. I think it's called Black Cock Down. Yeah,
stay sharp. Right. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous. Stay alert. What the hell happened here? Where are the bodies?
I mean, the muzzle flash isn't even matching up with the barrel of the gun, but this is not bad. This is just your average COD lobby from fucking 2001. Two guys standing like that, shooting past each other and not hitting a single shot. This is just COD. That was great. That was great. That was fantastic. Here, let me show you something. I'm gonna disappear now because I do need to get some rest and I'm gonna go pass out. But I'm gonna show you something. I've showed you this before, but I want you to understand that this is what's gonna happen with AI. People who are creative are going to use AI to bridge the gap of all their other skills. But every technical skill that they don't have can be bridged. right? But the actual incident of creating something. You're playing Vermintide, yes. I don't know. Ask Muckluck, it's his stream. He wants to play Vermintide. That's how it works, right? So, I want you to see this. This guy's channel started 10 months ago. He is now at 191 subs. He writes the scripts for what he gets an AI to do for his shit, right? And he's got an entire backstory and lore of his entire world and what the fuck is going on in this world. And somehow, he's built this entire backlog of lore and story, and he's turned it into these short little videos that tell you the lore and story. And I watch this shit because I can see the creativity. I can see the human creativity behind what he's doing. But the AI is doing everything else. It's doing all the technicals, not the creatives. Another problem with AI, it always tries to centralize the camera. So I want you to watch this, right? I'm going to show you one of these. I think I'll show you the cop files. Right? He went on, like, he did the 3 cop files. I'll show you the first one. You can watch the rest if you want. But just watch how he's done this like it's a 90s cop show. Right? Look how he's done this.
Drugs, sex, death. All this and more can be found in the cop files. Crumpdale PD. A search for a missing Glurin is underway.
Do you see how he's using the shitty camera work and certain filters and the way the AI works, right? To almost mimic old fucking 90s TV shows. The voice. The way his characters are behaving. The lore as to why his characters look all kinds of fucked up and shit. Think about
I'm
that.
a beat
He's
cop
using it to his
normally,
advantage.
busting perps for snorting teeth or smoking dirt. But I was put on the Tiggy case because the department considered it low priority.
Tiggy Skibbles is a MV personality, somewhat famous for his work on the poorly reviewed Unanswered Oddities.
I don't watch too much monovision. My show is Bug Fights, the one where they got the bugs fighting. Anyway, story goes like this. Tiggy doesn't show up to work. He gets reported missing. A couple days later, he returns. Nobody thinks much about it. He went on a bender, whatever. But the thing is, it ain't Tiggy. It's a robot. No one on the production seemed to even notice. Then we get a scream from one of the show's 27 viewers telling us that's not Tiggy Skibbles. Thus, I'm put on the case. So I hit the streets, visiting all of Tiggy's normal haunts, the beer heap, the liquor dump, Gugu's porn.
You didn't like it. You know it? You're right. I didn't like it. I'm a bastard for that.
We don't find Tiggy, and we don't find no robot. This case seems like it's going to be put on ice.
But a 119 call was about to heat things up again.
119, what's your emergency?
Yeah, hello?
This is 119, what's your emergency, sir?
I'm sorry, but you have a very lovely voice. It's distracting.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
Do you sing?
Only when I'm in the shower.
Well, get me tickets to that.
Excuse me?
So, do you see that? That's almost human. That's almost like I would expect someone piss drunk off their ass to phone 911 and say exactly that. It's almost perfectly human, the way it's uncanny.
Me? That's incredibly
No,
inappropriate.
not tickets to you showering. That's not what I'm not like that.
What's the emergency, sir?
I think I just heard some guy next door getting murdered. He was yelling, "Don't murder me, I'm Tiggy Skibbles."
Officer Snarbo races to the scene, and we must warn you, the footage you are about to see is graphic, and some audiences may
do you see what I mean when I say he's doing the creative writing, and he's getting the AI to do everything else?
Find it disturbing. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Officer Snarbo at location. Dispatch, we got 2 couches here. Holy, monolithic Mother of God. Dispatch, I've got a 1054 requesting additional units.
Do you see that? Do you see that? He's done all the creative writing, and he's bridged the technical skill gap using all of that shit. Here, I'll show you another one to drive the point home, right? And all of this is based in the same universe around the same law, and it all ties together through one way or another, right? Here, I'll show you where it begins. Zorgop knows all. Did I share it on the Discord? No, I didn't. I should actually.
Welcome to the Monolith. Some 25 years ago, an interdimensional god was brought to our planet.
You know what, Brando, that's another example. Did you know when I made that song using AI and made it a country music song? You can see the parts of the song where it fucked up the music, right? But the actual lyrics are something I wrote. And then I gave the AI the right to like move around lyrics after I'd written them and typed them into the system and built a song around them. And you can see where the AI kind of falls off because it doesn't understand what I wanted, right? But I put those lyrics in. I wrote those lyrics by hand. And if I had asked the AI to do it itself, it would have done a worse job.
Your standard gumball research accident. The god quickly called upon a disciple, our Baba Hermini, to build this mystical autonomous structure so the god may take physical form and bestow humanity with many gifts.
Anti-gravity lift initiated. Gravity off. Please adhere to the following instructions, or risk certain death while using the...
But the interdimensional being had ulterior motives, and our wise leader knew it. So after construction was completed, the Baba Hermini imprisoned the god here.
Gravity on.
Using the god's own technology against them.
Welcome to level 69.
Nice.
Prepare to land.
The gracious Baba Hermini then gave the god's knowledge to the world, becoming globally beloved and betting many of
So do you see the editing there where it was actually the same AI scene and he just reversed it? Do you see that? That's a decision he made. He's using creative decisions to use the AI to his advantage. If he had done this using just the AI, this would all be a fucking shit show.
In celebration of the Baba Hermini besting the deity, one lucky follower is selected each year to come to the monolith to taunt the god. You are that lucky follower. Yay. So don't hold back. Insult this all-knowing being into oblivion, as they must know that humanity has won, that our fearless leader has won, and that Zorgop knows all that the Baba Hermini allows.
You've got silly cheeks. You look like a hot, tall Oompa Loompa. That's not really an insult, is it?
It's time.
Time for what? You to go to the optometrist about that pink eye? Boom!
Fucking hell. See that shit? Do you see that? He wrote those things. He wrote this out, and he just got an AI to perform it for him. And I bet you this would never exist. This would never fucking exist. This is every storyline in Destiny 2. Yes, except better. Because the god... So here, let me tell you some backstory of the lore of this. That god exists because he's the orange god. Because a company was making gumballs and wanted to make their gumballs more orange. So they summoned a deity into their universe to make the perfect orange gumballs. And then they imprisoned the fucking deity... Or the deity got out, and there was like a cult that followed the deity, run by a guy called the Baba Hermini, who was just trying to fuck everyone's wives. And eventually they imprisoned the god. But the whole thing is that the god let it happen. Right? And you can go figure out the fucking rest for yourself. I'll link this guy's channel in the Discord. And then I'm going to go to bed. And fuck off. Who wants to... Hold on. Here we go. For anyone who wants to see what using AI correctly looks like. This guy literally built an entire lore, an entire story, an entire world on this shit. So yes, it's possible. You can do it. And you know what's going to happen? Creative people are going to outperform everyone else. Very similar to how some people use game and film engines like Source Filmmaker because it was an easy way for them to get their artistic view out. Exactly. Exactly. This is just the next step on that fucking journey. The losers who just type in some shitty prompt and be like, write the story for me, are going to get the most middling, retarded, shitty ass, trash input back. There's a saying, there's a phrase in mechatronics. It's called CISO, right? Single input, single output. Right? But there's also another phrase for it, right? Because if you're doing single input, single output, you don't need a mechatronics system. You need a math equation. The other words that CISO stands for is shit in, shit out. If you put shit in, you're getting shit out. That's just how it works. Use the AI correctly and use it to keep advancing your creativity, and you can outperform fucking anyone. That's just how it is. Yeah, I'm going to go pass out now. Partially one of the writers joined the company. Hold on. I joined the Discord, but I'm afraid there's too much furry porn on there. Don't worry, we keep it limited to the cesspool and to the not safe for work. Super dominates those regions because he's a fucking freak, right? But he can do whatever the fuck he wants. It's not my problem. As long as you don't post shit about kids in there, you're fine. And you don't break the law, I don't give a fuck. Post whatever you want. Play Warframe. No. I will disappear forever, you motherfucker. Never playing Warframe. Because that's me gone. I will lose my job. I'll lose my marriage. I'll lose my life. No. I know the dangers. I know the goddamn dangers of it. Now go fuck off. Live your life. Go do something interesting. Go AI generate these balls. Right here. These nuts right here. Just ball sack right here. Descending slowly into your face. Just like that gay love.